I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
All right, well, certainly don't get me going on Trump this morning. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to raise some questions here and raise a few eyebrows this morning. Oh, I'm a late comer of actually doing a show this morning. I was just feeling out of it lately. I was really tired. Really tired. One of the, I was watching Philly in the Philippines, reluctantly, this morning, who had a live stream on. And I guess he doesn't really like Scotty too much, but he had, played his clickbait shit where, well, it's what Philly does. He'll show you a video. And if you wait a while, I'm going to show you this video. And he just goes on and on and on, shows a video of something, and then wants to show it again to keep people to stay on there to look at it again. And he does it one more time. And what the video was Scotty Boy, obviously drinking. And I'm not sure if it was his taking, but it was his favorite bar, whatever, on the street, in Angeles. And in this video, there's a Filipino that comes over. And very busty, wearing a white blouse, no bra, with her nipples obviously sticking out like headlights. That's how I could put it, really. And I was never aware of that particular video, to be honest with you, till Philly put that out. So it was interesting to see. And I can see all the people enlarging this thing, blowing it up, and they want to look at her nipples. And they tell Scotty to, to tune in, magnify so you can see her nipples. I mean, okay, you know where I'm going with this, right? Okay. And what I also didn't know is that Scotty actually reached out and grabbed her tit to feel it. Now, we'll talk about who's an undesirable on here, and everybody examines everybody's behavior, but the people who deserve to be, quote, or justified as an undesirable are the people that nobody's really going after. Scotty's done a lot of shitty things. But then again, Philly in the Philippines is not interesting either, because when he lived to Angeles City, he was the one that was out there with his camera photographing all the prostitutes and everything else. You know that, I know that. Nobody's really innocent on here, if you think about it. There ain't nobody that's innocent on here. But people find a target and they go after that target when there are other very notable targets out there. If you have to target somebody, it is my opinion that Scotty he moves around a lot, going back and forth to Thailand or this or that or this or that. A moving target is hard to hit, you know what I mean? Yeah. I think that's going on with Scotty. You want to go out? So it is my belief that if you're going to target somebody, target the right people. Oh, you got more than enough people out there that will make excellent targets, that's sure. But sometimes they go after the wrong people. You want to measure what somebody actually does, juxtaposed against these other vloggers who, they're doing a lot worse in many ways, who have shown total disrespect for the Philippines and Filipinos. I'm kind of exhausted because I've been, unfortunately, reading all this news about what's going on in America, and I'm not even gonna talk about it because I cannot believe what I'm hearing, and I totally lost respect for the justice system in America and how they allow a president to rule the United States and rule people and pull them out of their homes. And so, all right, I'll end it right there. I had to throw that in because I thought it was necessary to throw it in. I've never seen anything like this. Unprecedented. Okay, moving right along. I pay attention to things, and probably more than I actually do any videos on here, any live streams. I'm more so paying attention to a lot of other things going on YouTube. And I don't mean just a local genre. I'm talking about other things. There's a lot of things I watch on YouTube that have nothing to do with the Philippines genre. In fact, most of the things I look at on YouTube, which is quite a few things actually, have actually nothing to do with the Philippines genre. G-E-N-R-E, by the way. That's, I could tell you that. And people are just battling each other left and right on YouTube. Left and right. Who's the worst? Let's take a poll. Let's do a poll on this. Let's do a poll on that. How about doing a poll on your life? Whether you're desperate, whether you're destitute, whether you're a piece of shit. How about doing one on yourselves, the very people who do polling on here? How about if we examine you for a change? How about that? How about that? Anyway, I was listening to Philly Willie, well, Philly in the Philippines, who, first of all, is a person that cannot afford to talk. He's acting like third party, and he's talking about, well, you know, what Scotty does and all that. Yeah, well, he's right on that. But Philly, you got to understand, look at his background. Just because he moved out of Angeles City does not exonerate him from all the things he did, where he was concentrating, even though he's married, concentrating all the Phillies in the Philippines. Oh, he was notorious. The things got hot and heavy for Philly. That's why he moved out in some shithole in the province where chickens are freely running through his house, and need I really go on with that? I mean, like I say a lot, you know, the hypocrisy is absolutely deafening. But getting back to Scotty. As we all know, Scotty has no direction in life whatsoever. None. Going like a saddle tramp from one cockroach-filled rental room to another. And all he owns is what's in the contents of his backpack. That's it. That's it. A man that can't seem to find a woman no matter how much he tries, but then will make excuses and say, well, you know, if he has a woman, it's going to cost him more money, or there's trouble having a woman. Well, maybe he just can't get a woman. And I can think of somebody else like Licky has the same problem. But it's not about him. Just thought I'd mention that, though. And a few others, too. Not to mention them. But when you have no direction and you're chasing your tail all the time, don't expect success. You got to set a goal, and you have to reach that goal. But it takes effort to do so. But in a time-honored, you know, profession of making money on YouTube, that seems to be a lot of these YouTubers' main focus. And how they get the attention? Oh, they get it many ways, with clickbait, with putting women on camera, scantily dressed women, or have women on their channel as guests like Paul and other people like him do, to titillate people. They want to titillate people. They use all different methods to get, you know, as I said, the clickbait is one of the number one things. on their title to get you to come to their show, but then, throw little, eggs into the omelet, and put little women in there, scantily dressed, and there's your formula for success. And these techniques, amongst more, are widely used here on YouTube. I think people push the envelope too much, in lieu of getting these views and clicks and all that crap. They're very daring. Of course, we had Vitaly. We got the most recent, of course, is, Slim. And yeah, I've seen all the clips of him apologizing, and it was so phony. He knew exactly what he did, but he got away. Oh, he got away. And, maybe something was exchanged, I don't know. But I couldn't see him get away. When they had all the evidence against him, it wasn't just him being 4 months an overstayer or calling Filipinos monkeys. No. It was a hell of a lot more than that they didn't want to go into detail with, and the lawyer didn't want to. They cut a deal figuring, well, are you willing to be deported? And I can prevent you from going to jail. Of course he's going to say, yeah, I'll take that option, because he knew that he had a lot against him. A whole lot against him. That's the way it works. It's the way it works out here. What could you offer me to get you out of this situation? It's not uncommon. Not at all. And I get disgusted when I see these people doing videos, people that are guilty of doing the same thing themselves, like Philly in the Philippines. He's not innocent in any formal way. And he's trying to look like Ren Zero these days with that kerchief on his head and the beard and all that. And I don't know if he's trying to be a pirate like Ren Zero, or I don't know what he's trying to do. Look, you're bald-headed. Just take the fucking scarf off your head, But he's trying to look tough. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. So a lot of these people can't afford to talk about anybody else on here. But I find it awfully amusing on how they try to bring up the worst out of somebody on here when they themselves have done a hell of a lot. Oh, I've been accused of a lot of things on here, but the difference is, are they valid? Are they real? Were they made up? Was it hearsay? Yeah, all of the above. They're all the above. They will try to build up on somebody when there are other people out there that really, if you want to talk about somebody, if you really want to do something like oust somebody out of the country, we have plenty of people on here to choose from. I don't need to name any names because you know who they are. And I have a feeling that they will eventually meet their fate. Just call it a gut feeling. It all catches up to you sooner or later. Now, I'm not going to do an elaborately long show here. I just was watching Philly in the Philippines, and I'm laughing at the same time, but also was in awe, because I've never seen that before, that I know Scotty does crazy things like that, especially when he drinks. I think that's the only reason he's not drinking right now, or he says he's not, because he knows he gets a little carried away when he does drink. Now, in a video clip, and I'm not trying to promote Philly's channel, but you were probably watching it anyway. See, people like Philly who think they're on top of the heap because they have, 100,000, whatever, subscribers. They're willing to look down on other YouTubers, but they neglect to mention the things that they have done. They wouldn't dare mention what they done because Philly spent a lot of time on Walking Street. And you know what he was doing? He was Googling it, oogling is a word, I guess, at all the local bar girls and street girls, Walking Street girls. That's what comprised most of his channel. That's what got people to come in, but yet he's looking down on Scotty, which, he is right. about what Scotty does. He's right. But, the irony of this, that he's looking down on Scotty when he, to some degree, did the same shit as Scotty. That was his whole show, was Walking Street, photographing all the whores and everything else. So he kind of, Brian kind of, sits on his high throne, talking about other people. Well, they all do down here. But I guess, Scotty is competition to Brian. And that's why he's probably downing him. So he decided to put this video clip on it 3 times to retain his audience. 3 times. He's smart. No, he's smart. He's a good marketer. Philly is a good marketer. I will give him that. A very good marketer. So he showed this clip 3 times. And again, it was a woman, a younger woman, busty kind of, no bra. It was like one of those, I don't know, like a sports bra type of thing, And then she even told him to stop videotaping her. And he did. They said, oh, all right. But it wasn't, until in that video, Scotty reached out and actually felt her breast. Now, that kind of behavior by foreigners is what people look down on. So what if she wasn't wearing a bra and her nipples were out there? It doesn't mean you got to reach out. You have no right, number one, to photograph her, unless she gives you permission. And secondly, and importantly, you have no right to put your hands on any Filipina out here and find a reason to justify. He had no reason to justify except he was drunk and being a total asshole he normally is, grabbing this woman's breast. I'm surprised she didn't have a policeman on him at that point. So Scotty has gotten away with a whole lot of shit on his show. You know it. I know it. As I say, it's always just a matter of time. Scotty's bored with his life and he doesn't know what the hell to do with his life. Now that he's supposedly not drinking, he finds it even more difficult. Now, occasionally he's blurring out people's faces. First of all, he cannot afford to lose this show because that's his income. I think you all understand that. And I've always said before, if somebody's show and their income disappears because, unfortunately for these vloggers, they are very dependent on their income. God, I'm just glad I don't have to deal with that. To be worried all the time that, oh, gee, if I say something wrong or show something wrong on here, that my YouTube channel is going to come down. Oh, people have tried, but yeah, I've had strikes before. But nobody's ever actually successfully taken me down, and for any good reason. But nevertheless, not about me. It's about what I witnessed going on in here and everybody else witnesses on here on YouTube. Somebody's always more innocent than the other, Someone always claims that, I don't do these kind of things. And they do. It's daily on most of their shows, actually. And a lot of them got away with a lot of shit. But even the 2 people that are now being deported, Vitaly and more recently Slim, they got away with murder. Well, it wasn't murder, but they got away with a lot. It just takes a clever lawyer. Gee, give me his number, Give me his number. Give me his number. It took a clever lawyer to pull this off. And after all the things that Slim has done, he gave a very disingenuous apology. So yeah, he is in national news here now. He wanted attention. Now, he's got it. It works that way. Everything kind of fans out after a while. It becomes viral. And as such, they're getting all the attention that they want, although it's not the attention that they want, but it's the attention that they created Not in a positive way, because they have a great show, but it has to do with the things that they've done. But yeah, I would say that Slim got away. Because the other alternative would be to go to trial or something and bring out all the other shit. And there were claims against him by Filipinas, complaints or reports or whatever, that this lawyer knew would create havoc for Slim. So yeah, the best option is, hey, I'm willing to self-deport or whatever. Would you accept that? Oh, sure. Save us a lot of trouble on the dockets. Yes, there's an art to being a lawyer, and there's an art in finding these loopholes to get you out of a bad situation. No doubt about that. Well, be careful about who you report on here, because you could be next on the list for the things that you do. You think these people ever expected that? Nah, they never really thought about it. I don't think so. But, nevertheless, it happened, didn't it? Oh, it sure did. Now they're out of the country, although I think Slim, I think he'll be back in the country before you know it, when the smoke clears. He'll be back. I'll be back. That's crazy. I think it's all fucking crazy, to be honest with you. I think you're all crazy. Who's next? I know people are hoping that it's me. Oh, I wrote something up last night that most people would be impressed. What I wrote up and where it went and who sent to. I spent a couple of hours doing this. I looked up every fucking law in the system that might pertain to my situation, and I came up with a lot of good stuff. Unfortunately, it's stuff that my attorneys have not. Sorry about that, a glitch. I was in a bad area. I guess what I'm saying is sometimes you have to do your own homework. Because your attorneys have other things to do. They have other clients. They're not concentrating on you 24 hours a day. Believe me, they're not. There are times I don't even hear from my lawyers for a couple of months. It makes me think, well, what's going on? They're not always that cooperative. Well, they're busy. They're making money. If there's nothing at the moment they can do to make money on it, then they're going to ignore you. You don't exist. That's happened to me many times. Many times, to be honest. But from all the research I did outside of what my attorneys have done, I found out so much information that could quash this complaint. So instead of sending it to my attorneys, I sent it off to 3 particular offices having to do with DOJ and immigration. Everything from the Board of Secretary to, there's 2 other departments, the DOJAC, and another one. Oh, and the technical division. They play a part in this. I can't even go into this. Technical division. Well written, very well written. No typos. And it was done in a professional format. Even using Republican Act codes and dates and so forth. Now, why did I do that? I'll tell you exactly why. Because sometimes your lawyers are a little bit busy because they're in the business to make money, and they can't just concentrate on your case alone, which is it's fair to think that. If I was in the business, it's fair to think that. Keep your business going. That's what you went to college for. Keep it geared toward your paying customers that are currently paying you, because that's important. You got to make an income, you have a family. They studied for their profession, and I get it. But when you're in a situation like this, you yourself would get kind of impatient about all this. And sometimes you have to go the extra distance. And sometimes you're required to do so because, as I said, as far as evidence gathering, it is basically your job. It's not really their job. They will look up the ordinances, the Republican Act, they will look up all these technical stuff legally, and they will put it onto paper, right? But that does require some work on their own, of course. But the majority of the work you do, so anytime you want to get involved in putting a complaint against somebody and everything, you got to realize that if you don't back it up with concrete evidence, more than probable cause, then you're wasting your time. And if anybody knows this, I know it. I know it very well. There's always some clause in there or some kind of law that, there's prohibiting, for example, how long it's taking to find, for example, a resolution. That, again, is against the law right there, according to their own laws in this country. Because whether you are a citizen of the Philippines or you're a foreigner, you are afforded the right, as far as mitigation, a case like a complaint, you are afforded, supposed to be, a certain amount of time, such as 20 days, to come up with a resolution. 20 days. 20 days. Now, a report was made on me over a year and a half ago. Think about this. Then they put some administrative crap on me, disallowing me, which is also against the law and their own law system, where it's not like Barry and people like that, and even Slim, but who have not paid their visas or never even tried to pay their visas. Historically, I have always been up on that. I make my trips out there to Cebu and I take care of it till the next time. But when you got an administrative hold on you, well, it's what it is. It's administrative. And it's supposed to be a hold until they can come to a resolution. Whatever problem you're having, they will put an administrative hold. As I said, it's not like you're purposely not cooperating with the system when you are. But this is what they do. And there's reasons why they do it too, which I said I'm not going to get into, because I can't and I won't, that I'm aware of. So it puts a burden on somebody like me who wants to go on with their life and get it over with. They have to abide by their own laws too. Although immigration can do whatever the hell they want to a point, there are certain Republican acts and so forth, and different coding that they have to follow. And if they're not, case is quashed. And they get a black eye. So they try to be very careful what they're doing, but sometimes they, put themselves in a precarious situation legally. I'll turn on this fan for a second here. So I spent a good hour and a half, I'm thinking an hour and a half last night, writing up probably the best material I've ever wrote in my life. And did the research on all the codes, the Republican Acts, going over the so-called evidence on an affidavit that was turned into me on this complaint, which, by the way, and I do agree with my lawyers on that too, is that if the person's complaint was actually valid, and if it was valid, which it's not, but if it was, let's just turn it around and say it was valid, this would be nothing more than a civil matter, not an effort for deporting somebody that doesn't deserve to be, deported. We have people on here right now that are doing things 10 times worse than if I actually ever said these things about the person, and we don't have to go into the details, you already know them. My lawyer did all the appropriate work he needed to do, answering to the affidavits, filing motions to resolve a resolution, and even further than that. Even one of them even went all the way to Manila to try to talk to the people in charge, and they wouldn't even release any information to him. So there's a plethora of things that you'd have to do that would force the Board of Inquiries, Board of Secretary, Immigration, to put forth a resolution. Now, if you read about this, they'll say, well, it takes different stages for them to get to that point to make a decision, but 18 months? No. That's a violation of my rights. Keep that in mind. That's a major violation of my rights. Because whether you're a foreigner or not, there are laws that say, in a situation like this, which is not, a big incident, nobody hit anybody, and there's also a law in there that says, if somebody's saying that you're in fear of somebody, afraid of getting physically hurt, this is a good one too, that if the person who's being charged with a complaint has never met the person, then it's absurd. It doesn't apply. You can make all the complaints you want. Oh, I'm afraid I got PTSD, I got this and that. Well, I proved she don't have PTSD, and if she did, it ain't from me. It's not from me. Maybe from a boyfriend, but not from me. So because of the fact that you never physically met, and that can't be proven either, that I ever met the woman, because I never did. You all know I haven't. But it's important that the system knows that too, because that's a really important factor. Then, of course, the denominator of all this is that why did the person put a complaint in? Now, fortunately for me, we can tie off this thing to Barry's incarceration and his 5 counts of cyber libel, that he's now a felon. Now, this will be a very believable thing for the courts. It's not going to court yet, but this is something they have to contemplate. This is something that they have to study. What's the probability that this report was put in out of revenge? Willful revenge. Very large. Very large and very obvious. See, they will put 2 and 2 together. And like I said, I don't know where they're going with this, but it's not over till it's over, if you know what I mean, both ways. But that's something that they have to be forced to take consideration of. What was the motive for her to do a complaint on someone like me? What was the real motive? And it's very easy to see this motive. Unless the immigration for some reason is hellbound on deporting people, like Trump is trying to get full power and having people go into people's homes, innocent homes, dragging them out by their fucking hair. Well, I don't think immigration wants to go that far, but they feel that they have something to prove, because there's been a lot of this shit going on with unwanted foreigners in this country. And they're trying to show their force. And they should. They should. But they have to examine all the details. What is the probability that this person who put a complaint in on somebody is lying? What if it's just willful revenge because their fiancé or boyfriend is incarcerated and you're the one that incarcerated him because of something that that person did and actually did and admitted and pleaded guilty to that? So you got to examine this from all angles. Who's really the culprit in a situation like this? It's not me. It's not me. And the justification of doing something like that when the person knows themselves they committed some crimes themselves just for the perjury of making such a report, and the fact that the person was actually harboring, aiding and abetting the very person that she's trying to protect. Think about that. Where could be legal ramifications on that person's part that they played to this. See, all that shit comes out. And like I said, it all comes out in the wash. And it usually does. So as a person willing to take that chance, they feel so firm and so righteous that what I'm trying to do, I'm going to accomplish. Oh yeah, I'm going to accomplish this. But what if they don't? Let's just play a little what if game here. What if they can't? They have to think, what are the ramifications on them? There's perjury. Very serious matter. Harboring, abetting, fully knowing that the person was a long-term immigration overstayer. Fully knowing that. Well, the ramifications could be really serious. As I said, everything has also a domino effect to it too. It has a cataclysmic effect. We'll see. We'll see. But nothing, a lot of these YouTubers are not excused from the things that they do on here. It's just a matter of time before they catch up with them. Sometimes when they least know it, they get a notice in the mail or something, or registered mail that, hey, da-da-da-da-da and da-da-da-da-da. Oh, shit. Oh, javelin. What kind of shit is that? The motherfucker actually put a report in on me. Well, that happens more often than you think, really. A lot of cases you just don't know about. What you have to do, you draw up a letter. I mean, you gather your own evidence. Because in the justice system here, you could formally request, the Board of Immigration and Board of Secretaries intervention regarding an inordinate, I can never say that, inordinate delay for the Bureau of Immigration despite filing counter affidavits and motions for an immediate resolution on this problem. If the Bureau has failed to act or provide any status update, that becomes a problem. Even if your attorney has made multiple attempts to seek resolution on a matter, as the original complaint was filed over 18 months ago, the hold order is in nature, folks. It's administrative. And this has been, I would call a very unreasonable delay, and has caused a lot of hardship on me and my Filipino family. It actually does. Considering I'm a sole supporter of her and 2 children, the Bureau failed to act to provide any status update. Now, I've always said, believe me, I categorically deny the allegations of being an undesirable, as mentioned in her complaint. I see it false, malicious, and without factual basis. The claims are false and defamatory. I have not violated any laws to be accused of being an undesirable by the complainant. It's a frivolous, revengeful act to try to bring grief to me and I could go on and on. Now, if there was even a remote bit of truth to her complaint, example, even remote, and as my lawyer said time and time again, and I agreed, this would not be a matter of trying to get somebody deported. It would be a matter of a civil complaint based on the person's complaint. It's not a criminal thing, and it's not a reason to try to label somebody undesirable and get them deported. You'd have to see the readings. I'm not going to read you all the stuff that I found out. This crap on her is actually filed in violation of Section 37A(7) by the complainant. And there's a number of definitions on that particular violation. It has to do with a lot of other things too, but as a person has maybe broke the laws of the Philippines, as following the rules of the Philippines and the guidelines, as a foreigner living in this country, not committing any acts of violence and not acting in a way that, makes you look like you're really attacking somebody in such a horrible way and calling them terrible names. But, there's a difference in name calling. There's a line we draw on that. But the thing is, in this complaint, none of that was said to her. And none of it, was in the affidavit, was in the evidence. There was no evidentiary nature at all in that situation of her complaint. But you see what happens when somebody puts a complaint into immigration. Of course, if it's written up by a lawyer, they have to spend the time to mull over this and come up with the facts of the case. It was way back in July 16th of 2024 that I received an order for me to submit a counter affidavit in reference to it's really called an instant complaint. And as to the alleged chronicle, narrative chronicle of public insults and psychological trauma that she said I caused, that I had a campaign against her, it was not true. And it goes on and on as to the facts of this complaint. Not a case, but a complaint, but nevertheless. Now, granting for the sake of argument, and without being real honest evidence that, let's say, that I made such remarks or displayed a photo of me just to show who I am, but, they're not unlawful nor libelous, even if I did say some things on there which I didn't. According to the law, on those particular complaints she made against me, is not unlawful or libelous. Because as far as the complaint is concerned, it was what they call an erroneous premise. I did not make any harassment on her, and I did not bully her. The psychological evaluation, she said, is self-serving. And there's nothing in the report there, that was actually put in this complaint that I actually scientifically and clinically caused the complainant's distress, severe symptoms of depression, anxiety, among other shit, including post-traumatic stress disorder. On the contrary, the picture of a complainant that was taken thereabout, such as that one under the trellis and she's dancing, it depicts that she's not only not in distress, but very ecstatic and happy as she enjoyed the moments of her outing in the park. All the annexes that she put in there were all inadmissible. She's liable for illegally taking the records. She just, gave them out. She's liable for violating my privacy. Sadly for her, she tried to paint me as a criminal. But this case is nothing but a civil dispute. And it goes on and on and on. So there's so many things against her in her complaint. However, the justice system doesn't always work the way you think it does. What was going on in the background of this complaint that surrounded it? What's holding this complaint in this office for 18 months without coming to a resolution? When there are so much serious cases out there that they resolve in a lot quicker time. Look what happened with Slim. Look what happened with Slim. Boom, 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 he's on the plane back home. And there's a lot of things he did. The evidence was in. They found stuff on his SD cards. Of course they did. They're not that much back into the previous century, you know. They have ways of going into the files, even when he deleted. They do it to you, they could do it to me. But yet he got off with nothing more than a slap on his wrist. And he was glad to get deported. He was glad to get deported because what he would have faced if it went tits up on him would have been court trials, and he probably would have been incarcerated the whole time. Smart lawyer. Smart lawyer. They worked out a deal. It's all about the deal. What does Trump say all the time? It's all about the deal. It's an art. You got sweaty, greedy hands out there. No matter where you look. So sure, they could turn something around on somebody who's absolutely innocent, and it's happened many times. But I will say again, do your homework. Because although your lawyers, hello Mix, although your lawyers are doing the best job they could, there's always something that they could do a little bit better. And that's where you come in. Because you're the topic of this complaint. And you have to also work with yourself. You have to put your time in. But sometimes in cases like this, you know, you tell the lawyer, well, you didn't look into this, you didn't look into that, and they get upset with you. That didn't happen to me yet, but I wouldn't be surprised. But I send them everything that I've sent out so they know I'm aware. And they don't mind the extra help. But sometimes they feel a little insulted. I think that happened one time with me, that I was going beyond their office. It didn't submit to them some of the stuff I submitted. Then when they seen it, they just, well, whatever, okay. All the help is needed. Okay, cool. No, it's hard to say, Mix, how much he paid. But you know, in that situation, there was definitely a payoff. Because everything he did, they put people away for a lot less things than he got away with. I mean, So you obviously know that the system doesn't always work. And you obviously know that money speaks louder than the crime that you supposedly, allegedly committed. Especially in this country, but it's everywhere. We can't just narrow this country down. It's easy to do and easy to say. But it's all over. But we do see it here. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We do see it here. We do see it here. It's like viral. You know, the thing is, too, that, the standards of human relations with people, and for example, my so-called alleged acts, are not repugnant to the social norms and standards. In fact, she failed to show a convincing proof that I authored such rants. Her conclusion is basically coming from her wrong premise, and that's how it works. If you want to talk legally, I guess you'd call it wrong premise. Okay? And, she's also guilty of a prior breach, really. She's not entitled to any remedy in the Office of Immigration. And you got to think back, if you could recall, that the complainant had harbored the fugitive Barry Lee Jordan. However, excuse me, because of the initiatives and the efforts of the
agents of BID, Jordan he was finally located and arrested at the house of the person who put the complaint on me. You know who she is. And when that warrant of arrest happened, Barry, was issued. You know, the complainant actually was aiding and abetting Barry to escape from liability of his cyber libel case. So long arms of the law caught Barry Jordan in her house. And when Barry knew of the arrest order that was issued in the cybercrime that was filed against him in a regional trial court, he moved his residence in Mobile, where he was living at the time, over to Buena Vista in Karkar, where the complainant was actually living. And he stayed there hiding and avoiding the BID agents and all the PNP personnel. Barry's asylum was actually facilitated actually by the complainant, who was the person who put the report on me. That's the way it worked. The complainant in this situation, she filed this case, despite seemingly really a lack of probable cause. Her unfounded complaint, my friends, is filed just to vex me, to humiliate me, despite the absence of cause of action. That's legal talk. Sorry about the dogs. Sorry about the dogs. I don't see anything out there. She had a very malevolent attitude, is what she did. And she should be held for liable for exemplary damages. She should. That's what we'll be working on. I was unnecessarily dragged into litigation and had to be compelled to want to hire counsel for an agreed acceptance fee. It all costs money. I was lawfully admitted into this country. I have not been subject to any deportation in my stay for the years, in the Philippines. It's been legal. There were no derogatory records with the BIR. Nothing of that sort. I paid my visas. And this shouldn't be even happening. Let's put it that way. It shouldn't even be happening. But people want to go to distance sometimes, but then what happens is it turns on them. Mick says, I'd say his solicitor, are you talking about? Okay, him, was able to negotiate with the authorities to give the bribes. I'd say that's how it's done, so it wouldn't implicate Sim. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I see it. And you can see it in his face on people interviewing him that he was totally lying. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I mean, I'm just human and I make mistakes. No, Slim, you made a lot of mistakes, which you're liable for, but you got away. Practically murder. It's people like him that are the true undesirables here in YouTube land. And we know who they are. You know who the undesirables are. Without even have to thinking much about it, where are they? Why are they still here? Partially because people are too afraid to report anybody. That's why. They're afraid of the backlash. No, Barry hasn't given me shit. He ain't going to give me shit. He ain't giving the court shit. That's why he's still in jail. Like I said, he did it all to himself. Nobody to blame but himself. Don't get mad at me when, don't get angry with me when it's not me that did what you did, although people say different. You've called him names, Frank. Sure I have. Sure I have. I didn't go for 4 years calling him the names that he called me. And death threats, many, many, many. I had a whole case just for that alone. Just for that alone. But we had to handle one thing at a time. And that's why I did not submit the case on his death threats to me. He would have definitely been considered undesirable and safety concerns and all that shit. Oh, no doubt. That's the one that would have really did him in. And he'd really be doing a lot of time in conjunction with the immigration overstay, with the cyber libel initial case put against him, for labeling me as a child predator and everything he said to me in regards to that, using other words and descriptions, flowery descriptions. Yeah, that alone, and it did work. See, you got to understand, in Barry's case, he didn't have a choice but to plead guilty because the evidence was out. And let me emphasize something. The evidence speaks for itself. Okay? I could tell you that day I was in the courtroom. He was in the back of the room. He didn't want to sit anywhere near me. He even had his camera running a couple of times. He put it on his show. That was illegal to do. He even spoke out of turn, waving a piece of paper on something else that had nothing to do with his case, had to do with that shenanigans of my tenants, which had absolutely nothing to do with the case. Nothing. It had to be an order of the court thing going on. And the, what was her position? The court reporter, what do you call her? She ordered him to get the fuck out of the courtroom. I was there. Obviously. He was making mistakes over and over again. They seen him as being very volatile. Let's see, you think the Californian could have thrown him $10,000 peanuts to him, supposedly? No, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. No. I'm not going to say who I think helped. Oh, the Barry situation. Oh. No. The person you're talking about came over there with a bag of vegetables. And he wanted brisket. He didn't want the vegetables, but I think he eventually gave in and he got him some brisket. See, Brevis, you're talking about Brevis. He only wants involvement with this behind the scenes. He doesn't come out in front of the scenes and, show you what he's doing for Barry. He does it behind the scenes, but he really didn't do much for Barry except visit him, claim to be a friend. But if you heard my old videos when Brevis actually came over to my house with his girlfriend, and I kind of purposely accidentally put the phone down, but I left the audio on. And if you remember that, he didn't talk anything good about Barry at all. Thought Barry was mentally ill and didn't say anything good about Barry at all. But yet, because Brevis don't like me because I rejected his friendship, he turned on me. That happened a couple of times with a couple of people. I rejected their friendship. So he put himself in a position to talk all this shit about Barry, but then he turned around and did a whole 180 by supporting Barry and coming to his jail cell and bringing him a little bag of cheap vegetables. And maybe once or twice he actually gave him a real meal. But if Brevis had all that kind of money, and he really believed in Barry, which you don't, because I had a recording on that. He didn't like Barry. So, Brevis would not put his money out if he had money. Oh, you're not talking about the big man that used to live in Cebu, now in Da Nang? No, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about Brevis in part right now. As far as who's going to come to Barry's aid. And they really didn't. Ricky, the scumbag that he is, well, it's funny and it's tragic at the same time because Ricky was putting a Free Barry campaign on to supposedly help Barry out with his needs and expenses. The only thing he did for Barry is he went and retrieved the passport, which he proudly waved on camera on his show. I got the passport. I got the passport. And Barry would say, give me that fucking passport. And Ricky held it back like the proverbial carrot in front of the Filipina. The carrot that had contained a big wallet in it, So he just flaunted that on there to intimidate Barry is what he did. Oh, yeah. Then he takes that money and he raised quite a few thousand. And one part of it went into a very expensive cell phone for his then quasi-girlfriend, Apple. And the rest in his own bank account. That's what he did. That's what he did. We all know that. So in a way, it was funny, but in a way, it was sad that he manipulated Barry the way he did. It was funny to me because I don't like Barry, and he wasn't in jail for no reason. It taunted Barry. Barry was practically banging his head against the wall because Ricky was teasing him. Ricky was intimidating him. All for the sake of his show, to get viewers and make money on his own, besides what he took off Barry in the so-called campaign to help Barry. I think you got my point. Anyway, let me go on about my business today. There's some things I got to do today, but no, I've just been kind of out of it lately. I've been really tired lately. And I don't know if it's the exhaustion of actually listening to all this news, which has really gotten to me in regarding to Trump and his Gestapo regime. I was watching stuff last night that I was floored. They went into innocent people's homes, dragging them out. They went to a kid's school to drag a kid out. And in another instance at school where the parent went to pick up his kid and finds that they're detaining their little child. It's in a school that only goes up to 11th grade. To 11-year-olds. To 11-year-olds, not 11th grade. Because that would be considered high school. Imagine if the parents felt like the kid's screaming, not knowing what's going on. Daddy, Daddy. It's horrible what's going on with that. I've been exhausted. Not from YouTube itself, although it takes its toll on me too sometimes, but I've been exhausted and I can't help but listening to this stuff going on because I'm drawn to it and it's really happening. Our president really went out of his mind on a power trip that's never been seen other than people like Hitler, Mussolini, even all the way back to Nero. This is unprecedented in the United States and in this country. It's unprecedented at this point. Randomly taking people from the streets who were not doing anything. They weren't protesting violently, which I'm very happy to see that they were being peaceful. The agent who shot that woman in the head has came up with a lot of, they're not even prosecuting him because it's Trump. He's putting his big dogs on this and saying that she did something to try to harm that officer. And she didn't. It's all on video. But last night, there were more things that came out, more people that got hurt or got killed. And I couldn't believe the smug attitude with these ICE agents. I couldn't believe what I was looking at, man. I just couldn't believe it. I don't usually sit down with Gilda and talk about politics necessarily, but I did last night. I told her, look, what's going on? Can you believe this shit? I couldn't believe my eyes and ears. That it's come to this. Now you're getting people from different countries that are joining Greenland, that he's trying to take over Greenland. This is not good. None of this is good. The guy is clinically insane. I don't care if you're a Democratic or you're a Republican. It's all the same. He is. There's not a partisan thing on this when you think about it, because the guy's either insane or he's not insane. Power has either gone to his head or it's not. And he's doing the best he can to cover up the Epstein files because he knows that's going to be his downfall amongst all the felonies he's got him and all the lawsuits against him. And now they're trying to take Mar-a-Lago away from him now. And he's fighting all he can because, you see, Mar-a-Lago is not on paper as being a private residence. And as such, there's something he could do about that. But he has listed that basically as a business. And they can go after him for that. And he's really worried about that. But his biggest worry is the Epstein files. That's his biggest worry. In fact, he's even made a lot of comments that he pretty much knows that, he's going to be ousted. So with that in his mind, he's doing everything nasty that he possibly can while he's in power. To get even with anybody who crossed him, like a little child that doesn't get his way. The guy can't even walk straight, can't even talk straight. And we believe he's wearing a colostomy bag because at a recent event in Mar-a-Lago in Florida, they had the most bizarre kind of I guess you'd call it a dystopian type of fucking party that you'd ever seen, where everybody was dressed in dog faces. It's like, what the fuck? And several people who were there said that they couldn't even stand near him because he smelled his breath, and that wasn't the biggest problem. It was the smell of shit. So it is possibly believed that a lot he's not telling the people about his health situation, that he has a colostomy bag on him that he poops in. And as I stated on the show recently, I used to have an acquaintance, more of my brother's than mine, was an acquaintance of mine, maybe a friend of his. This one gal, kind of a hillbilly type gal. And she had a lot of health conditions. And, we'd have to give her rides all the time. Oh, take me to the store. Does she take advantage of you? Oh, no, then I got to go here and I got to do there. And if you were lucky, you got $10 out of it for the gas. But you probably spent in my vehicle and all the places we went, probably over $20-something at least. And she'd throw $10. Oh, thank you. But while she was in our car, and she did wear a colostomy bag, you could not help smelling the shit from her colostomy bag or any leakage from the actual hose that enters the body, the point of entry. So I can understand the statement, how people thought that Trump smelled horribly. It wasn't an old man smell, they call it. It wasn't just his bad breath or his disgusting mouth per se. The motherfucker was probably wearing a colostomy bag because that's why you'll smell his shit. Unless you shit your pants. If he did and didn't need a colostomy bag, well, he would have went to the restroom. There you go. Anyway, we've been on here about an hour and 10 minutes. I didn't even have a full breakfast this morning. I just had some oatmeal, so I'm still kind of hungry. I'm thinking if I should make some eggs or something. I need my protein. No, I've been kind of feeling under the weather lately. I've been feeling really tired lately. And I'm not anemic, Blood tests would have showed that when I had them. But I still have to investigate. So I still don't have a fever, nothing like that. There's no coughing going on other than my post-nasal drip, which is pretty normal for me with my allergies. No. You hardly ever hear me coughing on my show. There was a time that you did. I was picking up different viruses here and there. There was a time I had excused myself so many times, almost like, well, not as bad as Barry. There's one time I even had pneumonia, not a bad case of it, but I did have pneumonia one time years ago and had to take a steroid in order to control the coughing, but I don't get that kind of shit a lot. I'm not even blowing my nose. I toot my nose every now and then for a little clearing. That probably don't even need it. I don't cough a lot. Around the house, I might have a dry throat and I'll sound like or if I have peanut butter in my throat, I didn't wash it down with water, or I have a post-nasal drip. But I don't really do a lot of coughing, and I don't do any hacking. Thank goodness for small miracles, considering, I've been pretty good. I've been feeling tired lately. I think I'm exhausted with all the news. That's why I think that really, I think in combination with what I'm hearing going on in America, everything that's going on, my complaint that's going on with me, which is taking up some of my time too. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes except what I've already told you today of my research and documents that I have personally provided outside of my attorney's representation, which you can do. Which you can do. They may or may not like it, but if there's nothing being done or anything current, you got to save your own ass. Oh, they're doing their job, but still, I don't know. I just think they could do more for me in consideration. I think so. Just my opinion on that. I think they could be doing a little bit more. Although maybe they feel they did what they can. It's up now. They submitted everything they had to wait for them to come up with a resolution. But how long is that going to take, right? What does that put me through in the meantime? Not knowing my future? Not being able to stay legal like I always have? It's not right. It's not right at all. Definitely not right. So sometimes you have to go a little further. And you got to do your own, you got to educate yourself on whether or not immigration is violating my rights, DOJ, or not. And that means, unfortunately, doing a lot of research. And I come up with some incredible stuff, which was submitted as of last night to four? 3 main departments that will wind up on the Board of Secretaries' desk at some point, along with other pertinent people that are involved with decision making, such as their technical staff. I actually have an address for that. And they do a lot of things in cooperation with this complaint. The Board of Secretary, another one, and DOJAC, which is Department of Justice. They call themselves DOJAC. So this thing was CC'd out to all these agencies in detail, using proper language, proper coding, proper format, and facts. So sometimes you got to take the extra step in conjunction with your legal counsel. And something as serious as this, you must. It's a must. You got to cover your ass, no matter what you do in life. And you're not going to walk out in 0 temperature and not cover your ass either, because you're going to freeze your butt. Just joking, but you got to cover your ass. Anybody who makes a complaint against you, you damn well make sure that you got your evidence on this against the person and what they did, and give the reason why they're doing it and why it's a false complaint and the reason why. You got to think, was there a motive? And of course, there was, and a proven motive. Okay, well, I'm out of here. Catch you guys another time, if at all. Look, I'm tired of saying that I'm retiring from this fucking thing. I just go with the flow. I'll just say again, if I'm off, I'm off, but don't even listen to me. I'm very reactive to certain things. And when I feel I have to say something, nothing ever stops me. Nothing has ever had stopped me historically. If it's pertinent to a situation, pertinent enough to make a commentary on it, I'll come on and do it. But I think the best thing, of course, is to let this thing flow. Do what I need to do legally. And not have to come on here and even talk about it. Go with the flow. Do what I feel that I need to do to counteract this invalid, frivolous complaint, which we all know, and every one of you know, its intent was to invalidate me when her information was invalid. It was meant to cause damage to me. Just because she was pissed off that what her boyfriend did, what he did, it's not exactly what I did, will prevent a future with him. And you know a woman's scorn. I think you all know that. This is a good example of a woman's scorn, which could cause damage to somebody else. Unfair, undue, unjustified damage, which needs to be addressed in a legal way. And I'm guessing that it's going to be addressed. It has to. Whether or not they quash this complaint, not case, but quash this complaint, which is a waste of time with the Board of Immigration and its associate offices, when they got plenty of real cases, more important things that they have to concentrate on, than a bullshit complaint that was only self-serving.
Medically, bacteria can get into your bloodstream. If you have a weakened immune system from chemotherapy, HIV, or medications like steroids, your body can't defend itself the way it normally would. Sepsis can develop quickly. And if you have chronic diseases like kidney disease, liver disease, or lung disease, your organs are already under stress. Sepsis can push them over the edge. The CDC also reports that men face higher death rates from sepsis than women. The rate for men is 371.7 per 100.
Good afternoon, whoever's going to be out there. This kind of covers a kind of important topic. And it might kind of speak of how Fazio actually died, too. So stay tuned. Okay, a little something different this afternoon. And I don't know why I'm so goddamn caring. I guess it's just my personality. Well, let's continue with this in a second here. Though my phone is on 15% here, actually. Okay, come inside, dogs. We all know about Fazio's death, and we all say that the infection killed him, but it was not the infection itself. The infection was kind of a catalyst, but what happens is when your body gets infection, your immune system's supposed to take over. But there are some cases that, because of the infection, there's an immuno response to such, and normally your body will attack the different bacteria, right? But sometimes things go wrong. First of all, before I continue, there are 350,000 people a year that die from sepsis. Usually it does take an infection, whether it's your kidney, lungs, even Fazio's leg infection. And as such, it's kind of a negative immunosuppressant response where your body winds up attacking itself in every organ. So when Michael Fazio died, it's because all his organs were failing. And of course, he waited too long. And what they're basically saying, if you think you have an infection from something, have it checked out right away. And, don't wait as long as he did, get antibiotics for it. But sometimes things go terribly wrong where your immune system has been challenged. You have a challenged immune system. So your body's going to respond to this infection from the cut or whatever you have going, or whatever you have in your kidneys, liver, lungs, whatever, and it goes haywire. And starts, instead of helping you, it attacks every organ in your body. That's how Fazio never stood a chance. This is something that he should have addressed way early in the game. He'd probably be alive today, to some of your pleasure. But he basically killed himself because he didn't want to spend the money on a professional who could properly treat his system. In which case, he'd have to be in the hospital under IV for a couple of days and given some kind of a broad spectrum type of very strong antibiotic, a heavy duty. He'd be alive today. But his organs all shut down. His organs all shut down. That's what happens. And some people don't even realize that you could actually wake up in the morning and eat your breakfast and be dead by dinner. And that's what happened with Michael Fazio. He had an ongoing infection, which was a mixture of E. coli, gonorrhea, I can't remember that name, and probably other elements in there. And that was bad enough. But his immune system, possibly because of his lifestyle, just went haywire. I mean, that infection could go anywhere. So in other words, you can get up for breakfast and feel fine, then all of a sudden by dinner time, you're dead. Because once that infection starts going through your bloodstream, it's going to hit every single organ in your body. That's how Michael Fazio died, unfortunately for him, Yeah. Hello. That's why if you think you have an infection of some sort, you got to have it looked into, because a lot of times that when your body's going under some infection, it doesn't have to be from a cut. Everybody thinks an infection comes from a cut or a scrape or an abrasion. Yeah, you can. I did on my leg. Right here. And look at the scarring. Look at the scarring it left. No, it never returned to the regular color skin. Excuse me, because as you age, pardon me. God, that peanut butter yet again. I always picking up peanut butter, but I don't follow it with a glass of water. Which I'll probably do in a couple of minutes here, but. And this could go haywire. So it's not the infection itself that would kill you. It's the immuno response to the infection. But there had to be a catalyst, right? Something obviously caused an infection, whether you have it in your kidney or other organs in your body. There had to be something that started that, a bacteria, obviously. Not a virus, but a bacteria. This is something everybody needs to learn here, because you have to really take care of any possible infection that you might be aware of. See, the problem with that is that you could be feeling perfectly fine, then at some point during the day, it just hits you, and your organs go into failure. Just like that. You're having a wonderful day, a wonderful morning, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're dead. Or you're in a hospital fighting for your life, but it's too late. And they said, was it 350,000 Americans die each year? They said that 1 out of 3 hospitalized people are dying in a hospital of sepsis. Believe it or not, I didn't make up the figures. I'm not interested, but do I play Roblox? It sounds like I'm talking about Roblox, a game. Get the fuck out of here. I kind of came into this accidentally. And then I thought about Fazio. Poor guy didn't have a chance. He wasn't thinking clearly. I mean, I knew from the first time that he actually showed his leg, oh my God, on camera. The dude had craters in his leg. At times it was oozing with pus rolling down his leg. I don't know how he even showed it on camera. I wish I still had the screenshots of that. I don't know what I did with it. It wasn't something easy to look at. You would think somebody threw acid on his leg. They were like volcanic craters or moon craters. Some of it at half an inch deep. Pretty sickening. I can imagine what it smelled like. Pus, and you know, it has a smell, by the way. So if you suspect, and just like, for example, I did go for urinalysis. And usually when it just says you have few bacteria in it, you could automatically write it off and say, well, yeah, a lot of people do get a little bit in there. It has to do with, it would be the simplest things which you're exposed to. Hygienically, or I don't know, there's a lot of reasons. I can't give you all of them. I can't think of them. Everybody, not everybody, but usually people will have a little bit of like ambient bacteria in their urine, in their bladder. Now they'll say, well, few, okay, that sounds good. Few, because most people have it. But what you'll find out is that when you tell a doctor, okay, here's my urinalysis, you know, okay, let's see the protein. There's no protein in the blood. That's great, man. Okay. Let's see, a pH in your body is great. It's 6.0. Fantastic, dude. Bacteria. Few. Well, doctors are sometimes really quick to want to administer antibiotics when you don't really need it. Because there's a lot of people that have some bacteria in their urine, which does not really qualify necessarily for an antibiotic, which could do more harm than good down the line. But I'm trying not to talk about Trump and shit because that's, oh God. And all the other shit that's on internet with, you know, Vitali and and Slim. I mean, I can't listen to it anymore. Well, at least Vitali and Slim. They got away with murder, but nevertheless, get back on topic here. It's just, even simple hygiene would help out, but just keep in mind it's not the infection itself. It had to be a starting point. And it's actually your body's response to fighting the infection. And if you're, as I said, if your immune system is challenged for whatever reason, your lifestyle, diet, and everything else, well, I got a little, yeah, this is one for Jimbo. This is definitely one for Jimbo. You're at risk, especially if you are taking steroids. Oh, Jimbo. But Jimbo just got sick. Remember he was sick? Well, I don't know what the end result will be with him, but I personally think he needs to see a doctor even now. He's got to tell the doctor he's been on steroids and all this shit for 20 years because his immune system can go wackadoodle. If that does, it's too late for him. You know, that all the antibiotics in the world may not work for him. See, that's what happens when you take steroids. And, by the way, if you're diabetic, just as bad. If you're diabetic, then you've got a very much an increased chance of developing sepsis. It's not something a lot of people talk about on here. Oh, there's a lot of things people don't talk about on here. Some people just don't want to know what's wrong with them. They figure if they don't think about it, it ain't happening. But it is. I'm just killing a little bit of time here. Just finished a movie. Well, my battery's almost out, so I gotta plug it in anyway. I'll just kind of finish off what I have to say on here. Yeah. Bye-bye, sir. Easy as pie when I say bye-bye. Pizza pie. Anyway, that's why you have to investigate if you're feeling strange, even if you're not, but you suspect somehow that you have an infection, maybe you have a fever. There are signs, actually, but too late, though. If you have a uncontrolled fever, you're feeling cold, yet your body temperature is extraordinarily hot. And what that is your immune system is fighting off this infection. And that's why, I remember I was in Hawaii. I was sitting in my chair watching TV, and that was kind of scary. The one time I think I've only had this happen to me one time. And I was suddenly feeling cold. Well, my body was, I was kind of shivering. Even my jaw was, clanging. And it wasn't that cold. But yet, as I found out I had a fever about 104, and my body started violently shaking, my legs and arms. I couldn't control it. Well, I tell my brother about it. Of course, he's not believing me. Oh, I'm just playing around, brother. Just having fun. And I'm having an ambulance come over because I'm decided to play fun. An ambulance I have to pay for. I'm just having fun, brother. I don't know. Well, as he took me away, he realized I wasn't playing around. I'm not big for going in an ambulance ride. Thank you very much. Turned out, I had about 104, and even when I was in the ambulance, they didn't want me to put a blanket on. I felt like I was freezing. I said, no. They even talked kind of rude to me, in fact. They were local, which hated Howleys, but said, no, you got to keep that on. It's just kind of a fucked up voice, because you need to be chilled. You got a bad body temperature. So I went there and they put me on IV and all this other shit and all that crap. Till my fever came down. And when the fever came down, I was able to be released. So when you start reaching 104, that gets pretty serious. Even anything below that, it's just an indication. But if you start hitting 104, it's like you have uncontrolled body movement, as if it was a Tourette syndrome or something like that. And you just start shaking away. What a weird feeling that is. I also know what paralysis feels like, because when I went in the hospital, had an epidural, when I had to do my kidney procedure, and it was just the weirdest feeling not to feel your whole lower extremity. That was just too bizarre. Really bizarre. Scary, too. Imagine if you were paralyzed from the waist down, back down, and there's a lot of people that are. But imagine punching your leg, your thighs, and you can't even feel it. You know what it feels like? It feels like you're hitting your fist against some other object, but it's not you. It's like you're hitting the arm of your couch or a table. You have no sensation in your legs at all. Nothing. It's bizarre. Your hands could feel what you're touching. That you're punching an immovable object or whatever. But you have no feeling at all. And that is scary. Okay, so how it pertains to living in the Philippines, there's lots of opportunities for infection here, and don't take it lightly. In fact, I've been fucking around too much here with, every time I go to this diagnostic place, which is every now and then, maintenance and other situations where, possible infection, in the bladder or whatever it might be that I'm trying to investigate, I go to these places and they offer flu shots and pneumonia. I don't need a pneumonia because actually pneumonia shot could last like 10 years, I think. But I haven't been getting a flu shot. And here's the thing. And as you get older, and we're all kind of like, our minds are stained because of the COVID vaccinations. And especially here, let me tell you something about the Philippines. People are scared to get any kind of injections out here because they're afraid, what happened with the COVID when everybody was getting their jab. Then they heard about people dying and this and that, this and that. They're still very scared. It was a couple of years ago, they offered locally pneumonia shots, free, at the kind of a civic center they have here, And there were other things going on there, but this particular kiosk, you want to call it that, they were offering these free pneumonia shots. So I went there and I got one, and that's supposed to be good for a long time. And as you get older, if you got any lung problems, you're getting any lung infections or respiratory infections or anything like that, then you are going to wish that you had a pneumonia shot because you can get pneumonia real easy, especially if your particular immune system is not as sharp as it used to be. A lot of it has to do with diet, supplementation. You'd be surprised. Drinking a lot, everything. It's all tied in. Don't ask me to explain how, but it's all tied in. So if they offer it for free, and you should give them a donation or something, go and take it. Don't be afraid because of the COVID. No, don't do that. The other thing is, if they're offering rabies vaccinations, and you work for a kennel, and all veterinarians will have this too, they'll have these rabies antivirus injections that you need to get. Because if you get bit by a dog, and because of the population of dogs out here in the Philippines, it's not just dogs, we're talking about cats, and that happened to me once. That's why I'm even talking about it. Happened a cat that I was helping and just bit my finger. It was a sick cat. And cats tend to carry more parasites and whatnot than dogs do. So I went right across the street. I was across from Velez Hospital in Cebu area. Trying to help a cat, feed it, and well, it bit my finger. Well, it wasn't funny. I said, what the fuck? And, I couldn't exactly carry the cat to the hospital because it would do more damage to me. It was a small cat, black too. Bad luck, right? If you're superstitious. And they said, oh, well, they gave me a tetanus shot and they said that I have to start getting these inoculations. It's like one in each shoulder. And you just make a donation is what it really is, Velez Hospital has that over close to Fuente, And you get that shot and you have to come in 3 more times, okay, each week. And lucky that month, and I was a vacationer at the time and not actually living here. Good thing I was going to be there for the whole month. So I had to go back there 3 other times. And then, supposedly, you're supposed to get a booster shot. I had gone to Hawaii by that point in time, back where I was living. Nobody wanted to do it. I could have died if my body really needed that booster shot. I would have been dead eventually. Because all the politics that were going on my island in Hawaii, nobody wanted the responsibility of giving these vaccinations. The clinics wouldn't touch it. Well, I was pissed. And I was concerned. Well, what if, I was thinking that, you got to get that booster shot. I mean, it's suggested. But I couldn't get the booster shot. Scary situation because there's no cure for rabies. There's none yet, not even close. It's a horrible death. You probably, maybe in your lifetime, you've seen rabid dogs. I don't think I've ever seen one in person, but, oh, they're out there. And the other thing is keep your children away from the dogs, too. Children think that, I saw something really stupid on the internet, too. I'll get to that. Related. Don't be just petting dogs you don't know, because kids think, oh, I'm going to pet the dog. Well, a dog that doesn't know you, especially a wild dog in the street, might react to that. They see it as a threat if you put your hand out to touch them. They'll bite you as an adult, as a kid, you know. Yeah. The other thing is don't let a dog lick your mouth. They have certain bacteria in there you could die from, and many people did. If they want to lick your skin, hello, pet its head, scratch the dog, massage the dog. They love it. They love it. It gets your oxytocin, whatever you call that, going in there, your brain going, give you a high. But, I knew a guy used to let his Boston Terrier just lick him on the mouth for like 5 minutes straight. I said, fucking, what are you doing, Bill? Nasty. Come on, man. Yeah. From certain bacteria a dog has in their mouth. Okay, what was the other situation? I forgot already. Told you about my train of thought, man. It's for real. When I start talking about something, then I interrupt myself and I start talking about something else. I won't remember it. I guess it must be all those drugs I'm taking. Or because I'm an old man. I don't know. Have your pick. Go with it, flow with it, whatever. That's cool. I have a definite better long-term memory, I can tell you that. So basically, do things in a smart way. And just consider that when you're in the Philippines, it's a petri dish of bacteria and viruses. And flooding is one of the worst things that happens in a lot of towns. Will continue to happen. And there's sewage in there, a lot of nasty bacteria. Yet, they allow their kids to go out there. Let's have some fun. Let's go swim. Swim in the water. Gets in your nose, gets into your mouth, gets into your ears. Now, look, you can't hermetically seal your child, okay? Obviously not. But, you could educate them. I just don't see that happening. Hello, Clint. I never understood how people would let their dog. Oh, no, they could give you a little lick on the cheek, but wipe yourself off. It's just you're fine. But, I knew a guy that would, and I've seen a lot of people do that too. Not just my old friend Bill from Washington State, but, and I swear to God, I don't know if he ever got sick at all any time. I don't know. Right now, I don't even know if he's alive. I know he had high blood pressure. I don't know. Anyway, don't matter. Yeah, he'd be in the car, and he had those little Boston Terriers. They're mean little motherfuckers. So Bill would be driving, and I'm in a passenger seat. He goes, here, try touching my shoulder. I touch his shoulder, that Boston Terrier. Holy fucking shit, with his teeth showing. Very protective of his daddy. Very protective of him. But he had that dog just kiss him right on the lips and mouth. And I warned him. I said, man, don't do that. That's probably not good. And there was a woman who was on vacation. I forgot what country. She was an American woman. And a cat nipped her. No, scratch. Had a little scratch from a dog or a cat or something. I'll be damned, but she died from it, from sepsis. Can you believe that shit, man? Yeah. So look, if you have kids, anybody, and you know how, don't approach a dog and don't with your hand. Okay, don't approach a dog you don't know. And if you got big teeth, this is a good one. If you got that smiley kind of smile with some big ass motherfucking teeth that you could probably bite you a chain link fence with. Don't smile in front of most animals, man. They take it as an aggressive thing. Same in the woods with a bear or something like that. I mean, don't. I know it sounds crazy, but ever see some people where they got these toothy type of smiles? I mean, they can't even really close their lips and their teeth show, but especially when they do smile, it's like that fake looking choppers you can buy with the wind up toy and it goes chop, 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 chop. When an animal sees that shit, man, I'm not fucking around here, for sure, man. I'm real. I'm as real as you could possibly get. An animal sees that as a sign of fucking aggression, man. It's in nature. Like when you see a dog open his teeth, show his teeth, oh yeah, he means business. The dog's trying to, whatever animal, wolf, dog, I don't care if it's a badger. Oh, don't mess with a badger. Oh, a badger is a bad boy. But you see someone's teeth, well, some animal's teeth, watch out, boy. She's a man-eater. Whoa, there she goes. Anyway, seriously, I'm playing around here, but with the singing, but do not approach a dog that you don't know and attempt to, oh, what a good boy, what a nice puppy. Yeah. Oh, he had a little chihuahua. You'd imagine the damage. You look at that chihuahua as a little piranha, man. It's a little piranha. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Some lady, man. Well, I was had my daughter over some babysitter's house in the morning. It was like a pre-daycare to go to the YMCA, a very structured daycare place across the street. They didn't open till a certain time. So at one point I had to bring her, so I could go to work, had to bring her to this lady's house. I didn't know much about them. Well, I know she had this damn little ankle biter. And when she come to the door in the morning to take my daughter in, it was a bad situation for her. My daughter would be sitting up on a couch in the dark. Wouldn't even allow her to put the TV on. Then he'd wait until a certain time and they'd take her over to the daycare. No interaction. She'd sit there like a statue waiting for birds to poop on it. She was very uncomfortable. I took her out of there. But I went to the door. This fucking little ankle bite. And she's just standing. The lady's just standing. The dog is fucking biting at my fucking ankles. My ankles, I tell you. I said, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit, man. You're out of there. See, that's called being a good father. Taking your child out of a potentially bad situation. Like there was another one too I mentioned on here. This fat chick. She discovered that wires were going through the kitchen to connect something dangerous. They could trip over and get electrocuted kids. She told me, and very matter-of-factly, she told about this one kid in there, and those little baby wipes you pull out of the box. They cost money, right? She was upset because this one child in there kept on pulling it out. And he didn't stop. So, very nonchalantly, she just says, well, she took out some Tabasco sauce. Yeah, I don't make this shit up. And put some Tabasco sauce in the kid's mouth to teach him a lesson. Wow. It's just like, Slim and his wife shoving food, salted egg in the mouth, the kid's choking, or shoving a bitter lime in the kid's mouth. And they were sitting there laughing. Oh, they were laughing like a couple of African fucking hyenas. That's why I think they got away with a lot of shit, dude. They did. There's a lot of people on here that get away with a lot of shit, but that doesn't mean they always get away with it. I know somebody who didn't, and a few others. Whoa, man. Whoa. Whoa, there she goes. She's a man-eater. No, but you're right, Clint. You shouldn't let your dog. We know already that, dogs do have a certain bacteria. My dogs come up and sometimes give me a little lick, but I'll wipe myself off. But I don't allow them to go lick me near my mouth, anything like that. No. Popeye probably does. He probably fucking tongue kisses this fucking dog. I wouldn't be surprised. Surprised he's not dead already. That's his new bitch, you know. There's no other people want him. I got myself a bitch, man. Sure does. Sure does. Oh, well, you know, to each his own, I guess. I guess to each his own. Now I'm getting kind of tired watching Slim. He's nationwide now. They're always re-showing something on Facebook or some feed I get on there. I don't know what's coming from folk, whatever. His interview and all that, him lying in the camera. And you know what really got to me? His lawyer was smiling ear to ear. Oh, my client, you know, and he was just smiling away because he made some money on this deal. Oh, I'm sure he did. Oh, I'm sure he did. Of course he's smiling. And another tactic to kind of smooth out the rough waters into placid waters with a smile. Well, my client, you know. Tell me, client, how did you feel? Well, I didn't mean it. I just didn't understand what I was doing was wrong. He fucking did. Fucking A, he did. Yeah, they do anything for clicks, yep. And, Slim knew what he was doing, but he played dumb. Oh, I mean, I don't understand. It reminded me of something that was kind of a conflict at the time. I would tell his friends, well, you know, my wife, she don't understand me. Laughing all the way to the bank. Did you see that shitting smile on his lawyer's face, man? He made a payday, that motherfucker. Do you realize what he got away with? I won't get to go all the details. Dozens of things. But my opinion, shared by many, is that all those other charges were swept under the rug. He would have gone to jail. Well, he would have gone to a court trial. That's what he would. He would have gone to a court trial. No question. But you're willing to get deported. We smooth things out for you, Slim. It'll be all good. It'll be all good. I'll talk, you know, lawyers say. I'll talk to my constituents about this. You know, give the guy a break. He's got a sour, you know. He didn't mean what he was doing. You know, he's Estonian. You don't always understand the language or the customs and the culture. Sige. We understand. He just made a mistake. For how many couple of years or whatever it was? I don't know. He made a lot of mistakes. So basically, they kind of swept it under the rug, is what they did. You know, probably more than one person got their pockets full. And it probably wasn't just a lawyer. Probably was not just a lawyer. He got his cut, but I'm sure, you know, I'm sure hands were exchanged in this particular situation, okay? It was obvious to me, as the smirk on his face. Okay, is this thing keeping temperature? Yeah, it is. That's why, you know, I turn on my phone, all of a sudden I'm seeing a repeat feed with Slim's face on it, with his lawyer. I can't stand looking at it anymore. And guess what? He'll be able to hip-hop right back in the country again after a certain amount of time. Or he may pick a different country and say, well, I've kind of burned out my welcome in the Philippines. I'll just go to Thailand, somebody, maybe rinse and repeat. Well, maybe he's learned his lesson, but I doubt it. There's too much money to be made. Don't forget, he was a scammer back in his country. He'd go online, he called it e-commerce when they asked him what kind of a job he's doing in Estonia. Oh, I was into e-commerce. He don't know much English, but he knew how to say e-commerce Yeah, e-commerce. Yeah, he was selling cell phones to people that they got. He got their money, but he never sent them a cell phone. That's what I call it, a sweetheart deal, Kenny. I mentioned on my show. He got a sweetheart deal and allowed to leave without any serious jail time. Yes, he did. Well, at least with Vitali, he served 9 months. But then, Vitali's a fucking millionaire. And he'd be in there a lot longer because he embarrassed the country, embarrassed the Filipino people. And he would have got a lot longer because people do a lot little stuff and get big shit on them. Then you do a lot of really crazy stuff, then you get away with it. Seems like that's the way it is out here. Like somebody putting a complaint on you for something you didn't do. Trying to get you thrown out of the country and say, there you go. I'll show you, motherfucker. That never happens though, does it? Nah. I never heard of anything like that. Yeah. Something like that, But, as I said, I've been really trying to, I'm just trying to stay off the news. So coming on here and just talking about a few other things gets my mind off the news because I'm pretty livid about that, what's going on in America right now and around the world. Yeah, I was really down on that shit. That's why I was feeling kind of depressed from listening to all that news. It's just so much negative news out there. Then there's negativity on YouTube. Every time I turn around, there's fucking negativity. And I'm saying, damn, I got to get away from all this negativity. So start talking about things on your show to maybe enlighten people about other stuff, like I just did. I was talking about sepsis and all that stuff and why 5 people died and what exactly is sepsis. It's not the infection itself, it's the catalyst, but it's how your body, your immune system is maybe not responding. So I'm not going to go into the game because I already just talked about it. Thank you very much. It just takes a little research to learn something, And for example, I was saying about how to urinalysis, it said few bacteria. Well, most doctors will say, well, that means you got bacteria, it could get worse. It's best that you get on antibiotics. You may not even need it. As I said, but it's okay. Is that, you possibly, a lot of people possibly always have a few bacteria in their urine. It's from external sources and stuff, You can pick it up from having sex. You get a few bacteria, it's pretty normal. Exchange of bodily fluids, that kind of nasty stuff. All that. You're always going to pick up a few bacteria from somewhere, from her or whatever. Even vice versa. But the doctors will tell you, oh, you need an antibiotic. When sometimes you don't. All right, we'll finish up with that one. I talked enough about my fucking urinary system, for God's sakes. Some things do have to be talked about. Kenny wants to know, do you think any of those Duma YouTubers have had anything to do? Did they have anything to do with it? Yeah. Well, I think I think it's possible that the girl involved in one of his escapades possibly put a report in on this. That's a good possibility. A start-off point. Yeah, that would be possible. And I'm sure there's other complaints that came through too. Shit, I even put a complaint in with DSWD. Well, through email. I didn't give a shit about him. I cared about the baby not being in the car seat and how they were not feeding this baby properly. The kid was obese. Like I said, I joke around, the Michelin Tire Man's baby, Looked like the Michelin Tire Man's baby. And no, I don't know anything, in case you're going to ask about what's going on with Jolene. Jolene. She's probably set up somewhere already. She's probably set up somewhere already. I don't know. Word was she didn't really have any parents or any active family or something like that. I don't know. That she could go run to or something. Something like that. I don't know. But I'm sure he's not leaving her. Well, who knows? Maybe he ghosted her. I don't know. What the hell do I know? Could have ghosted her. But I imagine all these hard-on guys that are going to try to find a way to get in touch with her now that she's available. Oh, you could bet on that. Oh, you could bet on that. Okay. I gotta find an outlet close to me here. This ain't gonna work out too good. My battery's on low, so hold on a minute here. This is not my long charger. This is a short one. I don't know where the long one is. She uses it all the time. See if I can plug this in, but I have to be in an awkward position to do my show, but I guess I'm just gonna have to. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with her. 1%. 1%? Are you kidding me? I was talking on 1%? Well, I don't know what it's going to do if this thing plugged in. If it goes off, it goes off. Once you're plugged in, I think you're okay. Don't try to upload something or something. It ain't going to work or whatever. But I don't know what arrangement he has with her. But he'll be right back on, whether it's in his country or whether he gets back into this country. The money was too good. Some people, I don't know if they were exaggerating or not, they said he could have been making as much as 10. Well, that's another thing, too. First of all, he's going around with no license, valid license, a phony license. He didn't register with BIR, the money he was making on his show, which was illegal, too. And, the list goes on and on and on. He got away with he got away with a lot of shit, man. It's not funny because there's a lot of innocent people that get deported or go to jail and stuff like that don't deserve to. But people out there are doing shit that's far worse than you could ever imagine. And they get away with a lot of shit. Not all of them get away, though. Money talks. Money talks. Suckers walk. And I still feel, and I'm not going to change my mind on this, she was part of the whole program. She knew what he was doing. She said the money was good. She's getting fed, although albeit all fast shit food. The baby was eating shit food. A decent, clean house, nice front yard. What Filipino could ask for more? The guy's making up to 10 grand a month. 10 grand a month. Who can't live in the Philippines on 10 grand a month? Fuck, you'd be living like literally like a king. 10 grand a month? Whew. Not even reporting your income either, the BIR. That's a lot of money. Even if he was making $6,000 a month, as some people might have said. Or no, somebody said that he showed something that he made. It was like $4,500. But no, he was making a lot more than that. That he showed it on a show. See, here's what I make. I don't know which one show that was, but someone said it on here. No, I think he made a hell of a lot more than $4,500 a month. He's been doing this for a while. He picked up a fan base, See, people like to watch this shit. They like to see people do stupid things. It's, free entertainment. They like to see people get into trouble or say stupid things and then watch them get into trouble because of what they said. And we know somebody that did. We certainly do. We certainly do. I certainly do. Watch what you say. Just watch what you say, man. At any given time, no matter what you put on YouTube, you are being recorded. There's always an adversary out there that don't like you for one reason or another, or many reasons. Just figure what you say, because they want to catch you in something. Yeah, they have that much time on their hands to do that. No, they do. In regards to me, damn, I got people recording me left and right. I'm so popular. Just trust the fact that you have somebody on there that's recording you. If you go on YouTube as often as I do, or anybody else, they're recording you. Just keep that in mind. And they may not even like your comments. They might be recording your comments. Yours. Screenshots. Well, I'm pretty big on that too. I do take a lot of screenshots. I'm going to have to clear my phone out sometime because I'm using up a lot of space on this phone. A lot of memory. I got to go through all my screenshots and see what's worth keeping. Some of them are very important shit. Jay's show, you know, I've got screenshots of his captions and his picture on there to make sure it's Jay, and then other people, and I got videos. I also got video cards that are full. I had the one to buy in the 128 one. I didn't think the 64 was good enough. Probably was. But I got, what was it, the 128 megabits of memory. So I got them all on there, on one card. There's a lot of videos in there. Holy shit. And just about everybody on here who has a show, they're on my card. Well, pardon me, only if they said something very derogatory, then they make my hit list on my card. Boy, somebody would like to go in my house and steal that card. I'll tell you that, it's made of gold. It's very well wrapped for moisture, and I've never kept cards I've never kept them very well. They always got broken or something, but this one here is protected in a box, away from moisture and all that. It's gold. To me, it's gold. You think rice is gold in the Philippines? Well, this memory card is gold. Yeah, I'm pretty good at recording stuff. I must admit I am. I could almost be as bad as some other people on here, but I do it for my own protection. In other words, the information I got on my card could put anybody in jail that's on my card, or certainly bring them to court. Absolutely. I wouldn't keep it. I would not bother to put it on my memory card if it wasn't worth recording. Let's just put it that way. Let's just say it would take you 3 hours to listen to all the recordings I got on there. And my, what is it, 128 I think it is, megabyte. That holds a lot of videos. And even so, I think I'm stretching it out. It's sometimes, guys, is what you have to do for your own protection. Because something does come up, you know, you got evidence from this and that, and that's going to save your ass someday. And believe me, I do have that kind of material. For your own good. But anyway, whether I have any more videos going on or not, I'm going to really try not to talk about unless something crazy happens in regards to Trump and all that shit. I'm going to try not to talk about Trump. He's not my favorite topic. And all I can say is, and I don't need a disclaimer for, is some sniper didn't measure the velocity of the wind, missed him by this much. That's all I'm going to say to that. Doesn't mean it won't happen again with some crazy out there. But are they crazy? Think about it. He's having people go, okay, I'm going into Trump. I got to stop myself. And speaking of that, someone who's very compulsive. As I said, I got this guy that writes me. He's a good guy. He's not a bona fide preacher, but he's a preacher, and everything with the gospel and everything that's going on in the world is related to religion and God and Jesus. He's a nice guy, and he doesn't really talk to anybody. He don't have any friends that come around. He's about 75. Comes from Oregon.
in the Northwest, where I spent a quarter of a century. Um, and he has his own beliefs, and I have mine. And I had to be blunt with it. In a nice way, though, on that text. It was a nice way. I just told him, "Oh, it's great you have some beliefs, but I got to tell you, I'm not really religious." I said in a very nice way. But I can't relate everything that's going on in the world to your religious beliefs. But please try to respect my beliefs or lack of, and I'll definitely respect yours. But some people push it and push it, then they don't have a friend. I go over and visit him anytime. His wife's usually working, and he's home all day watching TV. He has a bad back. He's got his Dobermans. He takes big old Dobermans. He raises these Dobermans. Oh my God, you got to see these guys. Scary just to look at, man. Nice guy, though. I have nothing against him except, please don't push something down my throat, I'm not looking to suck dick, you know what I mean? Don't shove it down my throat. To me, there's like a dick being shoved down my throat that I don't want. Don't push religion on me. But unfortunately, that goes on too much in this world. It's saying, again, that saying, it's my way or the highway type of thing, they think. You're a third-class citizen if you're not religious. You're a third-class citizen if you smoke, especially. I've been in situations like that. Where people will shun you because you smoke, or maybe, I don't know, whatever else you might do, actually. Maybe you pick boogers out of your nose or something, whatever you do, fart a lot, I don't know, whatever. There's always a reason somebody's going to shun you for something. Which, of course, reminds you of a Seinfeld episode where Jerry was in the car and his girlfriend was a passenger. And on Jerry's left side of his nose, he had an itch. But from her angle on the passenger side, it looks like he was picking his nose or sticking his finger up his nose. And she thought that was absolutely horrible and gross. So she left him because of that. And Jerry had to try to explain, no, 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 no. It's not what you think. It's never what you think, He was just scratching his nose. There's another good one, too. He had this chick over his house staying there. And goes to use the restroom. Oh, no. Well, he goes to use the restroom. And he opens his medicine cabinet. Let's see. He was over to... Well, he was over his house or something, but she had some of her stuff in his bathroom in the medicine cabinet. I don't think it was her place. Either way, it don't matter. He went to use the restroom, and, humans being curious they are, and they do this. I mean, I've done this myself. You look at a medicine cabinet, you just get curious, And you happen to see some fungal medicine. There's two incidents with this, he sees fungal medicine. And it grossed him out because Jerry was like that. Everything was kind of icky to him, So he didn't want anything to do with the woman. He's always discarding women. I mean, there's always something happening that he causes. It's not the woman, it's him. And because she used fungal, he don't know what she was using it for. But maybe she was using it for her toes, or something, Very common. Another one where one of the women goes in his bathroom, she forgot to bring her toothbrush. And she just thought, it was no big thing to use Jerry's toothbrush, but that really grossed Jerry out. How dare you use my toothbrush? Thinking to himself, that is disgusting, that is not acceptable. Yeah, I would feel the same way, actually. Knowing what you have in your mouth. And by the way, another health tip. I'm such a swell guy. A lot of plaque in your artery. Here we go. It's okay. Let me throw this in there. It makes me feel good. Because I love helping people. Two things related. Okay? Try to keep a healthy mouth because you've got so much plaque in there, and that plaque gets into your arteries. Yes, it does. Of course, hardened arteries. Try to clean your tongue, clean your teeth, your gums. Okay. The other thing is, if you're into cunnilingus, give the chick a break. Go and mouthwash your mouth very thoroughly.
before you performed this ancient practice art. Okay? 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 Yeah, be nice. Practice good hygiene. And, might also help you if she is not being terribly hygienic down there with these douches and vinegar solutions. You go, girl. Goes both ways. Oh, yeah. And how you turn around to some fucking virus or fucking bacteria that's out there to do you wrong. Especially living here in the flippin' Peens, man. There are so many ways to get sick. And you know how I'm like the ancient mariner here, my age, right? I'm pretty ancient, right? I don't think I am, but some people do. You're more vulnerable to this kind of shit. So you gotta watch your ass. Don't watch that. Watch your penis. Watch everything. Watch what you eat. Clean your produce. Oh, God. Or pick up some fucking microbe on the lettuce or something. Or get rat lungworm disease, it's called. Can't win. 1001 Ways to Die. A television show years ago. I thought it was good. It shows you how many ways you could die in this world. They said it's amazing that you live from one day to the other. Murder, accidents, disease, bacteria, viruses, suicide, cars hitting you, a piano falling down from a lift on a fucking building. I mean, or one of them I always thought was great when those guys were smoking their weed and they ran out and they were in the forest, in the woods. A couple of stoners, 3 stoners. The Stones. And they had rolling paper, but they ran out of fucking weed. The guy goes in the bush, pulls some, I don't know if it was dry or what. Okay, dude. Hold on, man. We gotta get something more of the smoke here, man. Oh, radical. Tubular. Pulls out some plant, rolls it up, and they both smoke it. They died minutes later. What was the plant? Poison sumac. That was their last high and their last hurrah. And they died, all 3 of them. Or was it 2? 2 or 3 guys. I know at least there was 2. There might have been 3. Each one of them died. Went to his lungs. It was toxic. Toxic, I tell you. Sometimes people do stupid things. Such as don't be around machinery when you don't have your hair tied back if you have long hair. Not a very good idea. Around machinery. Not good at all. I've seen people welding without a welder's mask on. Not a good idea. Get those sparks in your eye or something, you're blind. And there's something that people do that I almost did a couple of times. You're not thinking. You got a knife or a fork in your hand, and you forget about, you got this fork in your hand, maybe you have an itch around your eye, your forehead, and then you bring your hand to your eye, and oh my God, you're going to poke your eye out. Well, I got lucky. But one time I was in Hawaii in the yard. Those green sticks you use for plants, you might use them for tomatoes, for their vines, you just stick it in the dirt, put some twine on there. The way it's against the green grass, you don't even see it. I put my head down for something because I was doing something in the yard. I put my head down right into, I'm telling you, I know you're going to hold your eyes now, aren't you? Right into that stick I didn't even see. It's like, ah. There's another time I was working at a metal plating factory for a short time. And some of that solution that takes all the oils and rust off parts, they were doing it for like Boeing aircraft. They were doing it for Boeing. Different electronic air parts, they were plating them. There was a plating place, And some of that shit got in my eye, but it wasn't bad. But right away they had a sink there, and I washed out my eye. It was after that job on that day I said, fuck this, man. Fuck this. Dude, you can walk out your door, having a wonderful day, and all of a sudden, boom, heart attack, or boom, you don't see somebody coming by with a car or a trike or something. It's just the chances you take in life. It's called living. And you can't be, put yourself with hermetically sealed, You got to go out. You got to move around. You can't stay in your house all the time. And the minute you walk out the door, you're in a world of danger. Everything around you. A dog may bite you and attack you, a pack of dogs. You may catch a virus. Going around from being on a bus or a jeepney or an enclosed place like an airplane. Well, by the way, the air is recirculated in there. And by the way, cruise ships, the worst. Don't go on cruise ships. Don't go on cruise ships. Just recently, read some just the other day. Some cruise ship, I don't know which it was, but there's some really bad viral thing that went around. It's always their water. And they use that water for their food. Sometimes the food gets contaminated with the septic system. I don't know how. It should be in totally different places. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how that happens. But that's how many years we've heard this. Whole ships, people, diarrhea and shit. The whole people who ate the food, drank the water, they were all on the toilets. They wound up clogging up the septic system, which they didn't care because where do you think all that shit went? They opened up the flood doors, you know what I mean? It went right back in the ocean. Yeah, cruise ships, I would bring my own water. I'd even bring a bottle. You think that's sounding like a little bit too much, Frank? No, it's not. No. Bring your own bottle of fucking vinegar. You might want to clean the vegetables that you eat a little bit. Because you don't know. The same thing as you don't know if you go into a restaurant. I don't care where you are. It doesn't have to be the Philippines. It could be in America. It could be in France. I don't give a shit. It doesn't mean that the food was handled properly. But especially in the Philippines, where, as you know, they use their hands to wipe their ass. It's very cultural, traditional. And maybe they didn't really clean their hands off. They're going to handle your vegetables. They're going to handle your cutlery, your silverware. Oh yeah, they wrap them up in nice little napkins on there. Oh, this is clean. This is sanitized. Guess what? No, it's not. It's not sanitized. So what I do, I can't say I've done it all the time. I try to put trust in the establishment, but there's a few times they actually we used to carry it around with us anyway, a little spray bottle, some alcohol for your hands, sanitizer. I'll go as far as spraying those fucking forks and knife, and she'll do it too. Then wipe them off with the napkin that it came on. Because you don't know what they have. What if it's a highly contagious disease? How do you think it spreads? Have you seen these movies? Big movies about viruses. And it shows how everything goes from one to another. Someone in a restaurant handles this. And they handle glasses, drinking water. And you're handling the glass, you're drinking, you have a wonderful time with your lady friends or whatever. Women are just having a nice little chismis chat. And they're touching everything that the person touched from the kitchen. Then they go shake hands with somebody and they spread it to somebody else's hand. It goes on and on like a domino effect. So if you've ever seen, there's a lot of movies about viruses. Now, why am I talking about this? Because there's a lot of viruses going around, actually. And they're saying that one virus, the COVID, is going to mutate into something far more worse. Or there might be some more introduction. With all the craziness going on now with Trump and the world, don't be surprised if a country that's pissed off with America, doesn't introduce another fucking virus. Don't be so gullible and naive that that's not going to happen. It came from somewhere, didn't it? I don't know. Bats? It's from China? More likely, but you never know. Chinese eat anything. They got the dirtiest kitchens in the world, Chinese. I tell you what, you may go into a nice restaurant, nice and clean, modern. Oh, nice place, air conditioning. Tables are nice, the setting's nice, the ambiance is nice. They got plants in there. Oh, what a lovely place. But did you ever see their kitchen? You want to know how to judge a restaurant? It's simple. Make a good judgment on a restaurant. I'm going to tell you how. Something very simple. Go and take a look at the restroom. If that restroom is kept very clean and sanitary, and they got so good, always have supplies of toilet paper, the sinks are clean, the toilets are clean, the floor is immaculate, there's a better than good chance that happens with fast food places. Yeah. And that's a good indication, although not 100%, but it's a good indication that the kitchen is also clean too, that they have strict rules, that maybe they have to wear masks and, netting on their head, the cooks, and so forth. Dishwashers don't usually have to if they got an automatic machine, but you don't have automatic machines out here, I'll guarantee you. I had a dishwasher job when I was young. It was a machine, went through it, steaming hot water. You know those dishes were clean when they came out. In fact, it was a popular steak restaurant. I forgot what it was called at the time. But anyway, point is, live your life. I'm not saying that you have to be a germaphobe or something like that. No. I'm just saying to use common sense. Because, it was about 2 weeks ago, I had some shomai, and they keep it in a steam pot on a little kiosk stand, a little stand, I never had a problem before, It's one of those days. I probably got some food poisoning from that. Because it has to be kept at a constant temperature so that bacteria doesn't grow. You know how many people come here in the Philippines and other countries and they're getting sick, and they ruin their whole vacation. And I knew of a guy that did come with his 2 friends, and he wanted to stay in his room the whole time because he had to be near a toilet. But his friends, they all paid for money to come out here. They wouldn't have had a good time, checked in on him and all that. But that ruined the whole guy's trip. So the only place I ever get roadside food from out here, no Calendaris, I just a shomai. And even because what happened to me, I'm a little reluctant. Your mind, you have a memory for the bad stuff. And boy, do I have a memory for the bad stuff. You can trust me on that. It just doesn't want to make me go and get it again. I guess you guys like listening to me. Well, thank you for that anyway. I know you don't just have to leave a comment if you don't really have something to say. That's cool. I'm not going to jump on you for that. I jump on you sometimes for things like that. Oh, they back already here? There comes the trike, and I know who's in it. Just wait another minute. My lovely, lovely partner is here. All right. There she is, Miss Philippines. Come on board, everybody, come on board. Come on board, everybody. Come on board. I missed you, baby.
Hard to open again.
Oh, the gate?
Huh?
What's hard to open, the gate?
No, the coin.
Oh, that machine. Oh, yeah, we got to get our riches out of some of the coin machines. God, we make a fortune on that shit. Not really. But once a month, got to empty that shit out. But it's not, usually I help her, but she went down there and she has to go get money out of all these machines. And now there's 7 of them now throughout the area. And then she's got to count these coins and put them in little plastic wraps, and then she'll give it to businesses that need the coins, turn it into paper money, Yeah, it's a nice small business, but not earning big money, nothing like that. So run to the BIR and go and tell them of our concerns. It's some pocket money, that's all it is. I mean, it adds up. Don't get me wrong. 7 machines. Okay, what else? Okay, well, my phone has to be charged. I'm the king of not charging his phone. Just think before you open your mouth. That's my advice. Don't let a dog lick your mouth. And don't put your mouth on any lovely lady of the night. I wouldn't advise that. No matter how horny you are, people like diving. There's all kinds of diving. Diving in the ocean, there's muff diving. I know, you want to just draw a target on that thing and just go, phew. I get it. Lovely woman, very lovely. You want to taste every part of her. But don't get too carried away, because you might leave there with a gift that keeps on giving. Not just a memory of what you did, jack off sessions, but you might leave with something that's a little bit more permanent. They'll permanently remind you of that night. But then again, which woman was it from? The one the other day? Two you had the next day that they claim, they can't remember. Which one? Maybe I need to inform her that she gave me a fucking disease. Oh no, who could it be? Let's see, I didn't exactly name the notches on my belt. Constantina, was it Constantina? Was it Marina? Which one was it? Do I even have their phone number? The pain. Just be smart, man. What you do, who you report. It might come back to slap you in the fucking face. Be hygienic. Keep it clean. Your mouth, on YouTube, your mouth orally, and your reputation. That's my advice for today. Good evening, viewers. It's funny because I'll get a thumbs up before I even get registered as a view in here. Now we got 3 in a short time. That was all right. The way it's funny, it feels. It's like somebody sees I'm on, it's like, doesn't even show anybody's viewing, but the thumbs up shows up on there. It's kind of weird. Speaking of weird, and I get hearts too. My gosh, somebody likes me out there. I'm always afraid to come on and talk, though. This is my later evening show. I'm kind of winding down. I have my own routines of winding down for the night. Call me the night bird. Okay. I'm not Allison Steele, but, I do my best. Remember Allison Steele? That sultry kind of voice. This is the night bird. Okay, as the entitlement says on here, it's getting really annoying. They'll see something on there like Trump is going to give 72 hours for impeachment. Okay, that's one of them. Or Trump's going to be releasing the $2,000 tariff checks. It should be in your account. And there's a lot of gullible people that believe that shit. Yeah, there is. Oh, that'll be good because we really need the money. Well, this is coming from Trump, okay? Well, it's not from Trump. It's somebody. Okay, do you realize how the direction that AI is going and everything? AI might be good for things, but it's not really good for all of us on social media or through the news feeds you get and all the crap you see on there. It gets really to be a burden. And they're talking about all these stories that, they make up stories. You ever notice that when they tell a story about a murder and it's all AI where you got this speaker and, he's describing the atmosphere, the sky was blue, and how the person was feeling at the time when they were never there, of course. This is all AI speech, artificial speech, and they're always going to describe, all the most minute details of the crime, down to what the weather was, and maybe noticing a flower on the way on the road or so. I mean, it's so fucking ridiculous. But there's storytelling. What is storytelling? It's like reading a fiction book. That's what it is. Some people get off on that shit, and some people don't. But it's gotten to the point that you can't believe anything you hear on here anymore. you know. And if Trump was going to be impeached, and they're saying 72 hours, every news station, both you know, mainstream and independent, would be talking about it. That's how you know, for one. But you'd be surprised how many gullible people out there that believe all this. Yeah, how about that radio broadcast? You know, we'll be invaded by aliens. You remember that one? Yeah, a long time ago. And people, they put some kind of disclaimer or something on there. Um, but people really believed it. They thought the planet was being invaded by aliens. Well, you remember that? You didn't have to be alive at that time to remember. Okay. It just shows that people believe anything that's, it's on the internet. It must be true, you know? Well, unfortunately, no. And it gets to the point that you can't even watch anything anymore because, you don't know if it's a real story. You see, you can make up any story you want and put a catchy title in there, and you're going to get an audience. Oh, I got to listen to this. Sounds interesting, I would say that the larger percentage of anything you read on there is actually made up stories. It's fiction. It's just to get your views in and get the clicks and all that shit and to make money. And they get away with it. Most of them do. Probably 95% or more get away with it. I mean, internationally. Yeah, it's kind of a way of cheating. A way of cheating. But nobody does that, do they? There's a lot of clickbait, that's for damn sure. Look at Philly in the Philippines. He's like the master of clickbait. Well, I could go on and on about that, but I actually won't. Yeah, I'm kind of winding down here. But I just came across this crap on there. I wish there was a title that, Trump was going to be impeached in 72 hours or something. I mean, I would be, it'd be better, 200 times better than, Barry getting another 10 years or something, Yeah. Well, I don't think he's healthy anyway, the guy, and I think it's just a matter of time with him. I don't think many people would shed a tear if he passed away. He'd go down as the worst president in history. All right, don't get me going on that. It's very easy to happen. The other thing that's showing up on there's more shit about Vitaly. There's more things about Slim, pro-life traveler on there. And I'm also getting sick of looking. It's just repetitive stuff from different news agencies and newspapers throughout the Philippines and other channels that cover stuff like this. I mean, it's almost like you can't get away with seeing something of Vitaly in there, especially Vitaly, It's getting to be very repetitive. I already know all I want to know about what's happening to Vitaly. He didn't look too good, though, did he? His hair was grown out, got a big old beard going, and people had noticed his nose looked a little crooked, that somebody maybe broke his nose. So now he's kind of a good-sized guy. He could have got into some battles in there, because he was in there for 9 months. And you got to consider something, too. I really want to talk about him, but, people are aware of who he is, okay, and what he's done to Filipino people, and they don't respect that. They don't respect that at all. So I would not be surprised if he got into a few little battles while he was spending his 9 months. And even Barry, something had to happen with him. I mean, seriously. It had to. It had to. Unless he became King Kong and he went on the weights the whole time in 3 years and now he's become a bodybuilder or something like that. Which I doubt, but I don't know. The way I see it, if you're going to spend a long time in jail, I think it's probably a good idea. Then if they do have weights and stuff like that available, then yeah, use it. Because it gets your spirits up too. It's not just building up muscle. No, well, it gives you something to do and to look forward to if you have access to it, because there might be too many people trying to get access to the equipment. And some of them use it as weapons that, let's say some prisons maybe will not have exercise equipment, but
I think if you were in a situation like that, I think it's to your advantage to work on these weights for your health, and it'll help you psychologically and keep your spirits up. That you're keeping busy, moving your blood around, and it'll be all the way around good for you. That's what I think. And it also gives you something to look forward to every day. You develop a routine in there. So I would imagine that if any of these prisons have weights, then I imagine, you get a good amount of people that want to use them. Yeah. I mean, you got to do something with your time, unless you're an avid reader, you like to read, that gets you through the day. Books, real books, like not e-books particularly, but, a real book, with a cover, hardcover, and paper pages, and, something that's not electronic, old school stuff. Yeah, people still read books, believe it or not. Believe it or not. I guess whatever floats your boat when you're in a prison situation, I guess. You've got to do something with your time. They only allow you like an hour in the courtyard or some shit like that, according to what facility you're in. I don't know. Some of them have free realm to walk around all day out in the courtyard, if you want to call it a courtyard, a recreational area. Yeah. And some people are actually forced to live outside the cells in a courtyard because there's no space. Yeah. Except you have a problem if it rains unless you're in a sheltered area. But anyway, I'm just talking about this and that coming to my head. AI, good or bad? Not for social media. It's not. It's not good. Not for news, and there's always something on there about an advertisement with some Filipino guy, special doctor. It's always, Philippines General Hospital. They always use that name. Well, I guess there's one that exists, but they just use that name as a generic name, It's always this doctor that has a cure for something, all the worst diseases in the world, and he comes on there and he looks so serious. Just like politicians do, they look so serious when they talk. Or when they sell a product, any Filipino, a woman or man, when they're selling a product, they're so serious looking. It's like no smiles, no laughs, and they're holding the product in their hand. And they're just really dramatic, because, Filipinos are dramatic, and just dramatic looking, The face is stern, like he's selling a product that's really important, and you must listen. But here's the thing, unfortunately, a lot of foreigners don't fall for that shit. And this is kind of like what I really could say about some of the gullibility of many Filipinos. They believe if there's a Philippine doctor on there that has a cure for something. Yeah, in the Philippines, right? How many cures are made in the Philippines? If you're desperate enough, you'll buy anything, and they know that. Just put a serious-looking guy on there who's really promoting his product to be the truth, and it's going to cure this illness. And, well, there is some good news. There is from Egyptian labs or doctors, they have come up with what I'm going to say next, how long it's going to take, right? Something that really messes with your cells and can cure different types of cancers. It's for real. They've done testing, but they have to do a lot more. It could be another 5 or 10 years. So if you have a cancer or something, well, kiss your ass goodbye before they can put it on the market. But it is on the markets, even in America, for things like bladder cancer. Apparently, they're letting it go. But yeah, it's something like, do you have an extra, I don't know, a couple $100,000 or something like that? See, that's the problem. They may come out with something that could save somebody's life. And they don't have a lot of time on their hands. They say, it's going to take another 5-6 years for testing, and we've already had a lot of people tested. We have good results, but we have to test this thing a little bit longer for our safety and the legitimacy of the product and their reputation and Food and Drug Administration, whatever might be involved with that. But yeah, if you're going to live another 10 years or more, maybe there will be something there that's available to the general public. But I believe I think it's only available in America or Philippines. I think right now. I think for like a bladder cancer or something like that. So it's unfortunate a lot of medicines come up that it's just not going to do you any good right now. And the best you could do is volunteer if they can get you in there. If you can get in there to be part of their testing, and you get to get it for free. But that'll be a hard thing to do. And according to where this is going on, is it Egypt? No, is it? I don't know. It's used in America. It's in America now, but I think they came up with this in Egypt or somewhere. Somewhere out that area. Because I looked it up on ChatGPT, and apparently there was truth to it, but there's still, some more testing that they want to do. So if you could be fortunate enough, or unfortunate enough to have some form of cancer, but it's supposed to be working in the future with breast cancer, colon cancer, and bladder and whatever. But nothing happens overnight. But unfortunately, two things. Number one, it may not be covered by Medicare, or it gets to a point where it will. Two, well, if it's not covered at the time, how much you spend to save your life, how much would you spend if you have that kind of money? I'm talking big time money. How much would you spend? You'd give your whole fortune away if it meant you could cure your cancer, right? If you're a savvy businessman, you could make that money back in no time. So it's good for the wealthy, but the average schmuck, he's not going to have cash money to come up to be able to get involved in these procedures that can potentially save your life. Everything is wait, and wait more. Then it's a matter of, when are they going to actually have this in the Philippines? Because usually these top-notch hospitals will carry all these new scientific breakthroughs when they come forth, and you'll be able to get it even here. Yes, they actually do get involved with new medical technology and so forth. So you can only look forward to that if you had that problem. But nothing's immediate. Chances are you'll die from your disease before they'll ever release a product. And how would you get the product? According to where you live, and you got that kind of money for the product. Put it this way, you're paying for the years of research and employees and scientists who are working on this feverishly. It may not cost them much to actually put it together in a bottle, but you're not just paying for that bottle of medicine or that injection. You're paying for how many years of research and the time, biology doctors and all that, specialty doctors have worked on these cures, and how much time and money they've spent on it, so they have to reflect the price to you. It's the only way it's coming from. I could easily say, well, stay healthy, but, well, it's always not always your choice. Anyway, I didn't plan to do a long show tonight, just talk about a couple little shits and kind of hit the bed here. And that's about all I have to really say. Is it worthwhile keeping this show? Probably not. I'm probably going to take it off. But yes, just don't be so gullible in what you hear on YouTube, the talk about other people, all those feeds you get, advertisements or otherwise, saying this is happening, or some famous person died when they didn't die and they're quite healthy and alive and happy. It's all to make views, all to make money. People are greedy, understand that. They're greedy. And, a lot of them have, different types of protective accounts, We find it hard to track them down and report them anyway if they came out with some really ridiculous or libelous statement about somebody dying, or you're never going to get them. You're never going to get them. It's almost like a free license to go out there and talk bullshit on your show, and you got a cure for this or that. And people would say, of course, there's a lot of people that have a disease out there. If you got a cure for it, oh my goodness, you put on a YouTube channel, say, yeah, doctors from Zurich have come up with a cure for prostate cancer. They're going to make it available on the markets. Well, look, if they did, something that grandeur happened, something that grandiose happened, you'd hear it on all the media, you know, cure for this finally found and blah, blah, blah. And people would be desperate and, you know, be a crazy situation for those that are suffering from cancer. They want to be the first to get it. And the demand for it would be so high. The price would be shooting up all the time like they do. It's called greed. Because I got something that you want. Your life depends on what I got. The magic elixir of life. You're not going to want to drink that magic elixir? Of course you will. And you'll come up with all the money in the world to try to get this medicine and take it, that hopefully it will cure what your ailment is. I think we're far too backwards right now to come up with a bona fide medicine that's going to get the job done. I think we're years away from that right now, truthfully, you know. All right, man, just thought I'd wrap a little bit tonight. The Nighthawk, anyway. And I'm going to wind down. You all have a good one. Hope you wake up to a brand new morning. Now we got to wait till Popeye gears up here and gets the simulcast going. Kind of fooled him because, Popeye, because I'm up about maybe 10 minutes earlier than I usually get up and decide to do a show in the morning. Come on. There we go. You know what's really amazing? How easily that Popeye gets triggered. You'd almost set your clock to it. Popeye gets triggered really easy. All right, so Popeye tried to strike me. Didn't work. It basically just said on there that this is not a strike against your channel. It's just a privacy concern. And what it's all about, see, when you expose Popeye, if you like throw that handful of truth in his face, he gets really sensitive. You know how he is. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. He'll say, there you go. There you go, poops. Popeye doesn't like the truth when it's about him. God, he gets really sensitive. I can see his face turning red. How do I get Frank? I'm going to strike him. I'm going to strike him. Well, it didn't work, poops. No, I got the privacy notice. That's all it was. It just said that there might have been some content in there that maybe we suggest you blur it out or at your own will remove it. And also says this is in no way any strike against your channel. I don't usually check those notices. I really actually don't even look for those notices. See, Popeye has a way of dishing it out, but when you give it back to him, well, he just falls apart. I do documentary stuff, Robert. Yeah. He was upset because there was a picture of his house on there. Ooh. But look at the shit he wants to put out on me.
That's okay, though, for Popeye. He could call me every name in a book, make up stories about me. But when somebody else tries to expose some truth about him, he needs to take his num-nums. It's just the way it works, Popeye. You can dish it out, but you just can't take it. When I do an expose about him, which I have, I can imagine he was probably holding his chest. I have that much of effect on him. It's amazing. Hopefully he simulcasts me. I encourage him, especially on this show. I have a lot more to expose, poops. Try me. He's like a little baby, though. Oh, he wants to have his say when he does a show. It's usually after he simulcasts mine. You know how that works. Goes into a fervor, you know. Frank this, Frank that, Frank this, Frank that, Frank this, Frank that. What, are you in love with me? Am I your whole life? I mean, I'm flattered, but that's a little bit sick. There has to be more going on in your life than the guy that's talking right now. But nice try, but no cigar, Robert. And actually, Robert, you'd be doing me a favor at the same time. Go ahead and try to strike me. You actually be doing me a favor. You don't realize it. Yeah, Popeye tried to strike my show. I had a notice. This in no way affects your channel. You will not receive a strike. But he tried. You know why? Because I put a picture on there, my thumbnail, of his decrepit house, you know, falling apart. Oh, he has a lot to talk about with me. What? Expose the truth? Like your house is a piece of shit? You don't maintain it? But his mother, Jean, I imagine she did a great job when she was alive in maintaining that house. Because Popeye is immobile. See, that's why his daughter lives there. See, there's a reason she lives there. Well, not only free rent for her, but she's Popeye's caretaker. So it is true that he is immobile and he does have some health problems. Now, why do you think he's never met Nico, as an example? You think it's a father and son relationship. But he doesn't even want Nico to see his current situation of his disability. Oh, he can sure run his mouth. But he runs and gets scared. In fact, you know, when I did a show about him, and I kind of exposed his living situation with his caretaker, which is his daughter. And I even showed a picture of his daughter and his house. All of a sudden, there was silence for several days or more. I didn't see any simulcast going on. He needs time to cool down so he doesn't get a heart attack. Like he says, it's heart attack. Well, that's the way it is, Robert. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. Boy, the shit he said about me. Man, there's volumes. You could put a book with volumes. I mean, always dishing it out to me. Calling me horrible things.
Horrible things. Now, this is truly a guy that wishes I would die. Or get jailed or deported. He'll bring out that extra special bottle of gin and smoke a couple of extra packs of Camel the day that would ever come. But he's so sensitive. You get into a real argument with him, he clams up. Like Gary, the DAC, the Philippines Experience. Can't forget that. When he got into a yelling match on a Triple R show. Oh man, he was besides himself. In fact, he tried yelling at Gary, but his voice broke up. So then he removes himself from that live stream that time. He couldn't take the heat. Oh, I imagine that Popeye is trying to do everything he can, writing to some government agency or that agency or this and making complaints on me. And, he wants to see me get deported. Or worse. He's a nice guy. He's a real nice guy. It's a horrible disposition. So bitter. I don't know what I could suggest for him. I don't know. I've always said it. He just needs to get laid. I mean, all right, it's not going to be a solve-all. Maybe he mechanically can't do that. And that would be an excuse. But before his disability, don't forget, he's been single for, a couple of decades now? Jesus Christ. That means no women. Popeye used to hate hearing about my conquests, if I shall call it that. Oh yeah, I did say on my show that in my lifetime, because I was only married once. And the longest relationship was 7 years. That's to the woman I was married to. It was actually 2 years together, plus 5 years married. But beyond that point, this goes back 30 somewhat, 30 odd years. I don't know how long it's been, 35, I don't know. I've been single. Well, up until the past 10 years, I'm in a relationship. But all those years I've been single. And I had every right in the world to date whoever I wanted. Sow my oats, if you want to call it that. No, but I wasn't really trying to sow my oats. I was looking for a good relationship like anybody else does. Some things work out and sometimes things don't work out. You know how it works. Some of it was just for fun. I was celebrating being single. Free and single. Which Popeye just wished he could even remotely have the women I had in my life. And they weren't bad looking either, let me tell you. The majority of them were not bad looking people. Not at all. He'd only wish he had one. Now, he's very jealous of me because, of course, I got the lovely, did I say lovely Gilda? Oh. If he could, he'd love to bang her up and down, but... or any woman for that fact, really. But he probably mechanically cannot do it, so I don't know if his hands will react to if his dong will react to his hands. Maybe he could sit there and masturbate or something. I don't know. Whatever works for him. But I'll guarantee you, he's got probably pictures all over the place of me and mine and sick psycho story, like some psycho movie where somebody's been stalking somebody. Oh, like Brevis too. Brevis, I'm sure, has a closet somewhere. He's got pictures of me all over the place. But I think Popeye has pictures of me and the lovely, did I say lovely Gilda? On his walls. Would I be surprised? No, I honestly would not be surprised. Not at all. He's obsessed. That's kind of scary in a way. I mean, it should be scary to himself. I mean, does he realize what an obsession he has? Or does that just come naturally? I guess. No, but I do get a kick out of what he does all the time. And you know when he gets really mad, that's when he'll do a show. Other than like, a simulcast. Every now and then he puts together a little sketch. And it's usually, material that is used countless times in the past. That's why it gets boring, even for me to watch it. I get my laughs from the stuff he does. And actually, he doesn't always do all the editing. He'll get it from Rich Brian, or Bong, whatever, or somebody else, or usually Flying Circus. So he'll take Flying Circus's material, is what he'll do. I can't give Popeye credit for everything. But Popeye, I think he knows how to edit pretty well. Actually, he's done a few things on there that actually made me laugh. Seriously. I know Flying Circus has done stuff that made me laugh. Hey, if it's good, it's good. I'll laugh at it no matter who puts it on. Because some of these things have been pretty creative. And to get me to laugh at that, even though it's about me, that means you did a good job. I could laugh at that stuff. I have no problem. If what you did was really good and it was funny, I'll laugh at it. I'll say brilliant. That was brilliant. Although it's made to hurt my feelings, but that really hasn't happened yet. What did you just scroll into? I don't know. Get jinxed. You came here to ask me what I'm talking about. You'd have to go back 10 years to explain to you what I'm talking about. But thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm up about 10 minutes earlier than normal this morning. I just woke up. So I went to bed a little bit earlier, that's why. I figured, let me put a shoe together today. Anyway, Popeye's upset. He's been trying to strike me and nothing's been, it's not been happening. Yeah, I got that notice, Robert, but all it says is just a privacy concern. It's just because I put a picture of his house up on my thumbnail. It's staying there, Robert. If they give me a strike for that some other time, well, no, it's staying there. I'm not taking it down. No. Is that what your house looks like or not? That's why I bothered you, because you were embarrassed for people to see what you're living in. Oh, you sure talk about my house, but what's there to talk about my house? It's a nice house for the Philippines, There's nothing wrong with this house. Oh, okay, I got to fix a couple of leaky gutters, but we do get a few answered here now and then, like everybody did, but it's not a bad looking house. Of course, Popeye's not going to admit that. He'll say, yeah, you're living in a swamp. Well, last time I checked, I'm not living in a swamp. You mean he's jealous I'm like an 8-minute walk to the nicest white sand beaches in the Philippines? Certainly on the list. It's no Boracay, but I never liked Boracay anyway. Too many people, rules and regulations. I can walk 8 minutes to resorts and white sand beaches and yeah. Not a bad setup, Robert, huh? It's not bad at all. God, I imagine your house must smell very musty. I don't even know if you bathe. Look at that picture of your house. I should have put it up on here. But It's still on my videos. I'm not taking it down, Robert. I'm not taking that picture down. Nope. You can't make me. I didn't get a strike. It wasn't even a warning. It just says, well, to let you know, there's a privacy complaint made against you. Please check your timestamps if it shows on there. No, there was nothing in the video that it was a picture I put up. Oh, but Popeye's more than happy to put out my address where I live, and it's on the internet somewhere. It's he what he's gone through. Oh, he'll talk about where I live, but if I put up a picture of his badly maintained little rambler home that looks like it should be just dozed down and rebuilt, he gets upset. He gets upset. Poor baby. Poor baby. I didn't mean to upset you, Robert. Okay. Apparently you are. Oh, see, let me explain about him. When he gets upset, he'll do things behind the scenes, too, like try to find fault in me. I don't care what it is. Like, did I cough today? I must have lung cancer. Did I mispronounce a word? Oh, with all his education, he's got a college degree, but he can't spell a word. Well, I make mistakes sometimes. Yeah, we all make mistakes. But he'll try to scrape at the bottom of the barrel. What can I say bad about him? What can I say bad about Frank? Oh, he sits there like Warren used to do, or still does. Every note, write down on paper, copy and paste, screenshot. Robert, that's kind of sick. I mean, really? That's kind of obsessive. And every chance he can, he'll talk about me, talk about my partner, the lovely, did I say lovely Gilda? Oh, every chance he can. How many kids she has? Well, let me ask you, Robert. What is wrong with how many kids she has? Just the Philippines. They're known for having multiple children. He calls them a basketball team because, yes, my partner does have 8 children. They're grown. They're doing very well. One's going to be studying to be a lawyer. One's a CPR, what do you call it? Certified public accountant, CPA, a certified public accountant. Another one's going to be an engineer. Another one is studying to be an engineer, girl. They're on the right path. So what if she does have 8, count them 8 children? Enough to be, as he calls it, a basketball team. Oh, what a great basketball team they are. All in a wonderful direction. See, by him attacking her for how many kids she has, he's attacking all Filipinos. They have any children at all. It's none of his business how many children a Filipino wants to have, or anybody else from any other ethnicity. But you see, he doesn't get it. That doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't hurt her feelings. She knows how many children she has. And he's so worried about marital status. So worried about that. I mean, he's just digging at the bottom of the barrel, and he's digging with his fingers, and his fingernails are wearing down, and his skin is beginning to bleed. He's digging and digging and clawing and clawing and clawing. Until he trying to find something that's going to actually hurt my feelings. Well, let me try to save you some trouble, Robert. Okay? You always talk about my partner. He'll show videos, little AI stuff with her as a bar girl, picking up Johns, Here's the thing about that, Robert. You can't change who a person is. She's not a bar girl. Never met her in a bar. And by the way, the picture you put up, that old picture of me. There's two girls, and yes, I am at a bar, which I don't normally go to. Let me explain. You said the girl on the left was, well, be the left in the picture, was Gilda. That's not Gilda. Her name is Catherine. Okay, she was a manager of that bar, and I was going to visit her. The girl on the other side was Joy. Okay, the one I was kind of hanging with. So we went to visit Catherine. Gilda is not in that picture. That's not her. Everybody knows the picture. I'm standing there, and I got my arm around these two women. Okay, we were just posing for a picture. Gilda was never in that picture. Gilda don't go into bars. At the time I took that picture, I didn't even know my partner. Let's just get that straight. Nice try again, but I just can't give you any cigars. Popeye, I just can't. I'd like to. A celebratory, I don't know, just an honorary cigar, but I can't do that because he just ain't got it right yet. Oh yeah, he puts up pictures. Oh yeah, Frank and Gilda's a bar girl. He met her in a bar. No, I never met her in a bar. I met her online actually, and then we met at Robinson's. That was it. There's no big story to it. I don't have to explain that shit to you, but just to get it straight, just to get it clear. You know, I didn't find my partner at a round table in Subic Bay that was going under the table giving blowjobs to the boys. You did. And you talked about it. And you talked about it. No, I just happen to have one of the good ones, Popeye. She doesn't drink. She doesn't smoke. Okay, she doesn't screw around. She's not looking for my money. And you hate that. You hate that because you think in your mind that all Filipinas, like a blanket statement, that all these wonderful Filipinas are all using people for money. Well, some of them do, but you can't stereotype. You can't just go around stereotyping a whole group of people and say that they do this and they do that when they're, you can't do that. Well, you'll do it. You'll say that. But, you make these blanket statements because you can't get a woman, because you can't get a Filipino anymore. Your wife divorced you. How many, was it 2 decades now it's been? I don't know how long it's been. It's like I'm sitting there counting, Robert, You're falling apart, dude. Enjoy your life. I try to encourage you a lot. This whole show's not about Popeye, but it should be. I'm trying to encourage you to enjoy your life. Get away from the fucking bingo halls. Come on, man. It's all ragtag shit. All these blue-haired, silver-haired ladies. Cigarette smoke all over the place. Bingo! Bingo! Imagine how excited Popeye gets if he gets a bingo. He's like, bingo! I can see it now. Oh, wait a minute. He does get a little frisky. Sometimes he goes out. If he gets a ride from his daughter or somebody, he'll go to the casino. But of course, every time he said he did, of course, I won a ton of money. Okay. You got to give the guy credit that he got out of the house to go to bingo. And occasionally, with every blue moon, he decides to spend a couple of bucks on gasoline. Goes over to casinos. He needs some excitement. I don't know, Robert. It seems like, at least to me, I'm sure to my viewers, that life has to be a little bit more than that. I mean, you never even leave that town, hardly. You never go out of state. Nowhere. It's so easy to get around the United States compared to the Philippines here. It really is, comparatively. But you don't do that. Oh, is that because you're immobile? Oh, I'm not really going to make fun of whatever your disability is. It is what it is. But admit it. Don't hide it. People know already. It was at your adopted son, Snicko, who slipped one time, and he did say that you have a mobility scooter. He slipped. They slip now and then. We already figured it out. Okay, so there's nothing to hide. They go on camera now and then. I get on camera. You know that. He's afraid to show his face for different reasons. One, because he's not only ugly inside, but he's ugly outside too. He's, 65 years old? Time hasn't done him very well. Must be those filterless camels and the gin. Yeah, that'll do it in combination, I'm sure. Or being immobile. You got to circulate the blood. I don't know. Does your daughter rub your feet for you and kind of get the circulation going? Does she help you out with leg exercises? Well, I don't really wish this on anybody, but I think that he had a stroke at one time. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he had a stroke. And I don't laugh at that, even for you, Popeye. Honestly. I'm going to show you what a good guy I am. Popeye, I don't even wish that on you. I don't even wish you death. I really don't. I don't like you, and I make that pretty well known. And you obviously don't like me. That's okay. I honestly don't wish that on anybody. You know why, Popeye? Because, I wouldn't wish something like that upon myself. I'm not like you. You're just cruel. You just hope that I die or something. Die, Frank, die. No. I don't like you, but I don't wish that on you, actually. I'm not that cruel with you, Robert. I don't think very highly of you. I make that known all the time, but no, I'm not like you. You wish I die, get deported or jailed or something, and just wishing the worst for me. But, sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for. And that's the truth. I mean, it really is. Sometimes, just look what happened to a lot of people on YouTube that we're all familiar with. They all died, Robert. They all died. Was it karma, fate with faith? What was it, man? Too coincidental, too coinky dinky. Seriously. You just got to be really careful. I mean, look, here's the thing. Popeye's very religious. But the problem is, he just doesn't practice what he preaches. That's the sad thing. That's why, I will come down on him for his hypocrisy because, he's so rah-rah everything. Rah-rah America, rah-rah. I mean, he's a guy that votes for Trump. And he's the kind of guy that thinks everything Trump is wonderful. Having goon squads pick up children for no reason. People getting hurt in the streets with the ice. He approves of that. Well, because he was in the military. And at one point he did security, stand by the gate. He used to beat up drunks, him and his buddies. This empowerment, as small as it was, his empowerment. That's why he relates to Trump. He thinks Trump is doing things wonderful until it affects his pocket. When it affects Robert's pocket, then he'll change tune. Go from red to blue, if you know what I mean. All hypocrisy. He's a hypocrite. And he also thinks I'm a horrible person because I'm not religious like he is. Well, wait a minute. Didn't you believe in that Americans have rights, Robert? And you're all waving the flag, and that's fine. That's fine. For what it stands for. But what does it stand for now, Robert? And you're behind all this stuff that Trump is doing? Getting people killed, hiding the Epstein files, trafficking children for sex, raping children with Epstein. And that's the kind of Catholic that you are? Seriously? Seriously. That's horrible. You're not a practicing Christian, whatever. No, you're not. You know you're not. See, a lot of people, they hide behind their religion. No, celebrate your religion. I'm all for it. I'm not religious, but please celebrate your religion. Celebrate what you believe in. I'm for that. May not be my beliefs, whatever. Yours is. I have my own beliefs, but if you're going to talk about what he does, here's what he does. Because I'm not a practicing Catholic, oh yeah, I got the baptismal certificate. I got all that shit. That's just I don't practice Catholicism. I'm just not, kind of into religion, and that's my freedom of choice. Now, he's rah American with the flags and everything, but for freedom of speech and all that other shit, right? But he doesn't want to allow me. He thinks it's horrible that I have my own beliefs, okay? And I can't practice it. Only he could. So if I don't do what he does and believe in a greater power, I do believe in a greater power. I believe in myself. I believe in love. I believe in compassion. You don't. I don't care if you're in the goddamn Navy. You didn't do shit in the Navy anyway. You're Mr. False Valor, and I'm sure there's a lot of veterans out there that have listened to you. The time he was on the show, speaking very somber, you don't know what I've seen while I was in the service. What? Then he laughed when I said foxhole, and they said, oh, Navy men don't go in foxholes. Really? Then I guess I really don't know much about the services. I don't know. They deploy, even Navy men that do actually walk on the shores, Notice they have amphibious vehicles and stuff that, come onto the shore, the gate goes down. And, yeah, they actually walk on solid beaches and on land. And sometimes they have to, build foxholes just like anybody else does. Marines, Army, you name it. You mean they don't do that? Look, I'm not a military person, but I would imagine. When he started, you don't know what I've seen. Popeye, we know what you've seen. You've seen your four walls. Anyway, you were on a ship, and you were swabbing the decks. And then it got to a point that they put you on security duty. Oh, and you even carried a pistola. Oh, for someone like Popeye, that's empowering, like Trump being in office. Figured he could conquer the fucking world. He thinks like Trump. That's the problem. That is the problem. Anybody who supports Trump is sick. I mean, knowing everything he's doing, boy, I could do a 3-hour show just on a couple of days worth of news with this guy. Taking people from their homes of color, discriminating, violating their rights, their civil rights. Popeye, he supports that kind of behavior. That's the sickness with this guy. He actually supports that kind of behavior. That's how sick he is. Well, he's a Republican. You got to support the party, right? Well, okay. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you're a very political type of person. Yeah. It's nice to support your party if you believe in your party. But here's the question. What is good about the party? We're witnessing right now a president who's gone completely insane, where power has gone to the fucking guy's head. Totally. He supports this behavior. The goon squads, the Gestapo he's created. And this is our president. It's our fucking president if you're American. It's our president. And what he's doing to people, violating every fucking right that they have. Pulling innocent people, even children, out of schools, and Popeye supports that shit. So the truth is, what kind of a man are you? You're not a man, Popeye, you're a pussy. You're evil. You're bitter because your life didn't turn out the way you expected to turn out. So don't attack people because you fucked up your own life. Why do you do that? Because you're bitter. He sees me. I remember he was one of them that said on the Triple R show, the hate show that was on YouTube with Aloe and some other people. Your relationship ain't gonna last 6 weeks. Well, guess what? I'm around the corner now of 10 years, Popeye. You heard it right. 10 years. Same woman. Same woman. Same woman. And our love for each other has not deviated in any form or way, and he hates that. I've got a home here, and he'll question, well, it's not your house. Well, as long as I'm alive and I'm living in it, whether I bought it in cash, I realized, technically, she could sell the house, do what she wants. But that was the whole purpose, Popeye. See, I didn't go and beat up my wife like you did, okay? I never laid a hand on my wife. Oh, believe me, it went through my head, but I would never do that. See, I have what Popeye doesn't have. And that's why he's so upset. That's why he does shows about me. It's simulcast. It's probably simulcasting me right now. Almost every day he does it when I do a morning show, because I'm up early and I do a morning show, which everybody's familiar with. Oh, he falls apart, man. Oh, good. If I'm sounding like your therapist, it means I'm making sense. Thank you for that. It's actually, you don't know it, but it's actually a compliment. I think you meant it as a compliment, or maybe not, but good statement. It means I'm getting through. I'm making sense. Thank you. I'm not anybody's therapist, though, sir, but I got good insights into people. I certainly got a good insight on this guy that I'm talking about. Oh, why did you retract your statement? Why? No, that's fine. Why did you retract your statement? I don't get it, but oh well. Oi. Let's see. I'm gonna have my matcha tea. I'm gonna have some matcha green tea. Okay. Oh boy. Just put this in there, let it steep, and then I can use my strainer. Okay. Papa, you believe in all that stuff. You believe in freedom of speech and everything else, but yet I can't say on my show what I like to say. I thought you believed the American way. You go out on your mobility scooter with all your flags on it and all that stuff and play these Navy themes and shit. But you mean I can't come on my show and I can't tell the truth? Isn't that, kind of like hypocrisy? Oh, I think it is. I think that really is. That's hypocrisy. And Robert, look, I didn't tell you how to live your life. I didn't tell you how to live your life, Robert. If you're bitter, then, you're not happy the fact you haven't had a woman in 2 decades. That's not my problem. It's not my fault. It's yours. I don't control what you do in your life, Robert. In fact, you live in a ragtag house that you basically threw your mother under the bus with a fucking quitclaim deed shit, however that went. I have nothing to do with that. It's your mother. My God, it's your mama. For God's sake, your mama. You took advantage of your mama. Now, because of your disability, your poor daughter has to spend her life with her kid taking care of you, wiping your ass, whatever she has to do. Poor girl. Probably a very lovely girl. Well, we've seen her picture. I won't say any more than that. But to put up with you must be a real horrible challenge. Oh my goodness. That must be torture. She's just waiting till you fucking die and she could take the house and, probably sell it and get the fuck out of there. It's not worth much, is it? You're lucky, what, $285,000 at this point, maybe $300 if you're lucky. For Florida, Man, that ain't much. But look at the house. You don't maintain it. He got mad, tried to do a strike on me because I put a picture of his house up, but yet he's told everybody on here where I live, making fun of my house. Making fun of my house? It's a nice house, Robert. You know it's a nice house. Oh my goodness. There's nothing wrong with this house. Nothing wrong at all. I've had a lot of compliments on it. 8-minute walk to white sand beaches, resorts. But the great thing is I'm not in between all these resorts. I can walk down to the resorts. 8 minutes. I never really timed it. I always use that figure, 8 minutes, because it's approximately 8 minutes I walk, and right there's resorts and there's white sand beaches as far as the eye can see. But he criticizes where I live. Really? Really? That's crazy. Nothing wrong with my house, Robert. And I'm not living in poverty, Robert. And it's really none of your business what my financial situation is. But he'll always want to bring up something to try to, you know how he digs at the bottom of that proverbial barrel to find fault with me and make up all these elaborate stories, not in the real context, but he'll make up stories. Well, it's about my tenants, what went on with them. Well, simply somebody was looking for a paycheck. I can narrow it down to one statement. I did this, peeping in windows, he said, and all that. Oh, I've got the documents. But what he talks about all the time is I sung the Muffin Man song to somebody's kid, my tenant's kid. Good kid, by the way. I liked him. Still do. He was the only one in that family that I thought was pure and not judgmental. Alas, he was a kid. And I sung a song on there about Fazio, and he plays this back and forth all the time, telling people I had a kid sitting on my lap. That's what he said. Sitting on my lap. Which never happened. That I was in a small room with this child from my neighbors, my tenants. Well, Popeye, you know that's not the way it happened. But he's got to color it up, of course, because he's digging at the bottom. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Here, yeah, scratch. I hear him scratching right now while I'm doing this. He's doing a simulcast to me. Oh, God, I can't wait till he finishes the show. I could do my little soliloquy about Frank. He's scratching, scratching, scratching and scratching and scratching. I don't know, I just think that's pretty goddamn sad. I mean, I shouldn't be wasting my time even talking about the guy, you know what I mean? But I get my pleasure from it too, because I get pleasure from, I'm not trying to hurt his feelings, but I'm basically trying to make him understand that nothing has worked with him so far. He just has a hatred for me. Remember, this guy was actually part, and no exaggeration, he was part of a hate channel called Triple R. It goes back a long time. And all they did was attack people, and it was horrible. Say horrible things about people. And he's this Christian guy, okay? Mind you, he's this Christian. He just doesn't, practice what he believes. And that's why that I'm, that's my own personal reason why I'm not a religious person, because most religious people, and this is my experience, maybe it's not everybody's, but I'm sure, that they don't practice what they preach. The word of God, this and that. And I'm not trying to interfere with anybody's religion. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I do believe you believe in anything you want to believe in. That's fine. I have no problem with that. But if you're going to believe in something, support it. You know, support, act it. Don't be the devil in disguise, Support. Don't, you want to call it desecrate the very thing that you believe in. And that's what you do. It's horrible. Well, here he goes, scratching away at the proverbial barrel until his hands, the blood is even clotting. Until his hands are fucking bleeding. His fingers are fucking bleeding. Blood just pouring out of his fingernails. Scratching at the bottom of the barrel just to try to get my goat. Come on, Robert, that's kind of extreme. Are you that obsessed with me? Perhaps you should invest all the money you claim to probably have, Maybe you're just a cutty put. Maybe you're just fucking cheap. Maybe you do got a few bucks because you don't go anywhere and do anything. Maybe you should put your money into, doing something special with your life. I don't know, maybe I can help you out a little bit some way. I don't know how. I always try to give good advice on my show. I've always prided myself. And people who listen to me for all these years, they know I do that. I try to give the best advice I can on my show, whether it's about medical things, health things, and all that. And no, Papa, you know what? I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. I never said I was perfect. I got my flaws, like a lot of people do. I'm not perfect. I've done stupid things in my life, things I regret, things that maybe I've been embarrassed of. I'm not afraid to say it or even talk about it. Nobody's perfect. But the way you look down at people, if they don't believe in the things that you do, and especially a guy who's very rah-rah America, pro-Trump and all this shit, freedom of speech, civil rights, all this crap, but you don't practice. You do everything opposite that a so-called religious man should be doing. It's true, Robert, you do that. You do that all the time. I would have even a small measure of respect for you if you just told the truth about something. Anything. Or if you practice what you, believe. I'm sorry, but I don't see that. I don't see you doing that. I never have. I just don't. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. I don't think so. I've been listening to you for a long time. I just don't see where you've been truthful about anything that you talk about. Although most of the things you talk about is me. It's like you gear your life around me. You hit that notification button to make sure that the show, you're on there. Oh, you're on there. You are on there. You don't want to miss a trick. You don't want to miss a trick. And then you do simulcasts of me, which is really obsessive. And pretty sick, really. Like he's more likely doing right now, just to prove my point. Just to prove my point. It's not normal behavior, Robert. No. I'm afraid not. It's not normal behavior. It's about time that maybe you realize that. For your own sake. I don't care what you do with your life, man. And in some crazy way, I actually wish you well. Because, I don't know, It's what you do or don't do with your life, which is sad. So I was just preparing my straight from Japan matcha tea. Matcha tea. I just strained this too with the strainer too. This is potent shit. I got my ginger and turmeric and black pepper in it. Instead of having gin with your coffee, I mean, why don't you have a nice cup of green tea like I do every morning? It's my signature, my green tea. It always has been on my show. Popeye, let me ask you, do you think I think I'm going to live forever? Do you think I think that way? I don't. But you might learn from me a little bit. I don't do everything right. I mean, I smoke. I don't drink. I'm not into street drugs. But there's a balance in life, in your own personal life, and there's a balance on what you do to your body. There's a balance where it's not going to be a solve-all thing. Yes, some people have addictions. Coffee, that's an addiction, but nobody writes that off as an addiction. That's a drug. But I know you smoke, Robert. And from one smoker to another, I could hear it in your voice. It's obvious to anybody who listens to you. But he criticizes me because I happen to smoke cigarettes, which, I don't encourage anybody to do. It is what it is. But I try to do other things that are beneficial. Where people like yourself, you don't even try. Quit the gin and all that, Don't talk about me whether I smoke or not. Maybe you should stop smoking, put the gin bottle down. Good advice. See, I like to give good advice. It's bad enough you're in an immobile situation. Maybe you had a stroke or something, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. And by the way, I am knowledgeable about a lot of stuff, Robert, I am. You listen to my show not only to try to find dirt on me, but you're actually learning from me, but you won't admit it. There's a lot of stuff I talk about on here, and I don't never claim to be a doctor or anything like that. It's just that I could read. I did learn to read. Despite what you think my grade point average was or anything in college, I did go to college and I did graduate. I did. What did you do? You didn't go to college. You never even bought your own house. You took it away from your mother in a quitclaim deed. I bought this house here in cash. I've actually owned 2 other houses, Robert. One in Hawaii, one in Seattle. Can you make that statement? Can you make that statement that you ever lived in a beautiful place like Hawaii, which is the most unaffordable place in the United States, other than San Francisco, perhaps, and New York? I was even born and raised in New York. I've experienced different cultures. I've dated women of different cultures. I lived in practically lived in New York City, Manhattan, because I went to college there. Spent a lot of time. So I've been around every culture in the world. It's a mixing pot of society, New York City, absolutely. Well, everybody around there does learn to get along with each other. They have no choice, really, as in any big metropolitan cities. I've done things you haven't done, Popeye. I've actually loved. I know what love is. I know what pain is. I have emotions, Popeye, too. You can understand how I don't appreciate when you talk about my girlfriend, who I happen to love. And if you had a woman by your side, which is never going to happen, you understand how I feel. No, I hurt for her, not for me. You don't faze me when you start talking nasty things and make videos there depicting her as a bar girl picking up Johns. Out of respect for her, that's the only reason I get pissed, out of respect for her. You're not hurting my feelings. It just shows me what a lowlife you are, because you can't get a woman, and when somebody does, and they're living a good life, and they're happy with their partner, you want to try to knock it and degrade her. She's not even a YouTuber. You talk about her because I got a good relationship with her. Hello, Ed. You're missing a lot. How long have you been listening? I don't know. Anyway, so about Popeye this morning. You're evil. For a man who claims he's so religious as you are, why don't you practice what you preach, Robert? Seriously. Why don't you practice what you preach? Because you're not a good Christian at all. You don't practice it. Listen to yourself sometime and the things that you say. Not about just me, but you've talked about a lot of people on here. Don't make a fucking judgment on me. You're not my God. I don't have a God. I am my own church. And I just don't choose to go along with the cattle of society. Oh, if you're not religious, you're a horrible person. That's his concept of, if you don't do what he does or believe in what he does, then you're like a third-class citizen. That's not true, Popeye. You know that. Don't put somebody in a class system, a lower class, because, they're not doing things that you believe in. That's not right. Yeah, he tried to strike my channel. I got on my phone this morning. And it was just a warning. This does not mean you're getting a strike. We just want to remind you that there's something in there that you may want to change or blur out. It was a picture of his house on my thumbnail. And he does it all the time. Let me find some bad shit. Oh, Frank, let me find some bad shit. That's what he does. He's obsessed with me. The guy needs some counseling. Is he simulcasting me right now? Or is he not? You want to check, Ed? I hope he is. Oh, if he's not simulcasting, he's listening. That's guaranteed. No, Popeye, you understand something. Which, you call me a liberal and all that. Well, I don't know. Define liberal. Maybe a free thinker, maybe? Like liberating. I feel liberated, like when Kramer decided not to wear underwear on Seinfeld. And he let his boys hang out to get air, and he liberated his boys. I thought that was funny and shit. Well, you know why? Because he don't know what to say to this. See, let me explain something. Popeye always does a simulcast that I'm on. And if he's not, because it means that he don't like what I has to say about him, and he doesn't have any comeback. Instead, he'll do something else. He'll make a little sketch. He'll come up with maybe the help of Flying Circus or something. That's how he'll do it. Because, he could even possibly try to combat what I'm saying about him on the morning show here. He can't even get close. You're an evil man. If there's such thing as evil, Popeye, you are absolutely evil. You are evil. I think anybody could put their life together if they really tried. I really do. I believe in that. If you put some effort. But like I said, Popeye, your life ain't, unfortunately for you, is not anywhere. And life is precious. I always say that, man. That's why I get up in the morning and I show you the sky when I first get up, when it gets light out, to show people, hey, man, this is wonderful. I made it to another morning. Isn't life wonderful? Oh, yeah, life throws you a lot of curveballs sometimes. And, we all have adversity or something going on in our life. But just to be able to get up in the morning to face another morning, how miraculous, you're religious, you like that word, miracle, how miraculous that is. So that's how I think. That's why I'm different than you. I don't take life for granted. Because when it's gone, it's gone. That's it, Pops. When it's gone, it's gone. Try to make the best of your life. It doesn't mean you have to do crazy things, go on a trapeze or dive in a plane. That's not what it's all about. It's what's more important to you, what makes you happy. I mean, there's got to be something besides your obsession with me, Popeye, that there's got to be something that makes you happy. I mean, anything. Is there anything? Is there anything at all? Except coming on YouTube and making a career out of attacking me? I mean, that's your life? And try to just look for every fault, whether it had something to do with my tenants in Hawaii or whatever it might be. You're just trying to dig until his fucking fingernails are fucking bleeding. His nails are chopped down, his fingers are bleeding from digging at the bottom of the fucking barrel, man. That's obsessive, dude. Get a grip. Not just on your dick, but get a grip on life and society. Do something with your life to make it worthwhile and worth living for the short time that you have on this planet. Could be something simple as having somebody to snuggle up with, watch a good movie. Oh, that's a lot. You know why? Because you're alive and you can do it. And there's actually somebody in your life that really loves you. Sometimes it can bring a tear to my eye. I've had, I may have had a lot of women in my life, and that was true. I was free and single to do whatever I wanted. But a lot of times, Popeye, and it was shallow. It's like people come to the Philippines to get laid. They pay the money and all this shit, then, they wake up alone in the morning, and it becomes a really shallow experience. But no, Popeye's upset because I actually have a real woman. She's not a little child. She's just turned 51. She's not 16 years old. She's not 18 years old, She's a grown-ass woman. Legal woman of her age. I don't go after children, although Popeye likes to say that. He comes right out and calls me a pedophile, and Barry made that big mistake, and look where it got him. He's still in jail after 3 years. Okay? You get the point, Pops? Or anybody else? There's always repercussions to what you do on here. Rather than concentrate on somebody's life, why don't you concentrate? This goes to anybody. Concentrate on your own life and what's going to make your life better. Because it's only one time around. And you'll know that when you get a really serious illness, cancer, heart problems. Knock on wood. And I'm okay. At my age, I'm very thankful to good lady Karma that I'm still here. I'm still kicking. I'm very grateful. Yeah, life could be scary, but if you're going to be just worried about death all the time, you can't live. But, while you carry your body around, you might as well, at least do some things that's good for your body. Like I said, I'm not perfect, but I try to keep a certain balance. I don't think Popeye even does that. No, everything just be obsessed with Frank. Frank. And it goes to anybody else who has an obsession with me. Look, I'm no psychotherapist or nothing, but the way I see it, if somebody spends that much time copying my channel and making ridiculous thumbnails depicting my girlfriend as a whore or doing some AI editing and making me look, 25 years older than I am, or creating a fictitious environment, you got something wrong with you, brothers. There's something radically wrong with you. Bingo, Ed said, and the old ladies, yeah. It's embarrassing. As Popeye says, it's embarrassing. Listen, Popeye, and anybody else, it's okay to have fun on here. I do all the time. I'm having fun right now. But this whole show, I've been very factual in what I had to say about, especially Robert, who's been the key point on this morning's show. You know why he's not doing it? Do you know why he's not doing a simulcast, Ed? He's not because he knows everything I say is true. And I just told you they tried to get me striked and it didn't succeed because I showed a picture of his. Oh, but he could talk about, he could say anything he wants about me. That's okay. Right, Robert? That's okay. But I show a picture of his creepy looking bargain store house or tell the truth about, who his mom is, and that his daughter is his official caretaker. I can't do that, apparently. But the things he said about me, but the difference is, what I say happens to be true. What he says is made up, or AI, or edited, or just nasty, or Robert just being how nasty, how he is, He's jealous of a lot of people, but it's so damn obvious he's jealous of me. Why? Just be happy for me that somebody got their life together in some form or way. What's wrong with that? See, that's one thing, Robert. You could report me, you could, whether it's reporting immigration or online, talking shit about me, but the one thing you can't take away from me, ever, is the fact that I am loved. You are not. You can't take that away. You can't take that away. That I'm not lonely and you are. Only you could change this position. Only you could change it. I wonder if he's behind Frank Battaglia replays. Well, I got my idea. Well, people say DQ. DQ. Sorry, I'm actually doing some. Whoa, what was that? Oh. Cleaning up something behind my stove here. I told you, I keep busy even when I'm on my phone. Oh, you guess. It's pretty nasty. Food gets between your stove when you're cooking. I'm the only one that really actually attends to this, to be honest with you, I'm really gonna have to clean this whole stove behind here. Yeah. I'll show you what I mean. Just gets really nasty. Food will splash. And you gotta clean that shit up, Robert. Yeah. It's called maintaining your house. Oh, it's not your house, Frank. Well, I'll tell you what, Robert, I bought it. Cash, Robert. You just acquired your house through a throw mama under the bus routine. I didn't do that. I bought this in cash. Because I really did have a home in Hawaii, which you never would ever have. And nobody else. And yes, it was my home. It wasn't my brother's. My brother was a renter. He doesn't like the fact that I actually owned a home in Hawaii. But I did. I owned a home in Seattle, too. I did. I certainly did. And I own this home, too. Oh, it's not your home, Frank. Well, here's the way it works, Robert. I paid for it. My name is on the tax declaration. And while I'm alive and kicking, it is also my home, not just hers. And when I'm dead and gone, a 25-year lease anyway, Robert. I'm not as stupid as you think I am. It's our house. I look at it as our house. Not mine, really. It's our house. And he calls me a simp. Oh, and he says I bought the house. Do you ever stop lying, Robert? That I bought the house when I just got into my relationship? Robert, you know as a fact, it was 6 years into the relationship before I bought this house. 6 years. That kind of disqualifies me as being a, quote, simp. A simp is what simp does, and that's not me. Shame on you. Shame on you for being a hypocrite. Shame on you for being a Trump supporter. And false Fowler. Good morning, my lovely. The lovely Gilda. Did I say lovely Gilda? You're alive. You're alive. Good morning. I just made my matcha tea, and I'm going to be probably proceeding to actually clean around the stove. I pulled it out. It's kind of dirty. The kitchen floor needs, I'll save you the trouble. Because, see, I help out. You see, all these guys, all they do is, well, Filipinos are so nurturing. That means that you got to make it a slave out of them. Oh, he makes fun of that, too. Makes fun. You mean that you're willing to help out somebody you love? She's not my indentured servant. I always say that. She's not my slave. She's my partner. She's my girlfriend. She's my best friend. She's my rock. Rock on, Gilda. That's called being respectable to help your partner out. It's not like Jay and people like that and Ricky that treat people like shit. Filipinos like shit. Look at Jay. He gets a few women impregnated and runs away from his responsibilities. He's got children in Cebu. He don't go to visit them. No, he hangs around at Bamboozers or some seedy, smelly fucking bar and gets drunk and poses with women because he's buying them drinks. Of course, they're going to pose with him. And I'm killing it. He has that fucking grin-eating bogan smile on his face. Like, I'm scoring, guys. No, he's not. He ain't scoring nothing. He's emptying his pocket. It's just a pose on camera on his videos when he goes into a bar. He ain't getting none of those fucking women. Only reason they're standing near him is because he's paying for their fucking drinks. Hello? The one thing I have succeeded in doing very well since I've been on YouTube, and I've had opposition, I was always able to call them out and make them eat crow on just about everything. Right now, they're hoping that I get deported or jailed or die or something. A lot of nice people out there. But what's wrong with that picture? Well, I said it all the time. Being that I was into photography, I love pictures. So picture this. The horrible life these people are living. Even if they got money, they're not happy. We got one guy that runs a harem, and the only reason the women are with him is because, he's got a wallet full of money. Living a good life, 5-star dinners, hotels, traveling. But it's no carrot thing, you hang your carrot in front of a donkey, that donkey's going to want that delicious carrot. The carrot, actually being, a wallet. It's a wallet, being disguised as a carrot. I think you follow me on that. I don't have to do that. Let me tell you, when I met my girlfriend, she didn't know whether I had two fucking pennies to rub together. She never asked. She didn't care. That's a real catch right there. And to this day, she never asked me to buy a house. Hell no, I did that on my own. 6 years into the relationship. Not 6 days, not 6 weeks, not 6 months, but 6 years. Years, my friends. Years. That's not a simp, although Robert says I'm a simp. Explain that, Robert, please. And like people like Jay, who's living with his mommy, the so-called Bitcoin millionaire. Yet, when he does travel, he's living like a saddle tramp in backpackers type of apartments or, B&Bs or whatever. But all that money, and like Ricky, he's living the high lifestyle, the 5-star lifestyle. We haven't seen it. Now he's a little worried because actually, what's coming down to is that
I don't know, he had some deal with his pension or something that he would opt to take more money out for a set amount of time rather than stretching it out with a regular pension, what he normally get. He opted to take more money, and now this year himself, it's coming to an end. Mm-hmm. Yep, you heard right. Now that came from his own mouth too. But people have known about this for a long time. So his 5-star lifestyle that he claims, which I don't believe he's living a 5-star lifestyle to begin with, never did, is going to be lesser of a 5-star lifestyle. Boom, boom. Why do you think he's living in some trashy Oh, by the way, I gave your information out, Ricky, just to let you know, to certain authorities. He presented fraudulent documents on public media. Supposedly that there's a resolution to get me deported. Oh yeah, he did that. For those that don't follow this shit, he did that. That's highly illegal. Now it's going to the prosecutor's office, and they're going to do whatever it is they're going to do. Time will tell. Time will tell. I told you, I don't play around on here. Stay out of my life, and I guarantee I'll stay out of yours. I even offered somebody a proposition. A person who put the complaint on me, who's going to be in big-ass trouble, and she's going to have to pay, and she's going to have to get donations from people. So the only way she's going to be able to do it is to fight her case. You know, she's the one that put the complaint on me, was the girlfriend of Barry Jordan, who has spent his 3rd year behind bars. Get a clue, people. Get a fucking... It doesn't always turn out your way. You may not get what you wish for, so think about that. What if? It's always that what if. Of course, you're hoping that agents come to my house and arrest me and put me in jail and deport me. But do you know that for sure that that's going to happen? Do you know that for sure? That's all I'm asking. Do you know that for sure? No, you don't. Putting phony deportation papers or something on there does not mean that it's real. In fact, it put Jay in a really bad position. He hasn't been doing many shows lately, has he? He's keeping a little bit quiet. I wonder why. The same as Popeye, he's not simulcasting me today. You know why he's not simulcasting me? Do you know why? Because I did a little expose on him recently. Oh, he likes to put my name out there and call me every name in the book. And as I said, his nails from digging at the bottom of that barrel has only produced damage to him. His nails are fucking bleeding from all the digging at the bottom of that fucking barrel. Yeah, that's what happens, dude. Oh yeah, Brevis, the stalker, yeah. Oh my God. Well, I certainly could do a whole show on him alone, but I'm not going to bother. He's, you know, we all know he ran away from California because he fucked some people over. He had to get a fucking restraining order for his whole family. That's how bad it was. Holy shit, on a shingle, Popeye. Holy shit, on a shingle. Got that bad. They talk about me? What's there really to talk about? That I'm happy? Why don't you tell it like it really is? Like it really is. Got a home here. I'm in a long-term relationship that's not faltering. It's only getting closer and closer and better for each day that goes by. But they don't want to hear that. All they want to hear is what bad things could happen to me. It's jealousy, it's envy. Call it what you want to call it. That's what it is. You can't be happy for somebody. All right, guys got it together. And somebody tries to take revenge on me. Oh, my future, my boyfriend, my fiance. Ooh, the man of my dreams. He's everything a woman would want. You know who I'm talking about. The guy's a bum with no fucking future. I did the woman a favor. She don't even understand that. The fact is, I did this woman a favor, and what did she do? She puts a fucking report on me to immigration to try to get me ousted out of the country. Oh, that's clever. That's clever. But like I said, what if it doesn't turn your way? What are you going to be facing now? And this is directly to you. If you're listening, you probably are. How's that going to affect you? Did you ever think about that? A woman that's trying to get me detached from my family here? Yes, family. Yes, family. That's exactly what it is. They don't want to recognize us as a family. Oh, it's not your blood. And you can't marry her. She's family. Her kids are my family. Face that reality. You don't want to hear it. That's not my problem. That's a personal problem of yours. I am actively doing something at the moment. No, I'm not pissing. I'm washing a dirty rug. See, I help out. I help out. And Popeye, of course, makes a big spiel out of that. Did I actually help out my Filipina? Like I said, she's my indentured servant, brother. She's my partner. And you should help out. It's not my indentured fucking servant, you stupid punk. How many guys do that? No. They sit there and, honey, grab me another beer. Grab me another beer. That's as far as they go. Your job is to wash my clothes and to take care of me in a way that I could take care of myself doing, but no. Why should I? Because as far as you're concerned, you're a servant. You're a servant. Isn't that sick? I mean, isn't that sick? You have no it means you have no respect for your Filipina. It means you have absolutely no respect for her at all. If that's what you do in your relationship with a Filipino, it shows total lack of respect. Total lack of respect. And you're supposed to love your Filipina? That's not a way, in my books, that's not a way of showing respect. I think it's total disrespect. What, that right now as I'm talking to you, I'm sweeping the floor, and I'm actually cleaning behind the stove? I do that to help out. Because you should. She's not my slave. She's my partner. That's what you do. That's what you do, Robert. And others. That's what you do when you love somebody. I don't expect her to serve me hand and foot, but I'll tell you what. If I became disabled or something, she's going to be there for me. Till the day I die. I'm not going to die alone. Nope, that's a guarantee. I can't say that for Popeye, I can't say it for these other people. I'm not going to die alone. She'll be there holding my hand or whatever she deems to, she'll be there to comfort me on my way out of this world. Which, of course, I hope doesn't happen for a long time, but eventually it's going to happen, and in a perfect world, which it isn't, I'll go before her because of the age difference. But while I'm here, I am living duh life. I got blood flowing through my veins. As far as I know, healthy blood. According to my test, anyway. So far, knock on wood. Yeah. People are so upset of what you have and what they don't have. Concentrate on the now. The now. The now. The now of your life. And make the best of it, because it's a one-way trip. It's a one-way trip. Stop worrying about what Frank is doing, what Frank is saying.
and hoping and praying. Praying is supposed to be so godly. Like they're going to pray to their God that I die or get deported or jailed or something. What kind of a Christian is that? It's, from my understandings, and I know a little about this stuff. I went to catechism, all that shit. Communion, confirmation, I got a baptismal certificate. So I know a little about this stuff. But what I do know is that what he's doing is so highly hypocritical, Popeye. That's why he's not doing a show this morning. My understanding he's not doing a simulcast. Why? Because he doesn't have a comeback. He doesn't have a comeback to what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is the truth about him. You know how it is on here. Present the truth to them, put that mirror up to them, and they fall apart. Especially when you're really telling the truth. They don't know what to say. Wait a minute, how could I rebuke that? How can I don't know. I want to do a rebuttal, but holy shit, I know he's telling the truth about me. And I said everything I possibly could. I'm just going to be repeating myself again. Frank really does have a good life. I actually do. Whatever you lose in life, you know what, you could gain back. Whether it's a family that you're not in touch with, for whatever reason, you could always gain back another family. I got a family here. Yeah, actually my family. They're family to me, and vice versa. You can't buy that, Popeye. Or anybody else. You can't buy that. Even money can't buy that. Her family doesn't come to me and ask for money all the time. They don't ask me for shit. Because a lot of her family is not exactly broke. I don't have to go into historical details and why they're not. But they don't need my money. They don't want my money. But I have voluntarily did some very nice things for them that they could have done themselves, but I decided to go ahead. In fact, I built a little extra space in her sister's and her brother-in-law's apartment. The people that are taking care. You know why I did that? Like, I don't have any compassion. Let me tell you something, what I did. Her mom is turning 90 in February. She's bedridden for about almost 4 years now. So her sister's place, so it's not a fancy place, and she could afford to go move to the suburbs, the provinces, and get a nice house, but they don't do that. When you have a piece of property in the city, you don't leave it. Now, she's taking care of her mother, right? And we help out with that. She needs diapers sometimes. She needs medicine. Yeah, of course we help with that. Well, we all do. Give in. Okay, that's what a family does. But her mother turning 90. And because the place was so fucking small, they had this extra area where the exit door was, right? And it's not big. No. It's only maybe about a 10 by 12 area. Not big. And I volunteered, and they didn't ask me. I said, what would it cost to, make this space usable, because you guys don't have a lot of space. Because the mother, they needed room for a bed for the mother. So I gave him, it wasn't much money, it was 10,000 pesos. He did construction work, her brother-in-law. So that's what he did. He bought tile, this, and turned that area into an extension of their kitchen, which acted as their living room. I mean small. When I say small, I'm talking about small. Small as the condos they offer as studio apartments in Cebu. Small. For 5, 6, 7 million. Nobody asked me to do that. I did that out of my heart and out of respect for my girlfriend and respect for her mother, who I actually really like a lot. And despite her stroke and doesn't speak real well, she does speak very little. But every time I come in there, she sees me, she puts her hand out for me to hold my hand, and I hold her hand. And many times I came up to her, rubbed her forehead for her, I took a wet rag to cool her down. Yeah, I've done that. What a horrible person I am. What a horrible person I am. I'm so horrible. Listen, I show respect to people who show me respect. That's how it works with me. You're not going to get respect from me, whether you're a YouTuber or outside of YouTube. I don't care what the situation is. When you earn that respect, I give it back. Okay? That's just how it works with me. You don't show me respect, I'm not giving you any respect at all. I'm not going to support your theories. I'm not going to support all the negativity that you do. In fact, I like to stay so far away from negativity that it ain't even funny. Because believe me, I lived a lot of years with a lot of negativity surrounding me. Where I felt the walls were closing in on me with all that negativity. I don't want that. Hell no. I had enough of that. I did my own suffering in my own way. I did my own suffering. I know what real pain is. I know what real emotion is. I don't hide my emotion. I celebrate it. Because it means if I have emotion, it means I'm alive. Something as simple statement as that. I'm alive. It's alive. Well, I am alive until the day I'm gone. Then you can celebrate all you want. But I'm not going to give a shit because I'll be dead. I don't think I'm going to be hearing your insults on YouTube. Knock yourself out, you know. I already tell you ahead of time, knock yourself out, you know. You're not going to be affecting me if I'm fucking dead. I assure you. I assure you. And you're not affecting me now while I'm alive. Sorry to tell you that. Okay, said a mouthful this morning. Trying to finish my matcha tea. And look how thoughtful. That matcha tea, her daughter, so respectful, when she just got back from a trip to Japan, she thought about me. Oh, Frank loves tea. And she bought this real, authentic matcha tea, very powerful. Yeah, she didn't have to do that. No. But you know what? She did. You know why? Do you know why, Robert and others? Do you know why? Because it's called respect. And they respect me. If they didn't respect me, she wouldn't do that. I didn't ask her to buy. Well, while you're in Japan, you want to buy me some good matcha tea? No. No. She did that on her own accord. Isn't that nice? And she's done other things too. Helped us out with other things too. Bought us other things. Always being very caring and respectful. Kind of give it a big sermon this morning. Okay. A sermon. You need one now and then, a real sermon, you know, people. You know, quite frankly, my business is my own. And, you know, if you're going to put my business out there, I'm going to put yours. An eye for an eye type of thing. I believe in an eye for an eye. I absolutely do. It's a curative thing sometimes, you know. An eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth. Toot toot. You guys are not very talkative this morning, are you? I know you just love when I do shows and just kicking back. That's why you should be listening to me very attentively. I love that. I love that. Sure, I'd like to have more dialogue on here, but sometimes people don't know what to say because, you know why? Because I already said what they were thinking and that they know. Well, they might say, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, they may regurgitate a few syllables here and there to back up what I'm saying. It's okay. Because you know where I'm coming from. You all know where I'm coming from. It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. Do you appreciate your mornings, folks? Come on, man. Come to reality. I think a lot of you people think, you don't think out of the box. No, you don't.
And appreciate that. Life is just a one-way ticket, man. I don't care what you do with your day. As long as you're doing something positive that, makes you feel good or makes somebody else feel good, that's what it's all about. Spin yourself around, that's what it's all about. Do the hokey pokey, Popeye, do the hokey pokey. Don't poke me. Be careful, you might poke yourself in the eye, which is exactly what you're doing. You're poking yourself in the eye constantly. Let's find trash against Frank. Oh, let's tear him apart. I hate to tell you, bud, but you're not hurting my feelings at all. I'm laughing at everything you do, everything you say. I have fun with it, because I know, from all the years of dealing with you, I know how you will respond, and I'm right every single time. That's how well I know you. And a few others. People still go into that train of thought that I can get away with anything I want on YouTube. No, you can't. Look at Slim. Look at Vitaly. Okay? Look at others. They thought they did. Look at Johnny Somali. Those are just some examples. Did they get away with what they did? No, they didn't, Robert. And others? No, they didn't. Hey, let's bargain. You live your lives and I'll live mine. How's that as a bargaining chip? Don't worry about what I do with my life, how I do it, whether I have money, whether or not I had bankruptcies in the past. It's really, frankly, none of your business anyway. But you try to make it your business. That's where you go wrong. So when I throw those mud pies back in your face, you just fall apart. You get ultra sensitive. Oh, he can't say that about me. Oh. But it's all right for you to talk shit talk about me, though. Oh, that's okay. When it's coming from your mouth, it's okay, no matter who you are out there. And that's not the way it works in life. You think it is. You can throw all the shit pies you want and try to get all your satisfaction you want from putting allegations against somebody, by making false statements, by producing false documents, by going into my personal or family business. Call me every name in the book. I'm still here. I'm not running away. Am I not talking on YouTube on a live stream? Am I hiding from something? I'm not hiding from anything. I could walk around town, whatever I want to do. I'm not hiding from police. I walk by the police station all the time when I'm downtown. I'm not worried about being arrested or something because somebody put a complaint in on me. My life goes on like it does every other fucking day. Prior to this complaint, it has not changed. Not one bit. Still gonna have my tea in the morning. As far as I can, as long as I can, I'm gonna wake up every morning like I normally do. That's not gonna change unless I die or I do get incarcerated or deported or something. But that hasn't happened. Meanwhile, and I don't think it will, but even if it did, guess what? My life still goes on. You just deal with a situation. That's how you deal with it. Like I've dealt with a lot of shit in my life. I'm still here. I'm still kicking. I think I'm pretty reasonably healthy. So what do you say to that? You can't say anything. That's the point. You can't say anything. Oh, you'd love to see me dead, kicked off you. No, you don't want me off YouTube. Come on, let's be real about this. Because you'd have nobody to talk about. Oh, excuse me. You'll always find somebody else to attack. Well, we already know that. That goes without saying. Because that's all these people have to do with their life. Seriously speaking. No exaggeration intended here. That's all they have to do with their life. And by such statement, it just spells out that there's really nothing much going on with their life. How sad is that? That's sad. I mean, get a clue. Try. Stop wasting your time on talking about me when there's so much life to live out there? Get out of your comfort zone, the comfort zone of hate, despise. You're pushing a narrative that, you're not going to win. You don't mean anything to me, about me, for example. Doesn't mean diddly shit. Doesn't mean anything. I'm the kind of person that lives a life that, hey, what will happen, or it won't. It's either one. Pick. If something does happen, you deal with it. Because, well, what choice do you have? You deal with it. Looks like we're going to have to fix that fan again. I hear a little clicking in there with the blades hitting against something down there. You want to hear a click on here. It's a really nice Westinghouse. Big, heavy bass. Nice stand. You might hear it click every now and then. If I put it on high speed, you'll hear it. Something's not jiving. We just had this fixed. It's wonderful. We had it laying around. Oh, there it goes. We had this thing laying around a long time. We were about to throw it out, so the guy came over who does electrical work and said, oh, I could fix that for you. Of course, he charged us. Not a lot of money either. It's one of the better fans we have in the house. This goes on high, and it's very powerful. Very powerful. Let's have a cup of coffee. Sorry, I had a little disconnect going on here. I was saying, I don't know how long it was off, but your girlfriend, wife, whatever your situation is not your slave. She's your partner, somebody you love. And you treat him as such. That's what you do. Everybody has it ingrained in them that, oh, yeah, let's get together with a Filipina, because if you do, they're going to do all the work for you. They're going to clean your house, do your dishes, and they're going to love every minute of it because they're serving their man. Well, that's where Filipinos kind of went wrong. We really appreciate them because they're very nurturing. Oh, absolutely. And I appreciate it too. Absolutely. But I'm not going to make an indentured servant or a slave out of them. That's just not me. You can help out. I mean, you can help out and say, hey, I'll help you with this. I'll do this for you. I'll do that for you. Don't worry, it's not going to take your manhood away from you, if you had any manhood in you. That's called, again, being respectful. If you really care about your partner, don't have to be married. She's still a human. She has her rights too. Yes, she does. You may not think she does, but she has her rights. And yes, traditionally, Filipinos have always been very nurturing. That's what we love about them. But there's a limit on the nurturing, I think. You have to show a little respect back and maybe help them out a little bit. Help them out. Do something. I don't mean buying gifts and stuff. I mean, you don't want to buy your love. Just show a little respect that you care. It doesn't hurt to help. I do all the time. It's not killing me to do it. I'm not disabled like Popeye. But people have a different kind of disability. But it's not disabled in body. It's disabled in their fucking mind. It's how they treat Filipinos, which is disgusting. They should leave your sorry ass, and a lot of them do. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Didn't Janet leave Mike? Well, there's a reason. If a Filipino leaves you, and it takes a lot. I mean, you're supporting that Filipino, right? For a Filipino to leave a foreigner, that's kind of rare, but it happens. Because everybody figures that they're with you for the money, but not all of them are like that. I can speak from experience. Not all of them are like that. But for somebody to leave you, if she did, and I don't know for sure, but I do know for sure. He said on a show just recently, he mentioned that him and Janet are, apparently not seeing eye to eye on something, so they're not together. Where she's living, I don't know, and I don't really care. But apparently it's real, so I'm not saying anything out of place. Because it came from Mike's mouth. Okay, and everybody knows it. Either something's real or it's not. See, that's the way my mind thinks. Get the facts together. And once you get the facts together, you could then say that, oh, okay, they're not together anymore. Partially because they've said it themselves, which is the main thing. Or other people know it for sure that know the person. It's one thing or the other. So then you can make an educated statement and say, yeah, that this particular woman left this guy. And I can probably understand why, but I don't have the need to go into that. I could think of a lot of reasons why. Sometimes, YouTube becomes too much of an integral part of the relationship where he's respecting more his YouTube channel to make money than you are for your woman. Now, I don't know what happened in his situation. I'm not going to pretend that I know, or that I even care. But fact is fact. I guess he's not in a relationship with her. For whatever reason. It don't really matter. But shit happens sometimes. When YouTube becomes too much of a key in your life, too much of a key, that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. You can't make YouTube your whole life. You can make it part of your life. You like doing shows. Okay, fine. I like doing shows. I don't make YouTube my whole fucking life. It is a part of my life coming on here doing shows. Oh, absolutely. I'd be lying through my teeth, and I do have teeth, if I'd make a statement other than that. It is. I like doing shows, for the most part. I don't like the adversity, but I deal with it. Like I've had for a fucking decade. I'm still here. But there's always a reason why a Filipino's going to leave a man. And it's very rare because, they want to, they like the support. Yes, a lot of them do. They do. It's a good deal. Like Slim and his girlfriend. Only she became enslaved to him. That's the shame about that. But now she has the freedom to do what she wants, unless he's going to get back together, to go in another country together, and she doesn't have a family. Well, yeah, it's more likely what's going to happen. You haven't heard the last of Slim. I'll guarantee you that. I'll guarantee you that. Without even knowing, but I'll guarantee. He'll be back somewhere. And he'll be back with her. Unless this was his way out, a good way of ghosting her. But I don't know. I don't know that for sure, so I'm not going to say that for sure, because I really don't know. See, I'll present these facts. I'll also present the possibilities like I'm doing right now. Because I don't know really what their relationship was like. We only know what we see on YouTube. And we could pretty much come to some conclusion of some sort, or get a hint of what their relationship is about. Is it about her getting support from him so she can support the baby, which is not even his, and I don't even think they're married. But that's besides the point. I think it's all about needs. It's all about needs. Needs and wants. It's about support. When you have a baby, you need a lot of supplies, but no, the good mother she is, she didn't go out, and not that they didn't have the money, didn't go out and buy a car seat for the kids, so how much could she fucking care? And shoving a bitter lemon in the kid's mouth, shoving a salted egg in the kid's mouth, and he was choking. There you go. Some things speak for itself, And we know it because we've seen it and heard it and so forth. Well, you guys are really listening very intensely. That's kind of a compliment, really. Not much dialogue going on in here, but that's a good sign, too. I got 17 people listening very intensely. Excellent, I say, excellent. I don't got a shitload of trolls in here attacking me because I probably got rid of most of them. 2 hours already. Boy, how time goes by when you're having fun. I think I made a lot of good key points on here about Robert and the horrible, bitter man that he is.
who's so obsessed with me. He's rivaling, Brevis and people like that. That says a whole lot. Popeye, listen, man, I'm not your life. You can't live your life vicariously through me. You got to formulate your own life. That's my advice to you, if I have to give advice to you. Stop being so bitter and enjoy life. I don't care what it is. Whatever makes you happy in life, do it. But to be so obsessed, allow me to live rent-free in your head, that's embarrassing at best, It just really is. Sure, I have a lot to talk about on my show. And Popeye would say, oh, he never has any topic matter. I don't have... Me? What? I don't have any topic matters? There's not one show that I put on here that doesn't have multiple topic matter. Shit, I could segue from one topic to another in one breath. In one show. I could do the equivalent of somebody else's 10 separate shows. Not everybody has the ability to do that. Brevis is still in Cebu. They say. Who are they? Who are they anyway? Ed, who are they? Who are they? And you say, they say. Who's saying that? I don't think you're going to see Jay around Philippines for a little bit. He may come there and go in hiding. Say, here I am. Do something, Frankie. You can't do shit. Well, Popeye said that too. See, here's the thing, Popeye. Maybe I can't do anything physically to you because you're 15 fucking thousand miles away and you're hiding behind your computer. But there's other things I can do, as I'm doing today, and I always do. I expose the truth about you. And that's about as good as sucker punching you. Exposing the truth, not like the shit you put out on me just to make a show and to attack me. And you think you're hurting my feelings. Well, I hate to tell you. Popeye, I've been dealing with you for a decade. You think I haven't developed thick skin when it comes to you? Come on, get real. You're not hurting my feelings, even if you talk about my girlfriend. I'm well beyond that. I expect it from you. There's a difference. I expect that kind of shit from you because you don't practice what you preach. This godly man. God and country. That's him, God and country. Well, I'll tell you what. Speaking of country, if you respected the United States, you would not stand behind a tyrant that's running the country. A killer. A power-hungry, crazed motherfucker who's pulling innocent people out of their homes and arresting them, beating them up and even killing them. You mean you honor that kind of shit? Oh, I know. Hey, I'm Republican all the way. Whether they kill people, taking over other countries, I got to support my president. Really? I mean, you really think that way? Oh, the evil this guy's doing and you're supposed to be religious? Do unto others and all that shit? Really? I mean, really? That's crazy. That's crazy. You're crazy, dude. You're a fucking loon. Howling at the fucking moon. There you go. It's good timing. Sometimes I mention Popeye in front of my dogs and they start barking. I tell you, they got senses that you wouldn't believe, man. You remember on the Frankenstein show with Mel, the actor, and every time the Fraulein came on, horses would get disturbed and they start whinnying, in fear when the Fraulein was around the horse or anything else. She was so full of evil that the horses even felt it. That was rich. I enjoyed the Frankenstein movie, What was that? What's his name? Yeah. And that's funny. But it's in real life, dogs can sense. Dogs have an uncanny, unique sense of knowing whether somebody's good or not. They will take the people that they know are animal lovers. Then there's people that they could sense that are evil. Dogs that have an amazing ability to figure people out. It's just amazing. If my dogs were around Popeye, they'd be growling or certainly letting him know that you don't belong here. I don't want to be around you, so you better not be around me. They'd bite his fucking ass. Dogs can sense that. They absolutely could. That's why I love dogs. They have such a sensitivity between their nose, their emotions. They can even tell if something's wrong with you, if you got cancer. They'll let you know that in so many ways. They're amazing creatures. I think that people abuse these animals so much. I'm so against that. But I can't even watch these feeds on there about these dogs who've been abused by people, what they do. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. So I'd rather not even talk about them. It's my sensitive area, you know. Anyway, we've been on here for 2 hours and 7 minutes. I think that's enough. I think I had a great show this morning, actually. Not much dialogue, but you're listening. That's the thing. You're listening. And Popeye's, I know he's listening. As far as I understand, he wasn't doing a simulcast, but I know him that well, that he'll eventually, within a day or the same day or another day, he'll come out with another sketch. He'll put together something to attack me. Popeye, listen, man. In all seriousness, and I'm being serious. I'm not really jumping on your case. I'm being really serious with you. You need to develop some friends. You need to develop something to do with your life. Don't make me your whole life. I mean, I'm flattered that you think about me that way. I think you actually admire me, but you don't want to admit it. So when you can't have what you want to, you can't get what you want to have, which is either me or my girlfriend, either one probably goes both ways. He gets bitter. 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 Oh, I'm going to show him. Poop, poop. You could eat the corn out of my shit. I wouldn't be surprised if he does, just to save money. Clean up his shit and get the corn out of it after he had a meal. Reuse it. It's called recycling. Recycling. Look, nothing, you know. Hey, Aloe, what's going on, man? As long as you're on, I'll stay on a little longer. Oh, God, I had a good show this morning. We're talking mostly about Popeye and some other shit. Oh, God, a very intense show this morning. And Popeye, as I understand, is not doing a simulcast. You know why? You know what Popeye tried to do, Aloe? He tried to report my channel for using a picture of his decrepit house. Oh, that just got to him. You know Popeye, you know him probably better than I do. So he always trying to report me. And all the report said was, oh, we're not giving you a strike or nothing. We just want to let you know that there was some material on there that somebody, you know, basically would like you to take off. And oh, I'm keeping it up there. It's a picture of his house. I'm keeping it up. Oh, he got mad about that. Oh, he got mad about that. Yeah, I just got this notice this morning. That's what Popeye does behind the scenes. Oh, how am I going to get even with Frank? You know why he's not? And I understand he's not doing a simulcast. You know why he's not doing a simulcast this morning? Or maybe he will now because I'm mentioning it. But someone told me no, he's not. It's quiet this morning. He's not simulcasting. You know why? Because the past few days I did an expose on him and his family. Oh, he doesn't like that, Aloe. Oh, he could dish it out. He could dish it out, Aloe. But he doesn't want to take it. And you know Popeye as well as I do, maybe even better. Maybe even better. And so does Bobsy. Right, Bobsy? Oh, he could dish it out, but when it's tossed at him, he gets really sensitive and he gets mad. His face probably turns red. He's probably talking under his breath, and his daughter's probably wondering what the fuck is going on with him today. God, Pops is losing it. She's probably thinking. And yes, she is his caretaker. It's been established that she is his caretaker. Yep. So he does have a disability. And, you know, like I said, we're not putting anybody down to have a disability. I have certain disabilities. I have a real bad ear. It's very serious shit. You know, I ain't got the greatest spine in the world. I got a touch of scoliosis. You know, I have probably some bone spurring going on and stuff like that as you get older. And I'm not in perfect shape as far as my skeletal structure. No, it's not. So I have a certain amount of disability, but it's not like I'm making fun of Popeye's disability. I think he had a stroke, personally, is my opinion. I think he had a stroke, and I think that's what his problem is. That's why he needs a mobility scooter. That's what I'm thinking. Bobsy said Popeye probably threw his porridge bowl at the wall. Well, anything he wants to see stick, you know? He's always trying to find something, throwing that spaghetti on the wall and hope it sticks on me. And I'm the spaghetti. See, the one thing I've learned on YouTube all these years, the one thing I've learned, again, is that people like to dish out shit, but they can't take it when it comes back at them. When you actually present the truth, not made up shit, not hearsay, not allegations, not a bunch of lies about somebody's life. Everything from him saying I'm a draft dodger, or I defiled a kid in Hawaii, whatever he could dig up. Remember I showed you the bloody napkin. That's my depiction of his fingernails. I'll show you this, Alan. That's my depiction of Popeye's fingernails as he's digging at the bottom of that proverbial barrel. And his fingers and nails are bleeding because he's digging and digging and digging and digging. We should call him Digger. Maybe we should rename him. Call him Digger. I like that. Has a nice ring to it. Call him Digger. He's always digging on me. What can I find fault with Frank or anybody else for that fact? He's always finding fault with somebody because he's so fucking bitter. Damn. He probably did throw his porridge, but I didn't have my porridge this morning, by the way. I haven't ate yet. Just drinking my, yes, it's tea. It's matcha tea. I am drinking my matcha tea. I'll tell you what I got in it this morning. I got some of my ginger and cinnamon in it. I got my turmeric in it and black pepper. No lemons, because I've got to go down to that tree down the block here and grab some lime off that to get my citrates. Yeah. That's excellent. You know, let me tell you something about Aloe. I've said this before. Now, you know, Aloe has had a history with me, and maybe he still does. He said some horrible things about me. But when somebody comes forward on my channel, whether they're just pulling my leg or not to try to be friendly, the fact is that they're trying to be friendly with me. I'll accept that. I know what he's done to me in the past. He knows what he's done. The research on me and the horrible things he said about me. Sometimes you could be forgiving to certain people that, hey, it's water under the bridge. He's coming on my show. He's being cool. And whether it's an act or not, you know, he is being cool on my show. We're not kissing Aloe's ass. I don't do that. And I don't think Aloe kisses anybody's ass. So we got some things in common. We're not ass kissers. I don't kiss anybody's ass, sorry. Not even in sex. I'm not going to kiss anybody's fucking ass. I'll pat their ass if it's a woman. I'm not going to kiss it. I'll mount their fucking ass, their cheeks, but I'm not going to fucking kiss it. That's not who I am. But I have to give a little credit, actually a lot of credit to Popeye. Well, not Popeye, excuse me, to Aloe. Pardon me. Aloe seems to be a pretty intelligent guy. He's a guy that knows how to get the job done. That's what we have in common. We do. Despite the past, you know, he still could be talking shit about me, planning things to happen to me, for all I know, because you know the truth? I don't know. I don't know that. I don't. Hopefully he is not. Hopefully we come to a certain level of understanding and we can get beyond all the past shit. I could maybe do that with Aloe. As I said, he comes on my show, he's not causing trouble. He's been pretty cool. Popeye hates that. Oh. Popeye just deplores that. I thought Aloe was his good buddy. Because they were on the Triple R show. He figures he's got some, you know, kindred spirit or something with Aloe. No, he doesn't. By the way, Mexican Jew is also rooting for you. Yeah, Mexican Jew is kind of partial. He hasn't been on, though. I wish he would come on more often. He's funny. He's funny. Now, look, I don't know what Mexican Jew's relationship with his wife, if they're still together or anything like that, but she wasn't too bad looking as far as I remember. And, you know, he'll come on now and then and say what he has to say. And he's smart enough that he just ain't going to come on YouTube all the time. But he will come on and say what he has to say. I give him credit for that. He doesn't immerse himself in the community all the time. But, you know, he listens. He knows what's going on. He knows. Yeah, he's all right on my book. He has not been like a terrorist to me. From what I recall, I don't remember too many things about him attacking me. I think he has a few times. But nothing radical or nothing, you know. But Mexican Jew, you know, he's doing with his life whatever he wants to do. I really don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he has a job, he's on welfare. I have no idea. But if he's still with his woman and he's still happy with her, then that's all that matters. He probably got his life together better than most people on here, for all we know, you know. But everybody's got to find fault. He said this, she said that. Talk about your personal life. Oh, you know, Frank's going to die soon because of his age. Well, I hope not. I really hope not. But I think I'll be in there for a while. I have reasonable belief that I will. But, you know, like I said, there ain't nothing guaranteed in life, whether you like it or not. It's just the way it is. I'm not one of these people that make all these assumptions that I'm going to live forever. I know I'm not going to live forever. You could have a wonderful day yesterday and you wake up in the morning and all of a sudden something hits you. Thank you, dear, for helping out with that too. I tried to help this morning. I'm cleaning a few things. And thank you. Show your woman respect. The things she does. Your Filipina is nurturing and she will do anything to please you. And I mean anything, really, just about. But you got to show her some respect back and say, look, you've been working hard. Let me help you. A lot of times I go in the kitchen, she's cooking, and I want to help, but no. It's how nurturing they are. It's how, you know, this kitchen is mine. I'm cooking. Too many cooks spoil the soup. And they're right. She's right. She needs to concentrate on her cooking, which she's doing. And Filipinos are like that. Get out of my kitchen, you know. Let me do what I have to do. Don't interfere. I have to take a look at this fan today because it's hitting something. I don't know what's going on with it. Shut it good. We're going to have to examine that today and see what's going on. Maybe it's loose. Maybe we have to tighten something up in there or something. I don't know. Did you get good sleep? You get good sleep? Yeah. Other than me getting up early in the morning. Sorry about that. Some things don't change. I had a strange dream the other night. It's amazing that I remember it. I got hired onto a construction site. And I know that it was only going to be a 2-story structure. I don't know what happened. A really weird dream. I'd like to share it. It's not much. Yeah, we got to get rid of all this shit. You know, I'm going to have to buy one of them scrubby brushes, you know, and we're going to have to go over this deck here. It's just really nasty. We need to clean this whole area out. It's starting to get stained and dirt. You should be using muriatic acid, but because of the dogs, we can't use the muriatic acid, you know, for the tiles. I mean, something we should be doing, but something we can't do. But anyway, in my dream, it's like, I don't know, there was a wall. And I don't know, guys are working on this wall. They're using the cement or something. They're filling in cracks or something. And they didn't tell me what to do. So what am I doing? I'm standing there all fucking day trying to figure, okay, what do I do with this? And what else did they want me to do? But they didn't want to tell me what I was doing. It was kind of weird. I said, what the fuck? I don't know what symbolism that has to it. But yeah, I remember that. Just a couple of nights ago. You want to go back in, Ginger? It's kind of a weird dream. Now, I've had experience with cement. In Seattle, I used to work with a guy that he built walls and he put together driveways that went into the garage all the way through, you know, and so I know how to set the forms and all that shit, you know. You know, I learned a little about this, a little bit of that. You know, I pick up knowledge along the way. I'm not an expert really on most things. But, you know, there's not much I don't know at least a little about, you know.
And Savino says, "Allo." Let me ask you, Allo. Do you really think I'm an asshole? You certainly called me that in the past. Has your mind changed in any way? I don't know. Come clean with me. Have you changed in regards to me and your attitude to me? Anything you'd like to share with me on here? Because sharing is caring, you know that. Regurgitate a few syllables. Have you changed in regard to me? Has your attitude changed? Do you see that I do speak a lot of truth on here? Are you willing to admit it? Despite our past. But if you're willing to say something, I'll certainly welcome. Alice says, it's irrelevant what you said in the past or what you said about me, whether it's good or bad. I don't look at it this way. That's a fair statement. I'll accept it. Just accept me as me, whether you see flaws in me or you don't. I try to do that with people. But when they come on there and they lie about me and tell these horrible stories to get people against me, yeah, I got a problem with that. If it's not the truth. Talk any truism you want about me. If it's true, I talk about a lot of things on here, folks. Unlike a lot of these people, I got nothing to hide. Literally, I really have nothing to hide. Well, there's a couple of things I won't talk about on here, because I can't give out that info. But, I try to be truthful on my channel. And as I always say, that if I talk about somebody else's show, their channel, it's all reflected from and derived from what they actually put on their show, visibly and audibly. That's where I get it from. No other source other than my research. And yeah, I do research on my own. I got a few people that actually help me out with research on people. And believe me, I got a lot of shit against most people on here. You wouldn't believe it. As I said yesterday, it's for my own protection. You have to. In such a vile atmosphere on here, sometimes you have to do things like that. Well, same here, that word irrelevant. It really is, but then when you start getting too personal, you start getting anybody, really, somebody's life, that becomes a problem. Because there's really no reason to do that. Unless these people are basically having such a problem in their own personal life that they got to go on the attack of somebody else to make themselves feel better. And if you're really in that position like Popeye and others, you got a whole cast of players on here, believe me, you do, that do that stuff on a regular basis. Then you ask yourself the question, why? Most people understand why. I could talk about it. But you guys are smart. You already know. You know whether somebody's telling the truth about me or not. You know what somebody did to me on a complaint was wrong. You absolutely know that. And how do you know that? You know that because you've been listening to me for so many years and you heard me speak the truth. That I don't hide shit about myself. I present myself as I am. Some may like it, some may not like it, but that's a personal choice. I accept that. But, speaking lies about somebody doesn't mean you're speaking the truth. I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to change somebody's life other than trying to do a complaint to ruin somebody's life. But they're not thinking when they don't realize there's repercussions just about everything you do. Fazio's dead, and he wasn't exactly a supporter to me. Ed was no supporter of me. He died. There's other people, too, that were not exactly. What is happening to these fans? Jesus Christ, now both of them. Even my wall-mounted fan up here, the motor's not moving. And this was just fixed, my Westinghouse here. We turned it off because it's hitting against something, so I'm going to have to go in the cooler room here. Sometimes say something nice about somebody. Don't be so jealous of what people's life is. Perhaps, you could make those changes in your life. You can make changes. It's not that hard. Unless you're so goddamn set in your ways that You just have to be bitter all the time and make fun of somebody or find reason. Popeye with his nails down to a bloody core, scraping that fucking barrel. Well, Barry scraped the barrel on me, but look where he wound up. You see what I'm talking about? Look where he wound up. You know what I want? Peace. I want to just live my life. That's all. I don't have this big show where I got, 1,000 comments coming in like a ticker tape. I don't have that many subscribers, but what I do have is a show that people, not maybe the numbers are low, but they listen to what I have to say. And there are some people who actually take my advice. And you know what? The thing is, I kind of hate, and in a way, I kind of hate giving advice. Because I know, believe me, from experience, that giving advice to people doesn't always work. They want your advice, you give them it, and yes, that does pertain to my own family. You give it from my brother to my daughter, whatever. You give all the advice in the world, but they don't take your advice, then, oh well, I'm done giving advice. But I do that very freely on my show. I don't mind giving advice, even to the trolls. And if you think they don't listen to me, you're wrong. They do. I bet they're doing a lot of things differently with their health because I talk about this shit all the time on my show. I talk about their obesity and what's going to happen with that. And it will happen. I was right about Fazio all the way. He let it go too far. And like I said on the show, I surprised people with the fact that it really wasn't the infection itself that killed him. It was his immune system that didn't respond to his infection. So although the infection was the catalyst, and your body was responding to that, the white cells, he did not have enough white cells and T cells. He needed immunotherapy, but it was too late for him. So faith, whatever you want to call it, caught up with him, and / stupidity. Barry was his own demise of going to jail. Fazio made his own demise of dying. Even Ed drank, as I understand, a lot. He was a little bit overweight and he wasn't healthy. I think he had diabetes. In fact, he had to wear diapers. Now, I'm not making fun of that. I'm saying that goes part of the disease. He knocked me left and right, too. He died. And Fazio died. And we got these characters out there like Licky and others. He's not healthy. He knows it. And that could be partially why he's such a loudmouth and a rude, crude motherfucker. He figures, I'm going to go out with a bang. I'm going to take your money and laugh about it. Like he took Barry's money on the Free Barry J campaign, which went into his pocket and bought his girlfriend at the time a very expensive iPhone with the money intended for Barry. And he is supposed to be supporting Barry. Don't believe anybody on here. Ricky is an undesirable. There's no question about it. He's got a police record now. He can't talk about me. Oh, he can talk about me all the time. He will. But we have a different lifestyle. Ricky, of course, like many of them, like Scotty and all these people, they're not grounded. Kevin's not grounded either. A lot of people are not grounded. They're walking around aimlessly with no direction in their life. It's kind of strange that Big Kevin is not doing a lot of shows. I don't know if his operation on his knees worked out real well or he's got some other problems going on, but he's not going to say anything. But for Big Kevin not to do multiple shows because he's always looking for money, that's unusual. They're not going to tell you what's going on in their life. They'll tell you totally different, that life is great. I'm the king of the hill. I'm killing it. Yeah. Probably not. And he went all the way to fucking Thailand to try to get away from his aunt's basement. And how did that turn out? Oh, I'm just on vacation. I wasn't planning on staying here. Sure he was. It just didn't work out. It happens. He couldn't get a bona fide girlfriend. He just posed with the women. He'd buy him drinks. That's why he needed money all the time and begging for donations because he needed companionship, my friends. He needed companionship. Black and white. He couldn't find it except for buying women drinks. Same as Jay. Jay puts on these shows all the time with a woman on his arm, but what's really going on? What is really going on? I'll tell you what's going on, and you know it. He's paying for their drinks. He's got this big fucking bogan grin on his face, like he's killing it too. They're all killing it. They're all killing. They're killing themselves. Jay is a mama's boy, or else he wouldn't live there. And he does have conniptions. He needs to be around somebody. She's around his mommy to take care of him. He makes all this money supposedly on Bitcoin. He doesn't have his own apartment. And when he does come to Cebu, the Bitcoin millionaire, supposedly, he stays at these fucking Caddyshack apartments. Backpackers type of shit. And so does Nico. Nico don't stay in no fancy places. He spent too much money on his fucking lawn, which always winds up dying anyway. You see what I'm talking about here? Am I making sense? But they don't like to hear the truth. This whole time I've been on here over 2.5 hours. I've spoke nothing but truth. And I could back up everything I said on today's show. I could back up everything I said. They can't do that. Not even close. They can't do that. I could. I could back it up with videos if I want. I could spend all day putting some really interesting videos on people. And I did that a little bit to Ricky the other day. The shit he was saying on YouTube. Why? Because it's called evidence. Ricky has not been cool with me ever. And he already has a police record. Note it. He knows it too. Ricky will push things only so far. Only so far. Then sometimes he'll go quiet, just like Popeye. When you expose them for who they are. Then they go quiet for a little bit. They come back on with more fervorish stuff, you know. They go into a fucking fervor, I call it. Hey, what's up, Mix? Just like, you know, Mix, I guess he's known as the troll. But when he comes on my channel, you know, he's been pretty cool. Like Aloe, you know, our past, I just talked about it. I don't need to talk about it again. Aloe comes on my show and he's cool. And yes, of course, again, you know, he's done a lot of shit on me in the past. But he comes on my show and he's cool. That's all that matters. If Popeye came on here and allowed him to come, all he'd be doing is attacking me. Aloe's not attacking me. What he does outside of coming on my show, I don't know. I really don't know. Basically, he just said he's pretty indifferent about all this shit, you know. He knows our past history and all that stuff. He knows what I said about him, and I know what he said about me. Sometimes you got to come to a midpoint, you know, kind of like neutrality. If I don't talk shit about him, chances are he's not going to talk shit about me. It works out real well. Whether he could stick to that, I really don't know. But I think that's what's going on. And that's cool. If he could keep that up. We have a big past together, as you all know. I was not happy about a lot of things he said about me, and he said a lot of horrible, horrible, horrible things. But as he says, he tries not to dwell on the past, which everybody should do. Don't dwell on the past, concentrate on the now. But the one positive thing I could say about Aloe, he's not a broke skoke. That guy gets to travel everywhere. I think he has beyond reasonable intelligence, I think. Yeah, he has a bad side to him, that's for sure, and I've experienced it. Big time, big time. Big time. But I'm willing to let that go as long as, you know, everything is copacetic. I have no need to say anything bad about Aloe. He comes on my show and he's cool. For the third time I said that. We'll leave it at that until something changes. I even gave him a fucking wrench. Who does that? I mean, with me and him? To give Aloe a wrench? That's a first. Considering the past. There you go. It is what it is. He can get rid of everybody that comes on my show. He has the power to do that right now. I'm entrusting him with that wrench. And I don't give wrenches out. And like I said, he could do what he wants. I won't get hurt feelings from it. He could knock off any of my regulars on there just with a flick of the wrist. I don't think he'll do that. Well, currently has no reason to do that, but it's a test in many ways too. Believe me, everything is a test I do on here too. Not everything, but a lot is. Okay, he doesn't have to be loyal to me either. He could do what he wants. He can still do. He can still talk shit on me on Discord or anywhere else. That's his prerogative. Hopefully he doesn't. That we come to some kind of neutrality or something on this. I hope so. But enough on that, on Aloe. And Popeye, I just got more messages to you. You know, you like to dish out so much shit on me that it's really affected your whole world, man. That expression, living rent-free in your head, it's so true. Look, you're like 65, 66 now, I think. And I don't really know what your disability is. You could have had a stroke or something. I don't even wish that on you. Believe it or not, Popeye, you know, I don't even wish that on you. I don't want to wish anything that bad that I wouldn't want to wish upon myself. Honestly. I worry about my health all the time. Is something going to happen to me? You get to that age, we start thinking about that shit. I do all the time. I'm not going to lie to you, and I never lie to my people. Sure, I think about my mortality like most people do as they're getting older. Because you never know what's going to happen to you. But you will know what's going to happen to you when you keep up that kind of behavior on here. You're going to wind up in a court of law where somebody out there that doesn't like you is going to kill you. Or hurt you. When you don't expect it. I'm not talking about me. Popeye's got a lot of enemies out there. We know what he did in the past when somebody was challenging him and coming in his neighborhood. He hid for 6 months. 6 months or more. The coward that he is. That's why he's not simulcasting, because I'm throwing out the truth this morning about him. He would definitely be simulcasting me, because he doesn't know how to approach what I'm saying, because I've exposed him the past few days. His daughter, what she looks like, not a crime. His house, not a crime. He tried to report me on YouTube, but it didn't work. I got the letter, the notice. They said they weren't putting a strike on my channel. They just suggested that maybe you look in there, find a timestamp. It wasn't the timestamps. It wasn't anything in the content. It was that I put a picture of his horrible-looking home. It's unmaintained. That's all it was. But he tries to find reason and rhyme to get me off YouTube, but he doesn't want me off YouTube. I think he's confusing him. He's fighting with himself. If I didn't come on here, he wouldn't have anything to talk about, and that's a fact. You want to talk about facts? That's a fact. He wouldn't have someone to gripe about, or he'd find another victim. That's not living a good life, Robert. It's a horrible life. As far as I know, and anybody else knows, you just got, according to what you believe in, you got one life, that's all you have. One life and maybe one wife if you had one. You can't go on with life the way you do, and you're killing yourself, Robert. You don't realize you're slowly killing yourself. That bitterness can eat you alive, man. It can tear you apart. Your cortisol levels probably go through the roof. And by the way, Robert, they speak of all Frank's cortisol levels must be going. Guess what? You know the medicine prescription that I take for something that you like to make jokes about? Guess what? You're not very learned. Those particular meds that I take actually reduce your cortisol level. You just can't win, Robert. You just can't win. Oh my goodness. That's been a good show, but 2 hours and 40 minutes. I'm getting carried away here. Even my viewers, they don't mind listening to me. Like, same with me, anybody else. To be honest with you, which I'm always honest. Honest Abe. Ooh, Abe. Did I say Abe? Honest Abe. I can't listen to a show that's over a couple of hours long. And I can only, my attention span, which is very small, could maybe do 20 minutes of somebody's show. And if I really want to hear the rest of what they have to say, I go back on it later on. And I'll just, scroll forward or whatever and, listen to other things they have to say. But I can't sit there. I cannot sit there for hours upon hours In a way, I can understand people not want to listen to me for hours and hours. They like what I have to say, apparently, because they do listen. At least they're listening to me, Robert. And all you other trolls, you know who you are. They're listening to me, not because I'm going on camera like Ricky and making a total spectacle of myself with his insane expressions and his eyes and his space between his teeth and his pig nose and all that shit. He feels he has to do that. But it works for me because it shows immigration and other people that he's an undesirable. That the guy is out of his fucking mind, that he's got psychological problems. It works for me. Well, may work for you guys, may not work for me, but that works for me. Especially when you record all that shit. If it had to go in front of immigration, DOJ, Department of Justice, they would label him as an undesirable. And he already got a fucking police record out here. I don't have a police record. I have a complaint, not a case. I have a complaint against me. But I don't have a police record. I don't have any such. I don't. I have a complaint. It's different. But Ricky is setting himself up where they could look at his videos, and I have plenty of them, that he is a total undesirable, probably worse than Slim, and in some ways worse than the Russian guy. Alice says, Frank, what's your explanation when it comes to Ricky's behavior? On cam versus off cam, he seems completely different. Oh, he's a chameleon. Oh no, he's a chameleon, but with intent. Now, I've met him. He's actually eating breakfast with his girlfriend at my home, in my dining room. Even though he ate all the Hungarian sausage and didn't leave any for me, he probably did me a favor because it was awfully fattening. A lot of cholesterol, but he don't care about that shit. No, Ricky is a chameleon when he wants to be. When he's trying to get what he wants with somebody, like when he wanted that affidavit from me for Fazio, for a great example. Oh yeah, he was kissing my ass quite a bit. Oh, absolutely. And he even complimented Gilda a lot, but then he turned on her too. He's a chameleon. Ricky will be nice to you when he's trying to get what he wants off you. Then once that's done, and I'm answering your question, once that's done, he will turn against you. What did he say to get that document? Well, I wasn't offered no money or anything like that. He didn't even offer any money. Nothing. He just basically said, here's how we can get Fazio. By signing an affidavit. And, he doesn't show any appreciation to me at all. Because without my affidavit, he might be in a worse situation when it came to Fazio. He showed no appreciation to that at all. Never donated to my channel when I was actually monetized. There was no money cut to me on the side for helping him out. He showed no appreciation at all. He just went right back to attacking me. Every show now still. He still does. Shit, we went all the way to Cebu to do this. I spent my time and Gilda's time too. I did that for him because I didn't like Fazio and I know Fazio was doing wrong. Of course, I regret it now. Okay, you cannot trust Richard Jarrett. You cannot trust him. He only works for himself. He doesn't care about anybody but himself. One of the reasons I come to a conclusion is that he knows he has some serious health conditions going on, and he's just throwing caution to. If I gotta find something to eat, actually, he's just throwing caution to the wind. That's all he is, because he knows. Just like it's the same thing going on with Trump. He's firing both barrels to all his adversaries. Don't you see what Trump is doing? It's the same thing with Ricky. Trump knows that he's got some serious health. So unplug it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's clean up that fan, do what we gotta do with it. So they're the same in the same way. They're exhibiting the same behavior.
That's what they're doing. Trump and Ricky. And Ricky happens to be, Coinky Dinky, a Trump supporter. Imagine that. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Never me. I think when you know you're on your way out, I think that's what it's all about. Oh, it's going to happen. But there's no doubt about it. It's going to happen. How fast it happens, I don't know. He's on his way. Let's just put it that way. A lot of things I spoke about on here came true. There's no doubt it did. Name the people. Happens to them. Name them. Something happens to them. I don't know. Karma, faith, I don't know. I don't fucking know. But it did happen. My little so-called prophecies came true. Coinky Dinky? I don't know. Maybe I have a better insight into these people than most do on here. Maybe, I don't know. But it did happen to a lot of people. Maybe it's a gift, I don't know. Maybe it's just having good insight, I don't know. But how come all the things I say come true? Why is that? I don't know. I just seriously don't know. I've been right about a lot of people in here. Is it a gift or a curse? I don't know. Maybe there's things I don't want to know about somebody. And I wind up finding out. By research, or just by accident, or just by their own behavior. I don't know. Like people ask me, what's going to happen to Barry once he gets home? Well, I can make an educated guess on that. He's just going to face more adversity legally. People like, Popeye, Ricky, all these people, Ricky of all people, here's the thing. He shouldn't even be on YouTube. I'm not the only person recording Ricky and those people. I'm not the only person. I guarantee you it. So Ricky thinks he can come on and say all this shit about me. To tell you the truth, I'm not a violent person, but I'll tell you what. When I came into him a couple of times in fucking SNR, like Ricky likes to say, I'm locked and loaded. But I'm the guy that would have done something. Okay? Instead, we talked about shopping. Because if I didn't, who knows if I would have let loose on him right in the store. But that obviously wouldn't be the wisest thing to do, let's face it, folks. As big as he is, look, I've encountered people in my life I spoke up to. I didn't give a shit what size they were. Historically speaking, that has happened. And sure, there's times I could probably get the shit beat out of me. But it doesn't mean I won't stand up for myself, nevertheless. I know when you get me riled up, let me tell you something. You wouldn't know it on the same guy that you listen to on here. You just don't know. I've been in situations where, yes, I should have shut my mouth and I could have gotten in some big-ass trouble. Not that something was my fault. It was something somebody said or whatever. Somebody that was challenging me. And I never said I was a Superman of any kind, because I'm not a Superman. I'm an old fuck. I'm not the young man I used to be, admittedly. But it doesn't mean I won't stand up for myself. I might get my ass kicked in the process, but that'll go along with the territory. But the main thing is stick up for yourself, stick up for your values, stick up for your morals, stick up for your beliefs. Don't let anybody change you. Be yourself, honor yourself, take pride in yourself. If somebody attacks your family like they do, well, you just keep that in your thoughts and you deal with it in another way. I don't advocate violence at all. In fact, I hate it. I even hate the fact that every time you turn on a fucking movie, it's all fucking violence, guns, people killing each other. Believe it or not, I actually am a pacifist. I really am. You wouldn't think so, but I actually really am. I deplore violence. I will avoid violence at all fucking cost. Because it doesn't get you anywhere except in jail or something. I would never harm anybody aimlessly. If I had to protect myself or those I love, yeah, that's a different story. That's an entirely different story. But I'm not going to go out there and inflict some pain on somebody physically if I don't have to. And all this thing about the age, please, again, fuck this shit about age. It doesn't mean because you're older that you have no ability, to protect yourself. That's just false. That's just false. That's false. There's a lot of old coots out there that can do a pretty damn good job defending themselves. Don't kid yourself. I mean, seriously, don't kid yourself. You'd be surprised. You might even be surprised with me. But the difference with me is that I don't claim to be a hero. No, I don't claim to be a fucking hero. And I'm not trying to be some kind of a fucking hero. Not at all. I'm just being myself, and I speak out for my rights. And my partner. And family. Yes, family. Hold on a minute. And look at that, I even made a little breakfast for her. I didn't have to do that. She does so much for me. That's my point. Treat people with respect, you're going to get it back. Maybe in spades. Aloe says, Popeye will not attack you. He fears consequences. Oh, Ricky? Yeah, I know that. I know that real well. If Ricky really had a problem with me, he could have waited till I got out of SNR. You know? And he could have done something. But he didn't. Except he was in a hurry to finish up his shopping and get the fuck out of there. Because he saw my face. And you didn't see my face on camera. You saw him. But if you would have saw my face, you would have known I was fucking serious. He knew I was. That's why, you know what he tries to do all the time? Just so happened with Mick. Same thing he did with Mick. Just kind of, reduce the situation. Become apologetic or something. I'm just fucking around. Ricky said, I'm just fucking around. It's all entertainment, blah, 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 yeah. Alice says, no, it's not a good idea to attack somebody in the Philippines. Certainly not. And Ricky is all talk. Well, he had his moment with Fazio, which was surprising. But the difference is, he knew Fazio could not protect himself. Fazio was old. He wasn't in good health. And he knew that. So he took advantage. He took advantage of Fazio. That was indeed a cowardly act. Because he is a coward. Okay, hold on a second here. Boy, I've been on here quite a while. I think it's about time to get off here. I've been kind of neglecting my duties. Well, I've been working around the house, but I need to do some kind of an exercise or something this morning.
That's why I say, coming on here, I want to do long shows, and I'm neglecting some other shit, which is not good. Pardon me. Well, I'm glad to say, though, that I may not have a lot of people that listen to me, but people do come and listen to my show, and they actually do listen to what I have to say. I mean, I was laughing about John Blaze, who was attacking me all the time. But his own wife, and he admitted himself. The whole thing about the green tea and turmeric and all that shit. And Blaze said it himself. Oh, I can't believe it. My wife wanted me to go to the store. She's been listening to Frank. And she wanted to buy some green tea and turmeric. So yes, they are listening after all. You think he knows he's on his way out? Oh, when Daisy left, that's when Fazio went. Oh, he went down, way downhill. It's not that it was his girlfriend. People were confused. That was not his girlfriend. She had things going on with the family and stuff. That's why she stayed there. Do you think she wanted to stay in that little shimmy shack? She couldn't even breathe in there. It was horrible for her. It was horrible. You all seen this place, right? My God. You see, everything was superficial. He tried to, escort her around and make people believe, look, I actually got a real girlfriend. Yeah, a real furry little girlfriend. With all the parts, It wasn't his girlfriend. In his lonely mind, that was his girlfriend. Until she had enough, and she found an excuse. Oh, a friend was having a wedding, so she went back to where she lived, Oh, yeah, but there was a guy she's been talking to the whole guy. The guy from, where's he from? I forgot his name, too. Oh, my God, he fell apart. When I actually exposed, I showed a picture of her sitting on a bed, looking very close. She was with this new guy. But then Fazio says, oh, I knew that. No, he didn't know what was going on. I knew it. How do I know these things? I just do. And that sent him into I call it a fervor. Oh, that's when he really started to fall apart, and he really started to go, Donkey Kong fucking crazy. Yeah, he was drugged, LOL. I don't know, but he sure drank the fucking rum. We've seen it on his shelf on his shows. He had all these bottles, and he admitted himself that to get to sleep, a lot of times he had to drink. In fact, I even got Daisy into doing that too, as he mentioned. Sometimes she'll drink to go to sleep. Well, shit, you'd have to. I mean, where is she going to sleep in that house? He slept on a layer. He talked about it. I don't make this shit up. Layers of cardboard and styrofoam. Barely enough room for him. You know how big he was. Where did Daisy fit in on all this? Did she have to sleep on the floor? Or did she have to sleep with that sweat hog? Oh my God. That's punishment. Something was going on with her. That's why she didn't go home. That's why she stayed with him. It was free, But I hope she did well. I understand that, she sold anything that was worth selling from his, let's call it his estate, his fancy estate. And I hope she found his hidden treasures. Because not only was he one of those hoarders, but I bet you had his mother's jewelry, and who knows what he had tucked away. Because she went through that place, I'm sure, with a fine-tooth comb. I wouldn't be surprised, because he was cheap. He still was living on that money he got from the mortgage company. He actually went, like they all do, Brevis and all these people, running away from something. Not toward, running away from something. They all got skeletons in their closet and they talk about me. I'm an open book. I got nothing to hide. I'm still here. Despite a complaint being against me, I'm still here. Either I'm stupid, which I don't think I am, or I'm a very confident person. And as I said, I handle things as they come. I'm not going to walk around pulling my hair out. I face whatever's a reality. I got a complaint against me, I'll deal with it. And you know I'm going to deal with it, right? Need I say more? I think you all know that. Oh, you bet I will. She knows it too. She knows it too. She's shitting bricks these days, I'll bet you. Her shit ain't coming out soft. She's fucking pushing and constipated to get that shit out. Because she's worried. Oh, not worried about physical harm, as she claimed that she had PTSD because I never met the woman. Never met the fucking woman. I was no threat to her, ever. Ever. I wouldn't do shit like that. But what she did to me, oh, that's not something you can forgive. I've been under a lot of scrutiny because of that shit. Of course it's affected my life. I'd be lying to you, which I don't do. Of course. I got a loving relationship with somebody. This is my home. She wants to destroy that. And you honestly think that I'm letting that go? Well, as I said, and it still goes. It still goes. It's still on the table. Let's part our ways. Tell the truth to the Board of Inquiries. Go to my lawyer's office and sign an affidavit and said, look, I apologize. I made a mistake. I was just upset because he put my boyfriend in jail and I had plans to marry him and he kind of put a damper on that. And I apologize. And put that out to the Department of Immigration, Board of Inquiry, Secretary of the Board. And then it's over. It'll be a guarantee that there will be no repercussions for her for what she did, her perjury, her harboring and aiding and abetting Barry, who she knew was a 7-year overstayer. Erase the chalkboard. Erase everything from it. That still goes. But she has to take action. I don't really think, and even if somebody pays for her counsel, even if somebody pays for a lawyer for her, like some people we know said they would, and they would, they already did to write that report up. But if she clears the slate, I'm cool. She goes about her life. She'll have to go through litigation and mitigation and beg for money to pay for the lawyers. Oh, she'll get it. Oh, she'll get it. But what if she's found guilty? What does she have to face? I can't make no guarantees, but it is under the law that says you can't harbor, aid, and abet somebody even if they're avoiding immigration, they're hiding. She did all that. Agents will attest to that. My lawyer will attest to it because he was there. He actually accompanied these agents. He was there. Even photographed a video of him being arrested. He was there because he believed in the cause. He was there. How about that? She knows she did wrong. This practicing Catholic, whatever she is, although her name doesn't sound, I don't know. It sounds more, I don't know, sounds more Muslim or something. Doesn't her name sound Muslim? And we're not making fun of that. We're not attacking her on that. I'm saying her name sounds Muslim. So I don't know what religion she is, but I know she's religious. Henceforth, if you are religious, don't you want to go by your values of what your Lord is teaching you? That's what I don't understand. Like Popeye pushing his religion on everybody, saying that you're a nobody if you don't believe in what I believe in. Everybody has the right to believe in what they want. I have the right. But if she could come clean I will guarantee you, and you're hearing it from me now, and probably being recorded, of course, that I will clear the slate. She goes on her way and I go mine. We go on with our lives. That's a deal. But she has to move on this because there's no guarantees in life. She may get away with all this shit completely. But what if she don't? Because as I said, I'm not going to stand here and tolerate what she did. No threats. I've never threatened her. And this is not a threat either. Although trolls are going to say, oh, you're threatening her. I'm not threatening her at all. I'm just laying out the facts that there is repercussions to what you do. And what she did was wrong. And I know everybody agrees with me out there. She has never produced any documents. I got them right here. I got them right here. She never produced any documents that could back up what she said about me in the complaint. Here's a counter affidavit my lawyer wrote, and it's juicy. You all have a copy of that, I'm sure. He produced some very interesting facts, and from very valid facts. So if she wants to throw caution to the wind, she could certainly do that. But I'm publicly saying this for the last time, because I don't need to say it anymore. Otherwise, it's going to be business as usual. I will do what I feel I have to do. For justice, not for revenge like what she's doing. No, this is not revenge. I don't do revenge. I do justice. If I wanted revenge, there's a lot of things I can do, but I'm certainly not going to do it, not in this country. I represent no threat to her at all physically. And just because I talk about legal stuff, I'm not threatening her. And I'm not intimidating her to say, well, Frank's just intimidating. No. Let's get that straight right away. I'm presenting a fact. I'm representing a bargain with her. Put all this shit aside, because I don't think she's going to get what she wants anyway. But let me throw caution to the wind too, you know. Yeah, it is a long one today, man. Because I have a lot to say. I'll be ending it pretty soon, a few minutes here. But you all heard me publicly say that. She knows where to find my lawyer. She has to go to his office. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it has to be. It has to be on paper. And you don't have to make yourself look bad. Just say, I made a mistake. I was just trying to support my boyfriend. I felt bad because he was put in jail. We had plans to get married. And I was just upset, and I apologize about that. I'll accept it. My lawyer will accept it. And then my lawyer can bring that information to the Board of Inquiries, you know. And hopefully they'll go with it. They may not. But it might. I think that's fair. I don't know, really. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if she's still in communication with him. I wouldn't be surprised. You can't believe any one of them. She did a show where she said, I'm single again. That was either something that Barry put her up to, because he didn't want to know that she was still visiting him or communicating with him or whatever. They both lied. You can't believe anything they say. They're liars. And I can say that without a disclaimer. They're both liars. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, because I don't know everything. I don't know how many times he got beat up in his jail cell. I'm sure it happened at least once or twice. Fuck, look what happened with Vitaly. Did you see the most recent pictures of him? His nose was crooked, as if he had his nose broken. His eyes are deep and dark. He looks, disheveled. His hair is grown out. He's got a big beard. He just looks terrible. Lost some weight. I'm sure it has not been a picnic for Vitaly, that's for sure. Why? Because I'm sure there were Filipinos in jail with him. And they all know the story because word gets around in jail. They know everything. They keep up with all the shit going on in the news. They know. And he was probably a walking target. As big as he is, he's a pretty good-sized guy. At least when he had his muscles, but he lost them. And, it's them against him. You can't win against a bunch of people. I don't care how strong you think you are. No. It doesn't work that way. I'm sure he's seen some action. I'm sure Barry has. In fact, knowing his mouth, the way he can't help himself. Look the way he was talking about the Chinese. What he said when he did come on somebody's live or something, or made comments or did something in his community posting or whatever. He said that he hated the Chinese. They were filthy, just like he says a lot of things about everybody else. You think they didn't get word of that? He probably got his ass kicked who knows how many times in there. It's not been a pleasure palace for him in there at all, I assure you. As it wouldn't be for me. I don't want to go to jail. Nobody wants to go to jail. And I'll do my damn best to not never make that happen in my lifetime. Despite her fucking invalid, frivolous complaint for revenge, not justice. Again, emphasize that. Revenge, not justice. There's a difference. Barry was not revenge. It was justice. And I achieved it. Took a while. But I know where this was going, and I gathered all the evidence I needed. I got evidence on her that proves her wrong. You think my lawyer don't have that? That it wasn't put in? You think we didn't put anything in on there? You see, the way the court's going to look at this, it's not a court. It's a complaint of immigration. Does she have a reason to put this report out on me? Was it valid information or not? Can they make the correlation, which my lawyer did, and even I did, on my own, that there was a reason for her to enact revenge against me because I put her boyfriend in jail? You think, and I still don't know the outcome, but do you think they're not going to put two and two together on this? Do you think they're not going to do that? Of course they will, if they're going to be legitimate about this. I don't know if there's any money involved. I don't know. I do know something I do know, though, which is part of what's going on, why there hasn't been a resolution. I know it for sure. In fact, I know it 100% for sure, but it's not all that. It's other elements, too. But they'll come up with their resolution eventually. They're actually breaking the law. It should not have gone this long. They should not have put me on an administrative situation when I've always paid my visas and everything else. Always. Always. It's not my doing. It's not like Barry, who purposely did not pay his visas and all that shit. He did it purposely because he likes to screw everybody over. He had an idea about the government out here. He hated the government. He hated everything. He hated even the embassy that would represent him in some way. He made enemies with them. He made enemies with his guards. He made enemies with immigration, with DOJ. Where did he not make enemies? Because he couldn't control his fucking mouth. Okay? Now, she did something wrong to me, and neither me or my girlfriend appreciate it. And we'll see what happens. I'm not telling you exactly what I'm doing. I've hinted it. But the cards, the deal is still on the table. Oh, Frank, he's getting worried, isn't he? He's getting worried. That's what you're saying. Well, I've always been concerned because it was an invalid report. It was not necessary. Of course, I'm concerned about it because I don't know 100% what immigration is going to think, but I still have avenues to fight it. That's the good thing. But play the devil's advocate or whatever. If something did happen that didn't go in my favor, and I have every reason to believe it will go in my favor, but let's just say it don't. There are things I can do to prevent anything from happening to me and from getting justice and bringing her to court. And she's going to have to go through all this litigation, mitigation, money, stress, which she doesn't need. She's probably stressed as a motherfucker right now. Whether the relationship with Barry is gone, that might be another thing. She doesn't have a man anymore. I don't know what she's doing. I don't really care. She's taken to drinking. We all know that. No disclaimer needed for that. She'd exhibited on her show. She talked about it, how she's stressed. She wants this over, she said. And she's been taking to drinking. I'm not accusing her of being an alcoholic, nothing like that, but she's taking to drinking. We know that because we've seen that, and it becomes evidence. If I'm saying that she's drinking and she's not, if I haven't seen it and recorded it on video, then I would be lying. That would be libelous, rather. But it's a fact. She's stressed. Okay, I'm going to run 2, Aloe. I've been on here over 3 fucking hours. That's a record here. I gotta go. But I said what I needed to say today. The deal is on the table, and she better act fast, really. No, I'm not intimidating her. I'm telling her the truth. What I plan to do, more likely than not. The cards are on the table. It's up to her to enact upon this opportunity. Because like I said, I'm not letting this float by. Let's move our own way. She made her point. She don't like me. She made her point that she's not happy about Barry being incarcerated as a result of my actions. But like I said, Barry did it to himself. I don't want to hear any more bullshit about that. He did it to himself. Okay? No more to talk about with Barry. He did it to himself. Like he always does. I understand her wanting to defend him because that was her boyfriend. I understand that. I know how relationships are. You want to support each other. I absolutely understand that. But she's wrong in this situation. She's wrong. And she knows she's wrong. And she's a practicing religious person, which really kind of, baffles me. That maybe her God is watching and listening. Maybe. And that there are repercussions to every fucking thing you do. If I fucking open up a can and my finger hits the sharp edge, I'm going to bleed like a sieve. I'm going to bleed. But when you make false reports like this on somebody that you can't support, it leaves them open to a bleed, their own kind of legal bleed. All right. Great show. Fact made. It's on the table, miss. It's on the table right now. You either enact upon this or you don't. And if you feel lucky, you're lucky at gambling, you're lucky in life, things always work out your way. Do you feel confident enough that I'm going to get deported and you're going to have a big smile on your face? Well, you see, it won't end with that. Even if something did happen with me, do you still think I'm not going to do anything? Legally, not physically, no threats, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Never will be. No matter what, you're safe. You're safe. But you're not safe against yourself, is what I'm saying. I would take this deal. Because if you think I'm bullshitting, well, I got your fucking boyfriend in jail. I meant what I said about that, didn't I? Didn't I? Something you better think about. Put it in your pipe and smoke it. Or start smoking a pipe or something. Sit there and contemplate what you did. What you had to say about me, which was vicious.
That I'm not taking up for the pro-life traveler. I don't know anything about his case, guys. If he's done something wrong, the authorities are going to handle it. This video is about you being one false allegation away from having your life ruined, from having your retirement taken from you over here in the Philippines. All it takes is one false accusation. Welcome back to my channel, Sunshine Shoulders. I'm Calvin.
And because this senior citizen, frail man, and I'm no longer going to refer to him as a strong man because it's clearly frail, is, literally got one foot in the grave. He just falls asleep all the time in front of everybody.
Peter Welsh, it is a bipartisan issue, and understanding where we are in this country and how important.
Okay, you could hear him snoring there. And there are two little girls to the left.
Did you know you should never eat leftover rice?
It's called reheated rice syndrome, and it's actually pretty dangerous.
Rice is left out at room temperature for too long. This is where the risk of foodborne illness comes in.
I'm Dr. Tanya Elliott, board-certified allergist and internal medicine specialist. A nasty bacteria called B. cereus grows in rice at room temperature and creates spores that are heat resistant. That means if you put the rice in the microwave and heat it back up, it's not going to kill off the spores. What does it cause? Diarrhea, vomiting for 2 to 3 days, and in rare cases, even death. So you need to eat rice as soon as it's cooked or put it in the refrigerator right away. And that also goes for other starchy foods.
Welcome to my lunchtime broadcast today. I was watching Official Asia Now, as in the title. I got a few things to say about that channel and the person. Stay tuned. and Philly in the Philippines. Both. All right. See, here's the problem. All right, so Official Asia Now, who's a channel at the moment I'm talking about, he does the whole context of his show is to get enjoyment and make money on the unfortunate situations of other people. Always talking about immigration, who got busted, this and that, to make up his show. All right, he's got to make money, he's got to come up with topic matter. But, basically, while the pancakes are still warm on the griddle, he'll push something really far as he could take it to make the viewers and make money. Again, talking about Slim. I don't know how many shows he's done about Slim and Vitaly, both. Now, during that show, I was just watching. Maybe he's closing it out now. He was live. He's been on for quite a while. He made it like $120 or something, minus the YouTube fees. But yes, he's indeed making money off the misery of other people. He's no better than anybody else on here. Then, what's really funny is that Philly in the Philippines come on and make a comment. Philly in the Philippines, Brian, what's his name? Brian Pervert? His last name, Brian Pervert? Okay. He goes, what about Scotty Boy? What about his channel? All the things that he does. And, coming from... And I'm going to get back to the author of that official channel that I'm talking about, too. Philly in the Philippines, Brian Pervert, he has quite a reputation. He's worried about, why don't you go after Scotty Boy? I don't see you going after Scotty Boy. Be lucky that everybody's not going after you, because let's not forget who walked Angeles City all the time when you lived there. You, sir, were pointing your camera at all the young women and the prostitutes and everything else. And you're married. And you geared your show on the women of the night. And the women of the day, too. You're no better, Brian, than anybody else on here. You're no better. You're no better. Passing the buck. What they do on here is they pass the buck. That's all Brian is doing, is passing the buck. You should go after Scotty Boy's channel. Well, I agree. However, it's like the pot calling the kettle black. Now, people know that Brian Pervert, I think that's his last name, who runs Philly in the Philippines. You know what his shows were all about and how he got all his viewers, besides buying them. I'm sure he had his hand in that too. But all he did was in Angeles City photograph all these women, shoving his camera in their faces too. He's no better than Slim. He's no better than Scotty. They're all using other people's mistakes, shall we say, to further his channel. That's what Philly does. The nerve of him to come in here and comment on Official Asia Now that just did a live. And it was commenting on, of course, Slim and Vitaly, mostly Slim. Where, this guy's channel is basically being a judge and jury to what other people do on here. I'm nobody's judge and I'm nobody's jury, not on my channel. I only go by facts presented to me. If I find it's a fact, I'll talk about it. Otherwise, I don't. Now, he himself, Official Asia Now, as people have commented, they've seen him when he had his other show too, and they knew that he was a street guy, and all he did was photograph women. And a lot of them turned out to be prostitutes. So, although Mr. Official Asia Now has some popularity, it's like, again, the pot calling the kettle black. Because he has engaged in that behavior. But yet he wants to talk about everybody else. The unfortunate situation for Slim, which Slim deserves. But Slim, yes, I agree with him. He deserves a lot more than that. Touching these Filipinos, young Filipinos, and everything else he did. he's getting away scot-free as far as I'm concerned, being deported. Absolutely. But official Asia now, I mean, that's how he's making his money. He makes good money. That's how he's supporting himself. That's how he's supporting himself in Asia. Does he even report his income to the BIR? How legal is he? Well, let's get down to the brass donuts. Does he report his income to the BIR? Maybe we should find out. Maybe we should find out. I don't like when people are two-faced, you know. They put on a show, and they're going to do the drama. Of course they are. They're going to show women on there. And they're going to talk about other people's unfortunate situations. Thank you for the thumbs up. Appreciate somebody appreciating my show. But how about exposing himself? He's like the maitre d' of talking about immigration, who's getting busted for what they did. But I understand, and what I've been told is that in some ways he was not too much better because he focused only on women. Oh, he says, well, no, I don't talk to young women or nothing. Oh, they might be as low as 18 years old, but I don't talk to these young women. But he was always going after women on his show. He couldn't stay away from these women. He exploited the women. It don't matter if they weren't underage. He used his show as for exploitation. Alex, you use your show for exploitation. That's how you're making your money, Alex. Let's expose the real creeps on here who are making money off other people's misfortune. Let's expose who they really are. And I think I do a damn good job on my show of talking about a few at least anyway. Let's expose them for who they are. So Alex from Official Asia Now channel, who just had a live, you don't do many lives. And it was funny because, you know, Brian Pervert comes in there. Frankenstein comes in there. You know, the guy that wears a kerchief on his head, he's trying to look like Ren Zero or something. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's got a bald head. Just show it. Why are you trying to hide your bald head? You know, you're not going to grow any more hair. Show that chrome dome of yours. But he wants to be cool with the beard and the tattoos and the whatever kerchief shit on his head, the bandana, whatever. He wants to look tough. He wants to look tough. Whatever. Remember, he was a prison guard. I can imagine. Oh, I can imagine his job. What favors did he do to prisoners and for how much? Nobody's innocent on here, man. Nobody's innocent on here, but they sure are making their money, pointing their fingers at everybody on here. They're all attacking each other. It's like, you know, a village ran out of food and it's discovered that someone had a good supply and everybody's going to run over and attack that guy to get a hold of that food. Food meaning material for their show. It's fucking hilarious, man. They're all guilty of something. All these fucking fools, all these buffoons, all these desperados, all these fucking criminals. We got fucking stalkers, man. We've got a whole plethora of, we got a woman out there that does a daily show that attacks all the other viewers, who's a fucking felon who walked into 2 pharmacies with a makeshift bomb on her, demanding opioids and stuff. And she got let into this fucking country. Can these people afford to talk? Can they afford to talk? No, they can't, obviously. You got this fat guy with a pig nose that goes around attacking everybody on YouTube. A horribly unhealthy motherfucker that's probably not going to be dessert much longer. Who's living a 5-star fucking lifestyle. But he's not. He probably hasn't got laid the whole fucking time he had anything to do with the Philippines because no woman wants to touch him. Well, I did that very well, actually. Nobody wants to touch him. Even though he hires them from dating services, from escort services. I'll hang on you. I'll hang on your arm. But honey Rose, I'm not going to touch you because you're too goddamn ugly. But I'll gladly take your money. get my part from what the agency gives me. Weird accent that was. Where does that come from? You get my point, right? Call me Point Dexter. Maybe that should be the name of my show. Point Dexter. Not Point Dexter, but Point Dexter. Because I make a lot of good points. There's not a pimple between my shoulders. It's my head, okay? But some people have pimples, festering pimples between their shoulders that they call a head. They're talking heads. And all that comes out of their mouth is festering pustules. Talking heads. And boy, do they like to talk, but they won't talk about the real things going on with them. No. They won't do that. They won't do that. They're just as bad as everybody else on here. They want to look like the good guy with the white Stetson hat. Yeah. Maybe with a bow tie. Lick my boots. I'm the guy with the white Stetson. Yeah. Come lick my ass. Save me on toilet paper. Come on, come and do it, trolls. You're all guilty of something out there. That's why you're trolls. That's why you're trolls, because you're guilty of something. You're running away from something. One guy's a fucking harem. One guy's running away from California because he pissed off a gang, had to put a protection order on his family, and he ran to the Philippines, who stalked me, stalking other people. We got a big fat guy that ran to Thailand who fucking couldn't get a date. He had to spend all his pension money on buying drinks for women because that's all he could do for company. And he put his tail between his legs. And he went hightail right back to fucking America. Right back to fucking America. That's what he did. Yeah. We got this fucking man who's disabled of the mind mostly, that lives in Florida, that puts a show on me and simulcasts my show all the time because I'm living rent-free in his fucking head. Because he's so bitter he can't help it that he hasn't got laid in 2 fucking years. Who claims to be a Navy hero. Who never saw action. False valor. We got all types on here. They can't talk about me, but they do. And what is there about me anyway? What? Oh, I got a good relationship. Got a house. I'm stabilized? In this country, I'm grounded? Oh, no, but I showed you the blood. I showed you the blood on a napkin from Popeye's nails, from digging and digging and digging. We'll call him Digger, should be his name. Digger. I think that's what I'm going to call him from now on, is Digger. Digger the bloody fucking fingernails because he's digging at the bottom of that proverbial barrel to find dirt. To find dirt on me. And that's his life. They're all fucking losers. Every single one of them. And I sit here in my nice house and I laugh. And I laugh and I smirk. Maybe sometimes I have my partner listen to something. We both have a good laugh. Maybe somebody's talking about me. We turn our head to each other and like laugh and say, yeah. I didn't know that's what you were, Frank. Oh, I'm a big criminal for what people talk about me. Oh, God. But yet they're not really devoting, other than like the copycat and, Popeye. But they're not devoting channels to me. They're not talking about, a little talk on Discord here and there. You get the trolls that come out and they mention me in their channels and all that. But I got the best of them. They know that. They just can't defeat me. But they want to see me defeated by a woman who put a phony motherfucking complaint against me. Invalid. And it will be proved invalid. And she herself might be going to fucking jail. Jail, motherfuckers. Jail. For fraud and other charges. I gave her an opportunity. We'll wait and see. I put it on the table. Let's see if she takes it. She knows what she has to do. The best thing I can say to somebody is, how lucky do you feel? Do you feel lucky today? Do you feel licky today? How lucky do you feel? Are you a gambler? How much are you willing to gamble on this, honeysuckle rose? How much you want to gamble? You look forward to litigation, mitigation, court appearances, getting defaced in the public because you're going to court, neighbors talking about you. And those are the key things that happen, man. I don't do them. That's naturally what happens. You get on the news, you get, you want to be famous? I'll make you famous. Oh, I'll help you out. Hey, no problem, man. I aim to please. I aim to please. That's what I do. I like to please people on my show. Not the way to pleasure you want from me, but I aim to please. I'll give you all you want. I'll give you all the fucking PR that you want. Just keep on talking or keep on walking. You see, you got a choice, brother and sisters. You got a choice. Feel the wrath of my legal sword. You might think twice. I guess you'd have to ask Barry Lee Jordan about that one. I guess you would. See what I'm saying? That's Barry, by the way. I don't talk that way. That's street talk. I just like to make fun of these morons. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? They're low-class gutter type street people with a street person mentality. Acting like they're in the fucking gutters. They can't speak right, talk right. They have no cognitive function whatsoever. And they're going to come on and talk about me. Little old me. Little old frail Frank. Old man. She called me old man. Did I have mental problems? Oh, she said a mouthful. Oh. Need I have to go over all this shit again? Which I'm not going to do it. She said a mouthful. Yeah, something she better think about. Because I'm rough and ready. Right now. Right now. I can't even wait. I don't know if I want to wait. She has to put it on the table. With me too. Move on with our lives. Move on, sister. Move on, sister. Go on with your life before it becomes so goddamn embarrassing that you, my dear, you are bringing it on yourself. Not me. Don't be throwing stones at me. Same as your boyfriend. He brought it on with himself. Let's get that perfectly clear. I defined it for you, what frail is. So, it's the kind of a thing where you got to put your cards on the table. You got to put your cards on the table. And you're at that point that you need to put your cards on the table because I'm not offering this anymore. I want this shit over with. Of course I do. I want to move on with my fucking life. But you're not going to move on with your life I'll make sure of that. Because when you did wrong, and you did something legally wrong, and it's fraud, it's perjury, and all the other things that go, you're not in any better position. I'm going to tell you right now. You're a gambling person? How much of a gambler are you? You like going to casinos? You got the money for that? I got the money for that, but I don't go there because the house always wins. Which simply means also that the truth always wins. It always comes out in the wash. The truth always comes out in the wash. Oh, great show on Scotty, huh? I forgot what I did about Scotty. I don't know. I do so many fucking shows. And by the way, I don't count how many shows I do. I don't care. I'll do 25 in one day if I feel. If I got much time on my hands, whatever. If I got nothing going on in the house and I finish eating, I exercise, I watch some movies, whatever. Nothing's going on in particular. I'm not going anywhere. However, tomorrow I might be going to Keenatarkin Island. But no, we're not putting it on. We're not going to. I want to do some private things that doesn't have to involve my family. We're going out and doing something for ourselves. I don't have to broadcast on here. I'm going to take a 2-hour bonker boat ride to Keenatarkin Island. We happen to know people there. Keenatarkin Island. And that will be private. You might hear me in the morning for a small show that I'm on my way. No video. Well, there'll be video, but for us. I can't put every single day of my life. You know. I know you'd like me to. But understand something also. I'm not in control of your life and what you do with your life. I don't have any control of that. You got to do things. Okay, I think we got it good here now, the connection. Okay. So Alex is his name. Okay, I think we got it good here now, the connection. Okay. So Alex is his name, official Asian now. I'm not trying to promo his channel. He made about $120 today. He admits, I do this for the money. Yeah, that's right. I do this for the... Everybody wants to sensationalize everybody's life, or else they would not have a channel. They want to sensationalize even the littlest shit. Look how much he talked about Slim and how much he talked about Vitaly. I mean, you know, the fucking pancakes are still hot on the fucking griddle. Or should I say they're still cold? They went cold on the heating plate, and he's still talking about Slim. It's for content. That's what they do. We got other people that do shit. We got Mike's Philippines retirement. You know, he doesn't want to tell anybody why his wife left him, but whatever. And he's another one that talks about everybody and everything. Oh, God, I can't listen to the guy when he starts getting into sports. Get a fucking life. He had to downsize, apparently. I guess he's moving. Is he moving to car? Is that where he's moving? Maybe get to know that girl who put the complaint on me. Maybe they can get together. I don't know. It's a novel idea. Now that somebody's not in her life anymore and never will be. You see how this shit works? What do you think about all this shit, Mark? Tell me, what do you think about all this shit? Tell the truth. And that's the problem. It's not a problem with me. I always tell the truth on here. Again, I'll repeat this till the cows come home. I'll only talk about, if I'm talking about a vlogger, I will only talk about what they said and I heard on their show. Okay, I don't, put glitter on it. I don't put the icing on it. But I don't hold back either. I only go by what I heard. So how in the world can I be lying when people say you're such a liar? How am I a liar when I'm telling the truth? When you people yourselves have seen what people do on here, how am I lying about it if I'm talking about it? How is that even going to be construed as a fucking lie? Mark says, crazy who in their right mind would pick Karkar. I think that's where he is for some reason. You know what I'm talking about, Alex, right? Yeah. Continuing saga of all these fucking YouTubers, insane in the membrane. I've been through Karkar, actually going through the area when I had to go to court over in, where the fuck was it? Boy, it's been such a while I've been there. Anyway, I had to go through that area. I said, fucking A, out in the mountains there. I mean, it was like, it's just rundown towns all around there, man. Just nothing there. I mean, there's just nothing there. And you have to go quite a distance. And then, Mike's Philippines retirement, the guy, found that he had heart problems and shit. He admits that he goes to McDonald's every fucking morning to eat. I'm like, okay. Why do they not care about themselves? I mean, I don't care if they don't care. Don't get me wrong. Licky and all these people that are, they're having problems with their health. People are dying too. They don't care. I don't even touch McDonald's anymore. I made a decision. I don't touch Jollibee. I may try Burger King here and there. Well, I'm not going to McDonald's. I know everything about how they prepare their food, and you don't want to know it. Let's just leave it at that. Well, when will Mike admit that Janet left him? Mark said. Well, he's made innuendos about it. He said that, they had some problems where he didn't say anything about it. And he says, if you want to find out about something, you could ask me or Janet, he said. So, I mean, he's still, talking to her. But I guess they're just not living together. Could you live with this guy? I mean, seriously, if you were a chick, it's just an opinion. It's just a question. That's all. Don't jump on me and put a lawsuit on me. It's just a question. Could you be able to live with this guy? Fuck. They're all losers. I'm sure she was with him for a reason, and, whatever her reason is fine with me. I have nothing against her. Not at all. I think she's smart for leaving him. If that's what she did, I'm assuming. She'd go on with her life with somebody that's probably worthwhile. All he talks about is this fucking sports. Who fucking cares? When we got all this shit going on in the world with Trump, he's talking about fucking football. This is what I mean about how these people are living in another fucking world. They figure, well, I'm living in the Philippines and fuck the world that's going around it, but it will affect every one of us in some way. Might even affect our income. You don't know. I may lose my Social Security. Have to live on my savings. I don't know. But talking about sports, talking about making up stories about who they met and how many emails they're getting from people because they care about them so much, they're charging people for consultations. You got a license for that? The people who are giving consultations, that's inclusive of Alex, of Official Asia Now. Do you got a license for that? Do you got a permit to do consultations? Come on. Tell Uncle. Do you got a permit for doing that shit? Does Paul, old dog, he'll pay for consultations. He'll take money for consultations. Has he got a permit for that? Are any of these people reporting their income to BIR? No, Mad Matthew, another loser? Oh, God. I like somebody who has something to say. If it's truthful, I'll relate to him. I might like him, but if he's all full of bullshit like everybody else, probably not. I'll keep that in mind. Mad Matthew. Why is he mad? Get my point. Have you guys been following the news? Has anybody follow the news? Or all they do is YouTube? Did they realize the United States has a president that's gone mad? I got a video on there. He fell asleep again, and he talks about sleepy Joe Biden. He embarrassed these two kids. He fell asleep. He was snoring at a press conference again. And the two kids with their mom, she turned in. They were so embarrassed. One was hugging the mom. It was this old man snoring. I'm embarrassed. And he talks about Biden and calls him Sleepy Joe. How about Sleepy Ronald? People being dragged out of their homes, and you just want to talk about all this nonsense and lies on here. When the whole world is falling apart, nobody wants to go to the United States anymore. They're afraid they're going to be dragged out of their car and killed. It's anarchy. It's crazy. A madman is running the country, and he's threatening people. He wants to put his names on everything. He wants to spend $1 billion on an annex of the knocks down without permission from Congress, knocks down a piece of history of United States because he wants a ballroom, 40,000, 80,000 square foot ballroom with his name on it. So he can entertain. He just had a party in Mar-a-Lago. Is that what the name is? Mar-a-Lago? They were dressed up like dogs. They were dressed up like fucking dog masks. The guy is insane. Then they said that he smelt like shit, human shit. So maybe he has a colostomy bag. People were suspecting that. His breath was bad, they said, and they didn't want to get near him because he smelled like human feces, which makes me, my belief, because they saw something in his pants once, the cameras, that was bulky, and even the way he walks like he's got a colostomy bag. He don't even walk straight. And as I said, I knew a chick, some fat chick and a friend of my brother's in Hawaii, that we'd have to give her rides here and there all the time. And she wore a colostomy bag, and she smelled. Okay? It's nasty. I hope I never get that. And I hope for every one of you, no matter who you are, how much I don't like you or you don't like me, I don't wish that for you either. Everyone who's listening to my voice, I don't wish that for you. I don't wish you to die, nobody on here. I wish you to feel a little pain now and then to know what fucking pain is. Okay? Mental and physical, you know, to understand what pain is, because I've felt pain before. I felt emotional pain. Believe me, I have. I want you to feel it. That's what I want you to feel. Something to wake your ass up. Try being compassionate in your life instead of attacking every fucking Tom, Dick, and Joe on YouTube to make yourself feel superior, because you know you're not superior. And you're not living the life that you claim and try to portray on here. None of them do. None of them do. I can't think of one guy on here other than maybe, Amazing Philippines. He's one of them. Who's a good guy, I think. I think Rod's a good guy. All he does is talk about real estate. He don't get in trouble. He's not attacking people. He'll talk about the news. He'll talk about the weather. He's very pleasant to listen to. Even though he talks about all these overpriced condos and all that. And of course, there's an underlying reason, because he's getting money on the side from JRC, who he's being sponsored from. It's all about the money, folks. If you didn't know it and you couldn't figure it out, I'm one of the only long-term shows on here. I want you to think about this. I'm one of the only long-term shows on here. It is not monetized and haven't been for years. I come on here, I don't make a lead cent. I don't get any Gcash. I don't get any PayPal. I don't get any platform for making money. I'm not asking for no money. Of course, I'm still waiting for Al to buy me that recliner chair, okay, but he hasn't come up with that anymore. I guess he don't want to buy me it. I don't know. I reached out to Al, but, I told him my recliner chair is going to hell, man. I got a bad back. Al didn't help me with that. I'm a little disappointed. I must admit, I'm a little disappointed. The chair, which has been my trademark. The chair. Remember the chair? The office chair? That's my trademark. That wasn't the tree. It was the chair. Remember how I used to start my shows back in the old days? Of course, everything was so simplistic. I put my camera on the tripod. My Nikon I had, digital. And, nothing was fancy. Still, no. Okay, turn the camera on. I go sit in my office chair in front of my computer. I'd do a show. When I was finished, I'd get up, go turn the camera off. That's how technically challenged I was, and still am. Oh, the tree. I can't forget about the tree, Gators. That one was, well, it proved to be pretty fruitful, as well as I still like to shine them up Gilda one. I don't know. That's my favorite. I know that's not everybody's, but that's mine. Because boy, did we set that up, and they bought it hook, line, and sinker. Do you think a guy with my intellect, and I do have some intellect, some people think I don't, I was good enough to get Barry in fucking jail when nobody else could. I was good enough to be on here for 10 years without being thrown off. I'm still not in jail. I'm not deported. And I don't expect to be. But moving on with that, I do things very methodically, I generally think before I do anything at all, and I plan things out. Now, The one show, Shine 'Em Up Gilda, was entitled, you know. And I even like somebody else's video. It was called She's Got Bling. It had to do with my girlfriend. She's got bling. She's got a lot of bling. She does, absolutely. You know, she's like the, you know, I don't know, the sweetheart of the rodeo that many people wish they had, but can't, and they get upset with me. But moving on, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, yeah. Well, look, people say a whole lot of shit on here, man, but it just backfires every single time. Oh, okay, I was talking about the Shine 'Em Up Gilda one. That was my shining moment, actually. Speaking of the title, Shine 'Em Up Gilda, that was my shining moment. Of course it was rehearsed and orchestrated. Who in their right fucking mind is going to say, oh yeah, you know, we got family members that go around killing people, and they killed 2 people. Oh yeah, I'm going to come on there and announce that. Really? As, you know, Slim says, that's crazy. That's crazy. TGIF, well, you know the story on that. I don't have to explain that. I don't have to explain. I just got back from Hawaii and shit. The last thing was getting in trouble, but you have no idea what's going on in my head. You never heard the conversation between me and Gilda either on this. I knew and figured out half the time I was there at the restaurant that when he started getting phone calls from Barry, you know, that it was a setup. Hey, I enjoyed my meal anyway. I got something out of that cheap bastard, you know. It was a setup. Of course it was a setup. And Barry would have done nothing. He was scared to shit. Everybody's seen how much bigger I was than Barry, and I'm not a tall man either. Now, I remember the comments, because I was looking at Ricky's phone, too, because Ricky had his phone out. And I was looking at all the comments, and, geez, Barry's a dwarf. I didn't know he was that small, because they showed him sitting at the counter. That was funny than shit. No, Frank didn't back out on Barry. No, that never happened that way. And what about when I was out of there and we came out? How come he didn't wait for me and hide behind a bush or something? And don't forget, he came in there with that fucking Hollywood guy. Brian Hollywood, whatever his name is. Yeah, you know. Pretty fair-sized guy. He would have never came near alone. He would have never came near alone. He figured this guy was going to back him up. See, him and that guy used to party. And he doesn't live in Cebu. And I believe he lives in the United States or Canada, one of the places. And he comes into Cebu to party with Barry. That's what he did, to drink and find women. So Barry begged, hey, man, come on, you got to come with me, man. You know, back me up. Just be there in case I need you, man. Come on, brother. I'll buy you a beer. So Hollywood came down there. And that's what it was all about. Barry Dirtbag, yeah. That's right, he's paying the price. I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied with that accomplishment. It's over. It's over. I can at least push that to the side, and I got something else to deal with right now, and I told you I will deal with it. That's over. Barry is over with. Gone. History. No more law cases with Barry. It's over. Officially history. But we still like to talk about him, though. He was a scream. He was that fucking train wreck everybody waited for. Every time he put on a show. Every single time. He said something stupid. Did you ever hear his math? He was trying to figure out what, like, 8 plus 7 was, and he came up with, like, 25 or some shit like that. I mean, oh, it's real? I'm not making this shit up. Maybe you're not using the right numbers here. Okay, my memory ain't that good, but I remember those little things, you know. Yeah. Oh, I remember very well. But I was just basically saying on here, you know, you got that official Asia now, which is talking a lot of shit about everybody. And everybody's making money off the mistakes or buffoonery or the bad luck of other people to make their show. And they make good money, enough to support them being in Asia. They're good businessmen, is what they are. But it's how they make their money. That's the difference. They can't just come up with a show as nothing to do. Because official Asia now, I mean, you know, I've seen the comments on there, and I'm just repeating. Dad, we remember when you're showing about how you used to, he said, no, you're no better than the guy you're talking about. And they were talking about Slim. You're no better than him because all you doing was chasing women down the streets with your camera. He was no better than any of the people he was talking about. But every time the immigration puts out a bulletin about somebody, he's going to put it on his show. It's like he's some kind of a sheriff. He's trying to be his own sheriff and talk about the misfortunes of people out here when he did some of the same shit. He had another channel he was making, had 100,000. I forget what happened to it. I think it's still on. She's burning the candle at both ends. And he's talking about all these people on here and the wrong they did. Well, how about the wrong he did? But I just said it was really funny when Brian Pervert came on his show and made a comment. Why don't you go after Scotty boy? You see, Brian doesn't like Scotty. A lot of people don't, actually. I don't like Scotty. And Brian's right in the sense that Scotty's got away with a lot of shit on there. And Scotty has been increasingly being in the spotlight. And you know what happens when you're caught doing stupid things. Like, I didn't know Scotty went and grabbed a woman's tit. I saw this on a video the other day when, was it Official Asia Now? Or who put that on? I guess you're good for something, Greg. Is that your name, Greg? No. Keith? Greg? I didn't know that Scotty, when he's at his favorite place in Angeles. You remember recently there was a video? And this girl with the white blouse on, she had no bra and her nipples were showing like from here to eternity. And her waist shows and all that. She was a street girl and all that. And he's over there rapping with her and all this shit. Drinking. And he grabs out and actually grabbed her tit. He grabbed her fucking tit. What about what Scotty does? Scotty's, is realizing the ill of his ways, but he ain't going to change. Go after Scotty. Go after the people that are really undesirables. That's all I'm trying to say in 50,000 words. Go after the people that are really undesirable. Mark says Asia Now is terrible. Him and his lip herpes. Yeah. Mark says your comment about Brian dressing like Sentai French fry was gold. That's who I thought of. And somebody even made a comment on that once too. It wasn't just me. I don't know if I'm blocked in these channels because I try to comment and they don't answer me. I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to be or what he's trying to prove, Brian. I have no idea. He wants to look tough. He's got all the tats. He's got the stupid fucking orange-colored glasses, very not classy. Puts that fucking headdress on him. What do you want to call it? I call it a kerchief or bandana or whatever. You're bald, motherfucker. You're bald. Just wear a hat. Or just expose your chrome dome. That's all. Let it all hang out. We all know what you're all about. And Brian couldn't afford to make that comment on Asia Now's channel. He could not afford to make that comment. He spent the best of his YouTube life in Angeles City, chasing down all the whores, and he was married. And he was married with kids. What do you think comprised his show? Stuffing his camera in somebody's fucking face. Pointing out all the prostitutes. Look, you got a nice woman at home, Brian. I assume she's a nice woman. I'll say she is. I don't know her. Spend your time with her. But now he moves out of there because it was too much trouble for him. He was starting to get himself in trouble. His wife even got ripped off by a thief. The pressure was too much for him. They were catching up to him. People were complaining on him. So he moves to bumfuck Egypt somewhere where chickens are just casually walking through his fucking kitchen. And he lives on an actual swamp. Damn. Double damn, double dong. Brian ain't no fucking innocent person. He's a creep. He's a fucking creep, my opinion. I can't even stand looking at little Frankenstein eyes. He's got the darkest fucking eyes around there like a fucking cavern. Trying to look like a tough man. Yeah, I'd like to see him get in a fight. He was a prison guard. Shit. The minute something would happen in prison, he'd fucking run the other way, probably. But he's tough. No, he is tough. I mean, he's got tattoos. He must be tough. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, got the whole gig going on with the clothing, the bandana on the head, the sunglasses, orange sunglasses. I wear glasses on show. I'm not wearing no fucking orange sunglasses. Cheap piece of shit. Trying to look tough. Tough guy, huh? Tough guy. Are you, Brian? Are you a tough guy? I'd like to see you get in a confrontation with somebody. I would pay to see that. I would pay good money to see that. I'd pay good money. You run your mouth all the time, Brian. Brian is guilty as sin. They all are. They're all chasing women. They're demeaning women in so many ways that they should follow the path of Slim and Vitaly. And let's make sure that happens. Let's go make a pledge. Let's go after the people that are truly, to hear what I said, truly undesirables. Don't just label somebody when they didn't do anything to be an undesirable. Well, if the information was even partially true, that may be a little civil thing, but not to get somebody deported because you're upset that you can't be with your boyfriend and because somebody financed you to do it. You don't have a mind of your own? Now, what was it Laurel and Hardy said? Well, Stanley, it's another fine mess you've got me into now. And a bandana gang, Brian, Renzero, and Nick. Oh, yeah. They should all get together and do a show. They could all wear their bandanas and show how tough they are. Oh, Nico always with a bandana. He was wearing it the day I saw him in my town, went on the ferry. Always wearing a bandana with the tattoos, looking like a tough guy. They're all looking like tough guys. Yeah, Renzero, Brian, and yeah. Exactly. All trying to look tough guy. Why don't they put their money where their mouth is? In fact, why don't Sneeko put his money toward his fucking snaggly fucking teeth? So fucking ugly, the motherfucker. His teeth. Fuck your fertilizer in your fucking lawn. It always winds up dying anyway because you over-fertilize it, mofo. I'll show you how to do a real lawn. I've had the experience in the past.
Erupt, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, first off, has no relevance of the matter. The most common thing is, again, when a thief is caught, the first thing that a thief says, oh, he's this, he that, you this, you that. Same thing in any type of, doesn't matter. Oh, they caught this guy. Oh, well, the Philippine government is corrupt, blah blah blah.
They're
Irrelevant.
a bad government. They're stealing from their own water funds.
Right.
Their people
That's
are thieves.
irrelevant
So
of the
stop
subject matter.
blaming
Stop
pro-life.
blaming anything. Stop blaming anything else.
Oh, Heidi, you're being loud today.
Right.
You got a
So,
double
first
chin
off,
and you're fat.
if you're
It's
that kind of person, then that tells me you're that kind of person. What I'm saying is, if somebody catches you literally stealing from a company, you're the first person to say, well, Brad over there steals this. Fuck.
I don't know, guys. I think it's time to clean up the shop, and I don't mean my house. Let's get into this. Why don't we? Okay, here's the thing. Philippines antics. The hypocrisy is even deafening my other good ear. Now, Allo put some stuff out about her. He put plenty of stuff. Showed her where she lived, everything else. Heidi, I don't care if it was 20 years ago. I don't give a fuck. If you got the capacity to do something like what she did, if you don't know who she is, Philippine Antics is the name of the show. Her and this broken down fucking half-breed Filipino, whatever the fuck he is, they do a show almost every day. And they're constantly knocking everybody on here. Constantly knocking what other people say. They're even pro, in a way, Slim. Because, and if you look at I have a short on there right now. I have a short. Go check it out and you see what I'm talking about. Okay? What they're trying to say is that, if you stole something that, oh, you shouldn't be labeled. Oh, I paid my dues. No, it shows that you have the capacity to do something like that. And if you don't know about Heidi and George, and he's not innocent either, my understanding. He's got a lot of skeletons in his closet, but right now, her per se. Okay? Let's be fair. Let's just talk about her. Heidi in Port Richey, when she's living in Port Richey, Florida, she was a drug addict. And she robbed not one, but 2 pharmacies with a makeshift bomb. She's a fucking felon that was allowed maybe 6 years ago, whatever it was, to come into this country. This beautiful country we call the Philippines, that I learned to like and love, in my own ways. I'm not all for the politics out here, but it's not my job. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't live in a shit shack like most of these people do. Yeah, we got to do something with the concrete around here, that's for sure. Decided to use a deck paint on here one time. We had this all done. As you can see, the deck paint just peeled off it. And we got to do something with these gates. I mean, there's always work when you have a house, There's always work you got to do. It's not bad. I've seen worse. I've seen better. But, thank you. Here's the point I'm making. I want everybody to listen to me with this very carefully. Okay. She was allowed into this fucking country, just like all the other scumbags were allowed in this country. You got guys that are fucking running away from gangs and, they owe people money. You got people like Fazio who came into this fucking country. He's dead now. Rest his soul, I guess, but I'm still going to mention it. And he took the bank for a lot of money. He remortgaged his house in Florida. He's probably upside down. I don't know. He owed everybody money. You know, you got a lot of scumbags that did a lot of shit in the country or states in mainland America that they come from, okay? They come here and they criticize other people. They put shows on and they're making judgment, did a judge and jury of a lot of people on here. A lot of people on here did a judge and jury. Who the fuck are they to make judgments on anybody? Especially Heide. Heide. That's all she does is do gossip about everybody on here, and her shit doesn't stink. I guarantee you, with her size and how much she eats, her shit stinks. Oh, her shit absolutely stinks. What position does she put herself in? Of course, she's on here to make money like everybody else. I understand that. But what puts her in such a position to talk about anybody on here? Any of you ever fucking rob a fucking pharmacy with a bomb, a makeshift bomb on you? Well, she did that. She did that. Report the fucking blank blank. Report her to immigration. Tell them they need to investigate her and even her shows on here. She's calling people names left and right. Fuck everybody. You know, it's... Who the fuck is she? Oh, but that happened 20 years ago. But it did happen. It shows her capacity for crime. Oh, I paid my debts to society. Oh, by coming on in the Philippines, you got away, you got through the gates of Manila, you managed to come in here. The ultimate chismosa. Absolutely, Clint. She has the fucking balls of a man, probably. She has more testosterone than fucking George. More testosterone than George. Who's a pussy, and we all know that. I'm gonna go here and talk in front of my sweetheart. That's my dining room. It's kind of nice. They live in fucking shitholes, most of these people. I think I'm gonna turn this on for a little bit here since I'm doing another short show. I know how many I've done, 3 today. But I'm like a bored country dog. You gotta bark at something, right? If you're gonna bark about something, you know, make it about something. That's my philosophy. May not be yours, but it's mine. So, El Fatso comes on, lupus, high blood pressure, diabetes, bad pelvis. She's about, she got 1 foot on a banana, 1 foot in the fucking graveyard. For sure. And she's Miss Chimosa. What puts her in a godly position of power to talk about anybody on here when all she does is talk down on other Filipinos? Well, I talk about them, but she makes such a judgment like she's a judge and jury of everybody. But yet she'll support people like Slim. Oh yeah, she'll support him. With all the shit that he's done, she'll support Slim. It goes to show you where her head is at. Imagine, scared the shit out of people. 2 CVS pharmacies in Port Richey she went to with a makeshift bomb. It wasn't real, but still, probably scared the shit out of the customers, scared the shit out of the proprietors, the salespeople, with a vial of something she had on her too. And what was she after? Drugs. She was a drug addict. Robbing a store to get opioids and whatever she could get. That's what she did. Someone could have had a fucking heart attack. But yet she puts on a show to make money, of course, because they're broke as a skoke. And all she does is challenge people on her show, calls them names, talks about their shows. Yes, you could talk about shows. I talk about shows, but I'm factual. There's a difference. Anybody who's ever benefacted her in some way, she's not going to talk bad about. If they donated to her show or something, or they're a regular that supports her, of course. But listen to the shit she says on her show. She needs to be reported to the Board of Immigration. Let them be reminded that, hey, you're letting people in this country. What are you people doing? Felons and all that. Like Trump complains that we're letting all the illegal immigration in and they're killers and this and that. Well, he's generalizing, but we're not generalizing when it comes to her. She's one of the worst people on a list that should be in this country. But just because it happened 20 years ago, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Oh, I paid my due to society. She went to jail for 5.5 years or something. It doesn't excuse what you did just because you served time. Barry's in jail. Do you think he's going to learn from that experience? No, he's not. He's still a scumbag. He will always be a scumbag. Okay? He didn't learn from that. He'll repeat the same things over and over again. He doesn't care. If he don't care, nobody else cares. I don't care. I made the ultimate sacrifice of time and money and effort and stress to get him in there. And I'm perfectly happy with the outcome. Maybe she needs to serve more time. But she shouldn't be in this country. You need to report her. You need to report her. Send some info to immigration. Send some of her shows. Pick and choose. You know, get her full name. Aloe will give it to you. Probably has it on his show. He has some stuff on there about Heide. You can get all the information you want. And report the blank blank. Report the blank blank. Report the blank blank. She's got a foul mouth. Nevertheless, probably a horrible body odor. She has a foul mouth. What position did she delegate herself to be in to come on here and talk all this chamosa, all this about everybody, but not speaking from facts? She'll support the bad guys because, she was just doing something, was it 2 days ago? Whatever. About how they're talking about thieves. George is doing most of the talking. She's just bobbing her head like agreement with Georgie. Georgie Porgy. Georgie Porgy.
Well, you realize, Heidi, I gotta take the top position because, if we reverse it, you're gonna crush me. So let's Heidi, let's not go there. Then they talk over each other all the time. She don't allow George to have a word in. We know who's wearing the pants in that family. Well, if she could find a pair of pants that'll fit her. No, she walks around with a moo-moo. Disgusting human. Disgusting human. Did you ever see pictures of her? But she didn't have that weight on her. She was a depraved, skinny, sickly-looking drug addict that she was. I've seen the pictures. I wish I had them now to share with you. I know Aloe has them. Imagine the scorn of Port Richey, Florida. The people she probably scared to death. When this drug addict comes in there with a fucking, seemingly a bomb. You heard me right. It's factual. I only talk about facts on here. With a fucking bomb and some liquid canister. And puts a note to the druggist that she wants the Valium. She wants Delordian. She wants hydrocodone and whatever else. Second time, she did get caught. And luckily, she served like 5.5, 6 years in prison. But it doesn't excuse between what she did. She's like a cross between Fazio and Brutally Lauren. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, she'd be good friends with Brutally Lauren. Oh, you do follow, Clint. You know Brutally Lauren. I know you've been around for a while. I know you have. Oh, Brutally Lauren is brutal. Yeah, she didn't come up with that name for no reason. Oh, she didn't. Brutal. Pitting people against each other. That's what she does on her show. She got knocked off YouTube probably about 10 times. Comes right back on and does it again. She was involved in all kinds of shit and drinking. She's an addict, drugs and alcohol. Fact, not fiction. She talked about it a lot on her show, so I'm not making shit up. Very low class. I think she's in Indiana or something like that. Very low class. But so is Fat Heidi. And she just continues to pop down these fucking donuts. She's got fucking diabetes. She's got heart problems. She got lupus. As George said on Seinfeld, "Doctor, please tell me it's not lupus. It's not lupus." Well, she has lupus. She ain't gonna be around much longer. She's too sedentary, and it'll all wash. It all comes out in the wash, folks. She ain't gonna be around much longer. And a few other people on here too. You'll never hear from them again, just like Fazio. Take my word. Take my wife, please. Take my wife. Yeah, take my word. She ain't gonna be around much longer. What's George gonna do on his own? I mean, Heidi is the boss of the family. George listens to her. Boy, do they fight a lot too. Maybe they were made for each other, But sometimes he can't get a word in. Heidi interrupts him all the time. All the time. And George, he just has to drag it out. He can't finish the sentence. Well, I think that, you gotta understand. Loses train of thought. Then, I don't see it that way now. Like I say that, if somebody, is a thief and they rob somebody, does that, make them a bad person? And, I'm married to Heidi, I'm her husband, and, somebody who robs somebody and they're a thief, and, you're going to get attacked for what you did. And that's the people are doing to Heidi. And Heidi is my wife, and, yeah, it's like that. Then she interrupts him, and then he goes back and forth, and, that's the best I could have, imitating him. I sound more like Pinoy Troll, actually. Where is Pinoy Troll? These are people that can't afford to talk. Go on a fucking campaign. Get rid of the scum. Clean up YouTube a little bit. There's more coming, But you got to keep up with it. You get one cockroach, there's 100 more around easily. So just don't go after the one cockroach. Go after them all. Make a clean sweep of your place, of YouTube. Make a clean sweep. Get out the bug spray. Spray them all down. Knock them dead. She's no angel. She can't afford to talk about anybody on here. She can't afford. I got all these people like my other show. You got that whatever Asian now guy making his comments about everybody else like his shit doesn't stink when he was chasing ass all the time with his camera. But he won't talk about that, will he? Dad, it's just ring-a-ding-ding, cha-ching, cha-ching, making that money and pointing their finger to everybody on here when they do the same shit, just as Philly in the Philippines and Scotty Boy and all these people. You know who they are. I don't have to go through the list. But she's a humdinger, let me tell you that. She can't afford to talk about anybody, but that's what her show is about, chismis. But do you know that shit kind of gets you in trouble? It kind of brings you in the public eye when you become very controversial on here. Oh, that never happens. Look at Scotty Boy, he's under the gun. I mean, he's being checked out. I know there's been complaints about him. He's being checked out. He's being watched. I know he is. Now he's watching every move. Shit, I never went blogging in the street and grabbed some woman's fucking tits. He did that at his favorite Philly Willy bar. Everything's Philly Willy. Faber Rooney's. They're all sick in the fucking head. He's on a junior high school level, Scotty. He looks like a cartoon caricature. Look at the guy. Of course he don't have a woman. Now he's trying to hit on this one gal. That ain't gonna work out. But then he'll make an excuse. Well, I don't know if I like to be tied down. No, because it's gonna cost him money. If he could get one woman to be interested in him, it would turn his life around, you think, anyway. Oh, I hit the lottery. But all he does is travel around back and forth, Los Angeles City here and there, hanging out at bars, He says he don't drink, but I don't buy it. He's just not showing you he drinks. He sure was drinking when he grabbed that chick's chest. You know, she had no bra on. Her nipples were showing out. He didn't hesitate on that, did he? So yeah, people like Scotty are scumbags, and they're being watched. We're all being watched. Big Brother is out there, and they are watching, and they are listening. You think they're not. But there's a lot of people have been reported out here by many people. They just don't know about it. They're being investigated as we speak, perhaps. Nobody's innocent on YouTube. Nobody. Shit, you open up their closets, you got probably 100 skeletons falling out of that fucking closet. You're not going to be able to close it again. Thumbs up, folks. Come on. Yeah. Anyway, after this broadcast, we're going to conclude for the day. I've done plenty today. I've had the time, that's why. But tomorrow, I might be on in the morning, but we're making this trip to Kina Tarkin. She's never been there with me, although I've been there, I think twice. Was it once or twice? I know at least once. Was it twice? I don't know. But we're not going to put that on camera because there's things we do privately that we don't have to show every damn thing we do. It's about something that we do something recreational with having to broadcast every fucking little thing. But spend your time wisely and understand that YouTube is under the gun in the Philippines. And the causative factor is people like Vitaly and Slim that are getting that national coverage that's bringing the law down on everybody out here. The president has something to prove. Immigration has something to prove. And they're watching. They want to show that they are in charge. And they are. I don't care. Like Heide says, oh, I'm a resident here. I've got a 13A, whatever the hell. So in other words, Heidi's saying that, go ahead and try, she says. She's daring. Well, let's dare her. She's daring people. Go ahead and try something. I'm a citizen here. I've got my 13A. I'm married. That don't mean dog shit. Unless you were born here, not flown here, like the Hawaiians say. You ain't born here, you flown here, mofo, brah. That's how the Hawaiians talk. With their decals on their trucks. Born here, not flown there. Did you know that 32% of the population in Hawaii is actually Hawaiian? Oh, imagine that. The ones that want sovereignty, they all moved off the fucking island. They're complaining they can't afford to live there no more. Blaming everybody else for their problems. That's what goes on YouTube, blaming everybody else for their problems. Everybody else for their problems. Hello, Melanie. Melanie Areola. What, you got big areolas? Why do you call yourself that? Do tell. Areola. You know, my grandmother's last name was Arceola. Sounds like Areola. Arceola. Not the same, no. But what puts Heide and George in a position that they could talk about anybody on here? Everybody's butted against each other on here, and it's getting worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting totally out of hand. It's time to clean up shop. Don't you think it's time, folks? Hey, listen, in all fairness, I did my part. You know I did, and you know what I did. I did my part. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to do your part. Be proactive. Yeah, grown here, not yeah. Well, I think the Hawaiian said is more born here, not flown here. I think that's it. Look, I was in Hawaii 15 years. Okay, that's the expression I've seen on the decals and bumper stickers and all that shit. Also, not to mention decals on their back windows of their trucks and cars saying, in a picture of an AK-47, and what's the expression they used on there? Oh, I think that was one of them, actually. Yeah, born here, not flown here. They got a picture of an AK-47 or something on there. You know, it's called Aloha. It's Aloha. Really? Oh, BJ Penn, the fighter, boy, he's in big trouble. He's always getting into trouble. They're trying to figure out if he's sane. He's having delusions about his mother, paranoid, drugs and alcohol got to him, claiming that his family's taking all his money. And all he's ever did in Hawaii was get into trouble. He was a bully from when he was a kid. I've seen him in a store one time. He used to go to this one store, more Asian store. Comes from a well-to-do family, living on Sunrise Hill. Or was it Sunset Hill? But now he's living in some makeshift place or something, I don't know. But BJ Penn is big trouble. His career went down the tube, and, you know, he's not broke or something, but they're challenging his money, or he's challenging the family for writing checks that he never gave them, and all this crap, and his sanity. They're trying to determine his sanity because he's talking about this crazy stuff, seeing figures, and he's out of his fucking mind. If you don't know about BJ Penn, you know, the different class divisions he won, he was a good fighter, but, you know, he just was too much of a bully locally, getting into trouble and everything. Yeah. Well, he can still use the expression grown here, not flown here, but that still works. But I think he was born here, not flown here. My recollection, you know. But I think it's time to clean up shop. What do you guys say? You know? And how do you do that? I know a lot of people don't get involved. But if enough people put complaints in on people like this, you're going to get their attention. Do you understand how this works? Even if it's not official affidavits, enough people put in this information to Department of Justice, Board of Immigration, they'll investigate. And they'll look up Heidi's records and say, how the fuck did we let her in? How did we let Brevis in? How did we let, you know, a lot of people in here? Be proactive. Don't be a pussy. I've done a lot of shit for you guys. Understand that. I've done a lot of work for you. I'm not asking for money. I'm asking for backup. I'm asking for you to be proactive because you love talking about these people, but unfortunately, you don't do nothing about it. You just like talking about it. That's all. I'm not jumping on your case, but I'm just being honest. Honest Abe. Honest Abe. Be proactive. You're not going to get in trouble. Half of you don't even fucking live in the Philippines. Put it to their attention, and they may actually investigate. Go to their channel and listen in. They may actually do research on the person. You get their full name. I think if you go to Alo's show, I didn't write it down, but I think Alo has got all that information on his show. You probably know it already. Her last name, everything else. Alo put the papers up, you know, of the arrest in the newspapers out there. You could use that. Her name and everything is on that. Use that. You can't let people get away with all this shit all the time. You know? Sometimes you got to speak out. And there's a time that you need to. When you know you've heard it all from them. You heard all the bullshit. You heard all the lies. People could only get away with something so long. There's time to, you know, boots on the fucking ground. Boots on the ground, folks. If you appreciate my channel, you always come here. Be proactive. Do something. Do something good. Forget about waiting for somebody else to do it, because you know it never gets done. You know that. You know damn well. You got to do things on your own. Don't be a pussy. See, because the thing is, you guys like to talk about all these characters on here, and you may dislike them a lot. You know when they're doing wrong or if they're doing something right. You know the difference. Speak up. Be proactive. Report these criminals to Board of Immigration. The real criminals. The real undesirables. Handle it. Do it. You know who the characters are, and you got a big choice. You can choose who you think is the worst on here. But Heide is on the list. Her time, I think, is coming, but I'm not sure whether she's going to croak before that happens or it's going to be the other way around. I don't know. She's not in good health, and neither are a lot of people on here. It's a matter of time. It's not if, it's when. They're dropping like fucking flies. One by one. And you know the list of all the characters that have passed away. It's their own doing. They just want to take care of themselves, That's not our responsibility. Although I give good advice on here, I never expect anybody to take my advice. Some people, I think, really have. They just won't admit it. And I don't claim no perfection, both in health or anything else. Character, health, I never claim perfection. I say it like it is, like it should be. No, I'm not perfect. I've done stupid things in my life. Oh, God, I have a list of stupid things I've done in my life, believe me, like anybody else. Some things I've talked about, some things I haven't talked about. But I've done stupid things as well as good things. I've actually accomplished a few things in my life where a lot of these people haven't accomplished it. Not to make fun of where you live, just not to make fun about where I live. Nothing wrong with where I live, Jack. Nothing wrong with the houses I've owned either in Seattle and Hawaii. They were nice cribs, man. Who could afford to live in Seattle, especially these days? It was expensive then. It was expensive in Hawaii when I was living there. Now, could have touched a dump in a decent area for less than $1 million fucking bucks. I suppose I could have held on to the house, but it was just tearing me apart financially. But, I made profit off it. That's all that matters. But, yeah, I could have held on to the house longer. But, trouble with the tenants, all that shit. I had too much going. It just got overwhelming. And I got lucky because it was a seller's market. I didn't make a big fortune of it, but I made, I made quite a bit. I mean, I made $500,000. I sold it for $479, I think it was. And I didn't owe a huge balance on it either, so I profited. How many of you could make that statement? I owned a home in Hawaii. Lived in Hawaii for almost 15 years. Possession of the house was more than 15 years. I don't know of anybody who owns a house in Hawaii. I don't care what island it's on. I know right now you couldn't afford a house out there. There's no fucking way. You can't even afford to rent. Hawaiians are moving out by droves. Going to California, Seattle, to going to, Las Vegas. But they're having a hard time even moving out. It's the same thing. It's the rents and everything is sky high. They're confused. They're freaking out. Everybody's freaking out in America now. Everywhere. And I'm going to mute this because I'm going to take a piss. Mute him. All right. Oh, by the way, a little helpful hint again. The answer is dark chocolate.
Gotta give away all these secrets. It works and really enhances your stem cells. Cacao, real cacao, dark chocolate. The higher the percentage of chocolate, the better. Do that for 2 weeks and watch. Well, you won't be able to watch it, but what it does to your stem cells, which, is going to help you fight off diseases. Free, see, free information. Totally free. I don't charge anything. Okay. Hello, sweetheart. You're yawning? Oh, look at my sweetheart. Okay, your daddy's here, baby. Gingerbread? You girls want to go out? You girls want to go out? Ginger, you smell. You need a bath. Maybe today. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow. Well, if I got time tomorrow. I'm going to Kina Target tomorrow. Look it up. That's always a nice ride. I hope the water ain't too choppy, though. I don't mind on the ferry the water being choppy, but on a small bonker boat, relatively small. Well, it's kind of fun, actually, but you want to hit any rough water. Not on a small pump boat, Yeah, I don't recommend it. Oh, but we never leave the house, right? Word up, Frank never leaves the house. Oh, bullshit. Same as all the bullshit they talk about me and everybody else. I'm not happy. Who determines that? I determine that. Asswipes. I determine whether I'm happy or not. Not you. I'm living my life. You're not living mine. I hear that all the time. You don't have a good relationship. God, you hear me and her talking. We've got a lovely relationship. And they have disagreements, like anybody does have. That's it. You heard a few of them. That's as far as it goes. That's as far as it goes. Guaranteed. Anniversary, February 2nd. 10 years. 10 years. And some of these goons haven't had a date in 10 fucking years. Oh, they pretend they do on camera. Look at me, like Abo Man. Oh, God. The guy probably jacks off 5 times a day. Maybe to my girlfriend's picture. Oh, as well as Popeye. I know he does. I know. He might even jack off to me. Sick bastards we have on here. I mean, truly sick bastards. What was the name of that character on a movie or something? What was it, Fat Bastard? What was that? He was called Fat Bastard? Where did I see that? I know that name. There was this guy, he was a fat bastard. Fat motherfucker. It wasn't a YouTuber or nothing like that. They called him Fat Bastard. He was on some kind of show or something. I don't know, movie or something. I don't know. Remember, I'm senile, right? Right? I'm senile. Look at that face. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Look at that face. I got love surrounding me. Love, love, love. All you need is love. Really, that's all you need. Really. That's not crazy, that's truth. You could be broke as a scope, but when you got love, you got it all. You can't measure it in dollar signs. Oh, you can pretend you have love and put that proverbial carrot in front of your Filipina, which is really representative of your fucking wallet. Is that love? That ain't no fucking love. That's control. That's a business deal. My opinion. Fuck it, whatever you think of that. Because I really don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit. I make my own evaluations without your help. Thank you very much. And I always will. Okay, so, all right. I have a chore downtown pretty soon here I'm going to have to do.
So I'm not going to be on here too much longer here, it looks like. I got my little protein from the peanut butter. Damn, that's good. Now, I gotta wash this puppy down. Okay, sorry, had the mic off. I was saying is, make me proud. Be proactive. You know who the characters are. Okay? You start, impress me. Impress me. Call the right authorities about the right people. I'm no longer your local sheriff. I really never was. But I did you all a huge favor, and I never got repaid for that. Oh, no, 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 no. I never got repaid for that. I don't mean money. How many times people should be saying to me, and a few have, many have actually, but not enough. Well, glad what you did to you-know-who, and for good reason. But nobody had the fucking gunnyoles to do anything. Everything is let the other guy do it. Let the other guy do it. Come on, man. Grow up, get a set of balls. You constantly talk on my channel about this person and that person and this person and that person, but you don't do anything. You don't do anything. It's always let the other guy do it. Maybe it's time that you do it. You could be, you don't have to tell the world that you reported these shows that are really ruining and has ruined the YouTube community. And unfortunately has also made it very, very uncomfortable for foreigners living here because people like, Vitali and Slimy, they just, they're making us foreigners look really, really bad. Which means they're going to be jumping on our cases for every little fucking thing. And for those that are, antagonists, that goes out to speaking so ill of the Philippines all the time. And they're doing a lot of negative shows and people are writing, I see it all the time. Yeah, I'm not moving there. You could get in trouble that easy. Well, you shouldn't be getting in trouble while you're here in the first place. If you're so worried, then maybe you shouldn't come to the Philippines. They're scared to come here because they're hearing all these people getting in trouble. Because they're getting down on these fucking shit-ass foreigners. They're ruining it for everybody else, even you. If you're going to move out here, they're ruining it for you. And if you're living out here, they're definitely ruining it for you. You may not get that good reception from Filipinos anymore because of these creeps. They all think you're going to be using them, abusing them. You're talking shit about the country. Look at my title of my show now. I love the Philippines. That's my new show title. Why? Well, I actually do. I can't really think of another place I'd rather be. Not really. Oh, it comes with its problems. And I talk about it quite a bit. But I also build it up a little bit too. There's just too much negativity about this country. You don't like the politics, don't move here. You don't like anything about the culture. I talk about the culture. There's some things that perplex me. Oh, sure, of course. I come from a whole different culture. But I'm not going on the attack. I mean, you're listening to the Philippines genres. It means you have an interest in the Philippines. You might be living here. You might be planning to move here. Okay, if that's the case, don't let people influence you to think that it's the worst place in the world to listen to. It has a lot of good facts, that they have a good grasp of English. I mean, that's like important to me. And in general, they are good people. But it's unfortunate, and I have this one, this one thing that really bothers me about how the foreigners treat Filipinos. And yes, I do talk about this on my show all the time. Not every day, but I do bring it up. They're not your maids, they're not your indentured servants. I've talked all about that before. And they laugh at me because I help my partner out. I do help around the house. I'll clean, sweep, I'll mop, I'll do laundry. She does the bulk of the work around here. She's a very busy person. But stay out of her kitchen, when she's cooking. But that's the way it is. Yes, they are nurturing, they are caring. That's all true. But don't take advantage of that. That's my point. Don't take advantage of that. Don't use them and abuse them in that way, because that's what you're doing. I know. They're nurturing. That's why you want a Filipina. And they're going to be there for you when you're fucking in bed dying. If you got the good one, or they're just going to ghost you. Comes to that point, they may just throw you out. You never know. You got some foreigners living on the street. What happened with them? But I got to go. Thanks, Clint, and everybody who's been making comments on here. Appreciate it. Think about what I said. Maybe it's time to clean up shop after all. I know you can do it. I know you have the capacity to do it. You just got to do it. Stop waiting for somebody else to do it. You're listening to all these bullshit shows on here. You're listening to people attacking each other like crazy. You're listening to people attacking the Filipinos, Filipinas. You're listening to attacking the Philippines. Obviously, you have an interest in the Philippines. You would not be listening on these channels. You may live out here someday. You might be planning to. You want to be accepted out here, but they're not helping you out. Don't let them influence you, is what I'm trying to say. They're all talking shit about the Philippines. If you had to choose a place, Philippines is not a bad place overall. As I said, in all honesty, I have my gripes. And Gilda knows that too. I have my gripes. But if I was that terribly uncomfortable here, I'd try to tell her, hey, let's sell the fucking house and let's move to another country or something. Of course, it's hard for her to do. She's got family here. Her mother's still alive. Her 90th birthday in February, I believe. She can't just get up and leave, I think if her kids were all in college, they weren't even living in the Philippines anymore, she might even be up for that. Try sometime another culture, another state, another, I wouldn't do that though. If you're in a really good position, you can live 6 months here and 6 months in the Philippines. You could do that. And that seems to work for a lot of people. It gives them a little taste of two different worlds. That's always something to think about. You get to learn about two different cultures. Nothing wrong with that. You get burnt out in the Philippines, maybe you want to go to another Southeastern country or whatever. It doesn't have to be in Asia. But, they're limited as where they can go. Most of their passports are for certain, Southeastern, or Asian countries, Brunei, you can go to Brunei. She's worked there a long time. There's different places she can go. No visa requirements for her, if it ever came down to that. It'd be nice exploring anyway. But I'm basically comfortable here. I'm in comfortable surroundings. I'm not surrounded by homes all everywhere. Doesn't mean I won't build across the field, across the street, but that might happen. But I don't know if I'll be alive by the time that happens. I won't have to worry about it. But I think I'm comfortable in my own way. So far. And yes, I do plan to stay here. Tooth or nail. And anybody who gets in my way of that, they're going to pay the price, legally, of course. Disclaimer. I don't need to talk about that. I've done enough talk about that. The cards are on the table right now. You know who I'm talking about. It's time to act like right now, like yesterday, like the day before, like last year. The last time I'm going to lay the cards on the table. That's it. No more. With that being said, I got to spend time with my lovely girlfriend, Gilda. Did I say she was lovely? Isn't she lovely? Don't worry, face it on here. What are you looking at on your phone here? What are you looking at? And who's that? Koreans?
Yeah.
What is it with the freaking Koreans? Do you Filipinos have with these Koreans? There's enough drama in the Philippines. You got to listen to Korean drama. To this day, I just don't understand it. Maybe we should move to South Korea. Would you like to live there? You'll get drama. Nah, you got enough drama.
So many drama.
We got enough drama, don't you think?
Different drama you have.
Different drama, yeah. There's drama everywhere, let's face it, guys. Who doesn't have some drama? This whole world is a drama going on right now. We got some serious shit going on, but they'd rather just, well, let's go after this guy, you know. Fuck. There's a world of hurt going on there right now as I'm speaking to you. On the news every day. One man is trying to conquer the world. He's trying to be a dictator. And he's doing a damn good job of it. But like I said, when it affects your pocket, that's the only time you're going to speak out. Or like on YouTube, if some of the shit that was happening to me, you were in my shoes, oh, then you'd understand. Oh, then you'll understand. But you're not walking in my shoes. Maybe you got bigger feet than me, whatever. I don't know, you probably do. But you're not in my shoes. You don't get it. I don't know if you'll ever get it. Hey, you know, go shoot the messenger, not me. That's what I say. I just deliver the message. What goes on here, I may talk about it, but I'll back it up with facts, which not many people do. Or they got a lot to say about everybody on here. And everybody just listens and enjoys the train wreck. They enjoy the drama. It's entertainment after all. But what if you were in that position? What were you in a position that I have right now? How would you feel? Come on, how would you feel? Afraid to talk? How would you feel? We got 18 people, 13 people out here, but they won't say anything. How would you feel? What would you do? Think about it. You'll do whatever it is you have to do. That's a fact. All right, I gotta go. I need to have some wild sex. What do you think about that, lovely Gilda?
You want to announce?
Well, I'm not going to show it on here. I'm not going to show it on here, your lovely body. And it's quite lovely, quite lovely. You just have to trust me on that. Lovely, highly delectable and selectable. You go, girl. She's a hotcha mama, hotcha mama. She's a hot mama. And I still can use it. Oh my goodness. Well, let me go. Let me go, let me go, let me go, lover. You can tell how old I am for some of the songs I sing, but hey, that was my era. But I more relate to the 60s and 70s than anything before that. I was pretty young. Doesn't mean I haven't heard all these old songs, you know. But somehow I retain, but I'm still not good with the lyrics. Never was, even back then. I don't think I could give you the lyrics of any song other than Joe Cocker on the song You Are So Beautiful. Very simple lyrics on that one. I can remember all that. Love everything about you. Love everything you are. Gotta be more graspy. You are so beautiful to me. Can't you see? I don't mind being a songbird. Makes me happy. What makes you guys happy? This is a horrible show. Nobody fucking dialogue. What do you love? My voice? What is it? My humor? What is it? But you listen. And you'll stay the whole show and you'll listen to the whole... I know you're all recording me. You all listen, so you like what I have to say. That's a good start. That's a good point. Every now and then I see a comment. It's not like other people's shows. You got a whole bunch of 20 comments going up and down, up and down. It's like you're afraid to say anything. You're afraid to say I like your show because you think that the trolls are going... I know what it is. Because you think the trolls are going to attack you for being on my channel. Isn't that what it really is? All y'all. Don't think that way. Show your pride. Show your good side. And say, I support you. That's all. What are you worried about, these creeps? They're going to do something to you? See, that's why I'm also not monetized. You love to watch me, but I was monetized once for a while. I didn't make shit. I didn't make shit because you know why? Same thing. You were afraid to show people that you liked my show, even back then. Because you were being afraid of the trolls, that they were going to attack you. Isn't that the truth, Clint and everybody? That's a fact. You worry about people too much and what they think about you. You either support somebody's show or you don't. Don't come and listen. Nobody's forcing you gun to head. I ain't got a knife to your neck. You don't have to be here. But do the right thing. Is all I'm asking my viewers. Do the right thing. Report the real, quote, real undesirables out here, and you know exactly who they are. Go forth, my sons. What a lovely afternoon, actually. Actually, it is, in many ways. We got to stop meeting like this. I tell you what, when I settle all this crap going on, I'll be off YouTube. How's that for fair? But until then, I'm going to pierce some people's livers and hearts. Okay, here's the deal. I just got off, and I'm going to tell you all the information. Let's just say, in a roundabout way, that this famous complaint that was put against me, there was no, which I didn't know that. Well, I sort of did. There was no video backup at all. Nothing. Nothing. And that's why my lawyers are a little baffled with stuff that I could talk about. She ain't got a fucking leg to stand on, is what I'm understanding right now. It ain't looking good for her. They told me straight up and down, I'm with you all the way, sir. They are supporting me. No matter what it cost. If it got that bad, I sign a promissory note. They're going to help me with whatever. And he assures me that we can't expedite this situation. We can't expedite it. These things take time. But let's just say that there's a ton of documents that are being sent out tomorrow. Tomorrow. She can't do it today at the end of his workday. To special organizations having to do with the DOJ and the immigration. That's all you need to know. Along with all the other documents and affidavits from her, from my office, the law office I deal with. We're getting the job done here. We're getting the job done. It may take a while, but we're getting the job done. It's going to be done. Me? Okay, I gotta get some water before I go on here. If I find a clean cup. Ants. Of course, I had chocolate in there. Give me a break. Okay, so basically, on a surface level, all I can basically tell you is that yes, the document that Jay and others produced on there, highly against the law. We talked about that for maybe a good 5 minutes. We did go over that. I could tell you that. I could definitely tell you that. And what was done was fraudulent, dated of December of 2024. And they used officials' signatures. Oh boy, somebody's in trouble. Somebody's in trouble. Few people, actually. They've noted it, documented it for Jay's show, all that crap. They did. They did. Do you believe me? Don't matter if you do or not. Yeah, Jay is going to be in big trouble. He decides to live in the Philippines if they catch him here. Immigration's going to know about it. Sorry, Jay, but, shit happens. Shit happens. And you made it happen. We're going to get all this shit over with, one way or the other. Through hell or high water. The day has come that we got to put something to an end, and it don't mean overnight. Yes, there is being something that's being investigated, that's being held up in immigration. There certainly is. And yes, my lawyers have dealt with similar cases like this. In fact, the guy who was in IT Park, they dealt with him. And they helped him so much, they got him a temporary apartment, and they got him on a fucking plane back home to his country. Yes, they go out of their way. My legal firm that is representing me. And he promised me I'm going to do everything that we humanly can to remedy this situation, no matter what it takes. If it means having to file charges on the person who made the complaint on me, they're willing to go forward and do it. No problem. Unless, and I also took the time to mention to him that I did broadcast on here, saying that if she cooperates and comes to their office and signs an affidavit, saying that it was just a mistake that she made because she was just, interested in the welfare of her boyfriend. She could word it any way she wants, but to tell the truth. And if she tells the truth, and I discussed this with him, at least 15 minutes worked on. I told you it was a 45-minute phone call. He called me. Because I didn't hear from him for a while. I was wondering, what the hell is going on? Are you guys doing anything? And he explained everything that was going on and what they're willing to do. It's all go. It's all go. Go, go, go. It's all go. And they said that they will do everything that they can to see justice in this situation. In other words, if she does not comply with this request to save her ass, she may lose her ass. They know my stress, they know my pain. It's been a pain in the ass. That's all it's been. He told me, don't even stress out, Frank. The documents were phony, for number one. And there is no reason that this is going on for this long unless there's something going on the side. And that's what we're investigating. He's going to contact ARTA, A-R-T-A, look it up, and some other organizations that are involved with DOJ and immigration. I can tell you that. I can't tell you what he's submitting ahead of time, or even what he's going to write. That's not going to be shared on here. I'm not going to present no fucking documents on here. Fuck that shit. But yes, that was certainly, of course I knew that, those phony documents that Jay and others had. But Jay's in real trouble. They said, we'll handle that too if you want. And he agreed that, yeah, that was entirely fraudulent what Jay did. He said those documents are not real, and it's also dated December 2024. It wasn't real. He said, Frank, they can manipulate signatures, they can do whatever they want, but when they do that, it's highly fraudulent, highly fraudulent. There you go. I think I got a better outlook, and I'm glad I talked to him. Feeling much better today. I got a better outlook at what's going on and what's going to be going on. And as I said, the deal is still on the table with the complainant. She comes clean, you know, we don't do anything. We just part ways and we end this. If she doesn't come clean, well, then we go forward. And like I said, and he agreed, well, you know, she's willing to face all this litigation and mitigation and all that shit and court orders and go to court and spend money on a lawyer, have to beg people for money to go to a lawyer, whatever she has to do. She knows she's wrong. That's the point. He knows she's wrong. And he'll prove it, he says. She never even submitted video evidence. I was assuming that she had something on it. I said, well, what could she possibly put? I obviously never said these things to her, and I figured, okay, how could there be a fucking video? But when I look, I don't see any annexes. There's no annexes on her affidavit. There's no annexes that say and back up anything that she said. She's got that against her. Oh, yeah, this is turning out to be rather interesting, I must say. Okay, that is going to be officially the last thing I say anything about this complaint. As of this second, as of right now. She knows what she has to do. I told him that I know she's listening to my shows. If she ain't, Barry is, and he needs to contact her with this. I already told my attorney, one of them, that this is what I did. I said on my show, if she comes clean, she's welcome. She's welcome. They're not going to attack her. She's welcome to come to the office, sign some documents, tell the truth, and there'll be no legal action taken. It'll be written down, so it's on paper and documented that there'll be no legal action taken against her at all. It'll be signed, sealed, and delivered. And be brought up to the immigration. That'll be up to them where they want to go with this. But I can guarantee I'm not going to do anything to her legally. If she just complies, or like I said on another show, if she feels so confident about her complaint, which she shouldn't, and things I learned, but she shouldn't be. And she feels that she's a good gambler and wants to go with the odds, she can certainly do that. But I'll guarantee 125% that there will be papers filed on her on various forms of fraud, aiding and abetting, harboring, all of that in one big complaint. And what Department of Justice does with it, they'll do with it. And she could be in a world of hurt. She wants to save face, I understand it. It's her opportunity right now, this second, this minute. It's her opportunity to come clean. And she could write it up in a way and they could help her do it. She could have her attorney involved in this. She could do whatever she wants. But the ramifications for her, according to what I always thought, and what they have to told me, is that she's in big ass trouble if we do a case on her. Whether or not, they throw out this shit complaint or not, unless she does cooperate. Now, you might say that's holding a sword over her head. Sure, you could probably say that. And why not? Why not? She's holding one over mine. This is not a game going on here. This is not a fucking game. This is some serious shit. I'm not going to stand for it. And neither are they, fortunately. They said they're with me all the way. And they do everything within their power to make sure that the truth is told and a price is paid, and even some damages, financial damages and court costs or lawyer's fees on top of it. He's willing to write that out. But we're going to do a wait and see if she cooperates. She knows how to contact my lawyer, I'm sure. And if she doesn't, her lawyer knows how to contact my lawyer. Let's get this shenanigans over with. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's give him something to talk about. Well, there'd be a lot to talk about if it doesn't go her way. She better pray. Being a religious person, she better pray. Pray on her knees that it doesn't go in the direction that she ain't gonna want. She ain't gonna like it. She ain't gonna like it at all. Copy that, record that. Be my guest. So, the proverbial can of worms has been officially opened. It's open. That's it. The deal has to be on the table. Sorry, I had a glitch. I was in a bad spot. And to finish that statement, I'll end it here. The cards are on the table. It's whether she wants to play the cards or not. There's no backing out of this. There's no me backing out of this at this point. Absolutely none. She either cooperates or she doesn't, and she could, play the game of challenge. If she feels that confident, there's not even any videos. Nothing. There were no videos to back up anything she said. So what kind of a position does she think that she's in? She's not in any position. I'll tell you that right now. She's not in any position. It's all going to come out. Remember, it all comes out in the wash. Every bit of it comes out in the wash.
Alam ba ninyo na pag kayo may sinumpaang salaysay at ito ay isang kasinungalingan o kayo ay nagbigay ng testimonya sa isang proceedings at ito ay under oath at pag ito ay isang kasinungalingan, kayo ay maaring mapaparusahan ng pagkakabilanggo ng presyon mayor or 6 years and 1 day to 8 years to its medium or 8 years and 1 day to 10 years of imprisonment. Tandaan po natin, huwag po tayo magsinungaling sa ating mga testimonya, sa ating mga sinumpaang salaysay. Lamang ka na pag may alam sa batas.
Well. Always a silver lining somewhere for people. And wow, what this hoopla has done for pro-life traveler, otherwise known as SIM card, slim, slimy, whatever. And we'll get into that. We get a few people showing up here. I put out so many videos and shorts like that. Nobody really knows if this is a new video or a new live or not, but here we are. And I'm going to do this show whether anybody's on or not here, because I've given you quite a bit today, and quite a bit of information too, actually. My constituents and I have found out more information about Mr. Slim. Was this a plot? We don't know. But you're going to have to listen to my thoughts on this. Okay, we'll begin when a few more people show up here, and a little more information found out about Slim and what exactly he did in Estonia, and how this case has affected or will affect him, good or bad. And we'll be talking about that. Okay, I'm not going to wait till people show up. Here is the skinny on Slim. And God, I just hate repeating myself. We're going to give you the skinny on Slim here in a second. I'll wait for a few more people to show up here to have a little audience at least anyway. And some of the things I found out and some of the things I deducted, and oh my God, I can't believe what I'm looking at. Holy moly. Watch it. I can't believe it. Holy guacamole. Yeah, ants near the water fountain here. Because they do need water. Holy shit on a shingle. Seriously. Okay. Ants in the pants. Okay. Let me just begin here. I'm not going to wait for people to show up here because you're going to see my video later anyway. Because I do plan to leave this on. So I'm going to begin here with this. You're making Slim a millionaire. I've gone to, and I've come across quite accidentally, I can't even count how many people are trying to get their ratings up, and they're talking about pro-life traveler, Slim, like I'm talking about him right now. Everything I'm doing is helping Slim become a millionaire. And here's what's going on. The more people talking about him, they're going to follow him. He will definitely put on another show. He will definitely come back on YouTube because it's going to profit him in ways that he's never seen before. Failed businesses in Estonia. And I'm going to go over some of them. Some pro-life media, digital marketing, and marketing center. Failed. Could not make any money. Pro-life gym. Didn't make any money. Failure. E-commerce stores. He attempted to sell different goods only through different platforms. His businesses struggled due to a combination of poor management and legal complications, lack of sustainable income, funding actually. His business ventures did not generate enough consistent revenue to support his lifestyle, abroad. Personal relationships and drama took precedence over his professional growth. So what does that mean for Slim now that he got deported back to his country? Well, whether it was like some bizarre intent or something, which I don't think, but Slim tends to profit greatly, far beyond the income he was making on his show. Because now people, I can't even count how many people have been following who normally watch his show, and now, because of all the media attention and the literally hundreds of shows talking about Slim, his popularity is going to be growing, and there's going to be more subscribers. He's going to be making 5 times the money that he makes now. He has found his fortune
in a very unusual way. He gets deported from the Philippines, gets all the media attention. People have been following him, and you are making him, and I'm making him a millionaire. Now, why do I say that? It's all the media attention. Filipinos, foreigners, you name it. People, of course, are doing shows to profit from what happened with Slim. Big time. They're still talking about it. And they're giving out old news because they don't know what else to talk about. So I figured I would lively this thing up a bit like I normally do and come out with new information like I just shared with you about his failed businesses. He was also reportedly selling cell phones to people. And they would give him the money, everything marketing online. And the problem was they just never got their cell phones. Now, he's going big time. Mark my words. Put the date on the calendar that I said this, and you're going to see what happens. His show is going to blossom like never before. And all because of his actions in the Philippines and getting all the publicity. This is how it works. Slim is going to do really, really well. I mean, he's going to be making, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to be making at least $50,000 to $100,000 per month after the smoke clears. And as a result of making more money, he will try again to invest in the various businesses that failed him because he did not have sustainable funding, such as, his e-commerce. He had that gym, pro-life gym, the e-commerce stores, selling all kinds of different goods through different platforms. And all his businesses struggled due to a combination of poor management and legal complications, as I said earlier. Lack of sustainable funding. They didn't generate enough income and revenue to support his lifestyle abroad. He wanted to live it really high abroad. And it just didn't work out with him. And I guess there could have been some legal issues going on in Estonia too, while he came here. Now, fortunately for him, people followed him. And he was making good money on his show. Nothing to complain about. Now, because of all this attention, and because he got deported, and, as you can note, there's plenty of things in the story that has not been put out in the media. What happened was the girl, and he didn't know this, what happened, but the one girl who was adult age, over 18, she had a complaint against him, and she dropped it. She wrote out an affidavit and releasing him from any responsibility of what he did because she was paid off very handsomely to do it. It's just what I thought was going to happen. It did happen. This information has come into me just about an hour ago. The businesses he had, the failed businesses. And the woman got scared. But he made her a deal, and she was a poor Filipina. They made her a deal that she couldn't refuse. And I think the amount was upwards of 200 to 500,000 American dollars from the information I got. Who's not going to go for that deal? What self-respecting Filipino who's broke is not going to go for that deal? So she wrote up some notarized papers with a lawyer. This information was passed on to his lawyer, who was actually spearheading this situation. And, he got away with the situation with her. Okay? Wow. This is an amazing story. And because it is, the guy's going to be wealthy. Now, you'd be surprised how much Estonian people make actually there on the different jobs. They actually don't make bad money in Estonia on the various local type of jobs they have out there. Pardon me, I'm just getting a little garbage bag here. And you can, let me see, he was making, on one job, on an actual job, between $2,700 and $3,500 a month on an actual job that he had. I can't remember what job that was. Not bad for Estonia.
He can live pretty good in Estonia for that much money. He's making far more than that from this show right here in good old Philippines. Far more. And I'm gonna get some water. Okay. Yeah, no. In Philippines, peso. Not USD. No. Man, let me be that chick. Yeah. She was paid handsomely, let's put it that way. And that's the only reason she dropped the case. She's also in fear of her life. One of the issues, which was a combination of money, she had to pick a direction. And she figured, well, the lawyer and Slim will cut a deal with her because that was the one thing that was keeping him from, it wasn't keeping him from going to jail if she was to continue with her complaint. I mean, the very fact that I'm talking about him, okay, you know. As I said, I'm a fairly good researcher. I'm not the best, though. But he had different business names, and it has like a bunch of letters on it. It doesn't even attempt to look at it as a name. But the guy had various businesses out there, man. I mean, he was moving along, or he tried, but they just wasn't working because he just didn't have the funding for it, or else they probably could have took off. He was into all kinds of e-commerce, legal and illegal, selling things he never paid anybody for. And I'm very suspicious that he moved to the Philippines to get away from any potential legal harm in that country. He was highly involved with making money and coming up with new business ideas. He's a very intelligent guy. He was. But poor management and a lot of legal complications prevented him from, continuing any businesses. He didn't have any, sustainable funding he's going to have now. They generally, his businesses didn't generate enough income to support his lifestyle. Apparently, he had kind of an elaborate lifestyle in Estonia, as you would imagine. So that's kind of a little bit of the skinny on Slim. But, as I started to say, this incident created a fantastic, rare opportunity to grow his channel beyond belief. Now, if you think he had a lot of followers, wait till you see it now when he comes back on. You're not going to believe your eyes. Because you have literally thousands of people, media and otherwise, that have been following his story. They all know about him now. Well, that's one way of getting attention, and one way of growing his channel. Now, I don't know about the meeting with P, the vlogger P, that he did meet up with. But one thing I did notice that every fucking loser channel I never even heard of came to my attention. They're talking about him. And they're all trying to grow their, it's profiting everybody. It doesn't profit me because I'm not monetized. Okay? So I can talk about it. I'm not worried about money. But it's still giving people something to talk about. They're still talking about it. And they're only giving out information that we already knew, but I'm the one that's coming on here giving you fresh information from the press. He had kind of a lifestyle in Estonia of a wealthy person, but he couldn't meet the standards of keeping that lifestyle. He had relationship problems.
And that's what the problem was. His personal relationship drama took precedence over his professional growth, is what actually happened. So he moves to the Philippines, and I reckon that he was getting away from Estonia. I don't think he really wanted to go back to Estonia, but now he's seeing a gold mine, an absolute gold mine. Mark my word. Mark my word. He's going to be making more money than he's ever made in his so-called YouTube career. And by the way, a lot of his media extended to all kinds of platforms, TikTok, Facebook, you name it. He was involved with it. There was a lot of corruption going on with him too, selling things and not giving people, he calls his job e-commerce. When the press was asking him what did he do in Estonia, he did a lot of things in Estonia. He had a lot of businesses in Estonia. Unfortunately for him, they didn't work out. Now, Slim wasn't built really bad. I could see that he definitely was operating a gym. He couldn't keep the businesses afloat, and sometimes he had more businesses running at one time. And without sustainable income, he could not upkeep these businesses. So he crashed. And that's when he decided to come to the Philippines. Now, whether it was because he owed money to people on the businesses, loans, who knows? That part I don't know. You just use your imagination for this. So guess what, folks? We've all made him a millionaire. He doesn't even know it yet. But he's suspecting it, though. With all his popularity, this worked out for old Slimmy Boy real good. Real good. You just wait and see. Anyway, that's all I have to talk about on that subject. Meet the new Slim. He'll probably keep the name of his channel, perhaps, but now he has thousands and thousands of more people. They're going to want to know what's going on with him now. They're going to want to know, are you still in touch with Jolene? How about the baby? A lot of questions are going to be asked because people want to be in the know. They will follow him, just like when Barry J gets out of jail. He will go back to vlogging. And initially, people will listen to him because they want to know what his life is like. Did he get arrested upon arrival in America? They want to know about his new lifestyle back in America if he's not in jail again for back child support and other bench warrants. He will do good at first. People will still want to listen to a train wreck. So, it's quite possible, in some ways, other than his legal problems in America, that Barry will do very well indeed. Because people miss his vlogging, they miss the train wrecks. They want to see more train wrecks. As such, you become a superstar. No, I never became a superstar with money, but then again, I wasn't looking for any. I'm actually surprised I'm not a superstar. Pardon me. So give it a couple of months or less, and you're going to be hearing a lot more of Slim. He'll be back on. And if you think he's not taking advantage of the situation, you're out of your monkey-ass mind. Of course he is. I'm talking big time. I'm telling you, I'm getting so many feeds of people talking about Slim. Channels I never knew existed. People I never knew existed. Vlogs I never knew existed. All talking about Slim. First it was Vitali. Then they're talking about Slim. And in regards to Vitali, it's going to be the same thing again. He will get back on social media again. Maybe or maybe not, he's not going to do the same kind of antics, but
he had a steady following, and these people will follow him. So look at that. The bad things you do turn out into success. It hasn't turned out success for me. Well, maybe because I didn't do any bad things. But I'm sure well known on YouTube, that's for sure. Yeah, there was a lot of information about Slim, and there's still more coming out. My research team has provided me with ample information. There'll probably be more coming in. And I don't particularly want to promote him, because by talking about him, I'm actually promoting him. He's a scumbag, let's face it. You're right, we don't need people like him in this country. We got enough creeps already. Thank you very much. Remember, folks, I talk about being proactive, okay? Oh, I've been learning the last few days. I've been learning a lot about a lot of things. My own situation. I've been learning. It just gets better and better. We'll see. I would expect Slim to settle down. I would imagine he has family in Estonia. He might initially be staying with family. That's just a common, thought. And give him time to breathe and relax from this big adventure. And take a breath, and he'll sit there, and he's a smart guy. So is Vitali. These Eastern European guys, don't take him as being, uneducated schmucks. This guy knew how to market, but he just didn't have what I call the sustainable income to, help his marketing. That's what his problem was. But he will now. Wind him up and watch him go. Congratulations, folks. You've made Slim into a upcoming millionaire. Now, Vitali is already a millionaire, but he's going to become even more richer when he starts up his show again. That's just the way it works on here, folks. You may not like it. Some people might be jealous. Some people might be stupefied. But the fact is, they're both going to make more money than they ever had in their life. And Vitali already has that. Slim is not on that level. He basically came to the Philippines with very little money, Slim. He didn't have that much. He had some partially sustainable money. Okay, because he sold stuff. And, he kind of liquidated his businesses. Well, it was stated that his businesses were not producing and they closed down. And he had it under different names. There was different names. There's a pro-life gym. A lot of the title of pro-life he used in the titles of his business. One of them I can't even, I don't see how you can't find him. He's everywhere. I don't even look for it. All of a sudden I'm coming to somebody's channel. Maybe because I subscribed to him or something. I don't really know. But what time is it?
9 something.
Is it really? Really? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was telling the good people out there that because of Slim's event here in the Philippines and all the publicity he's getting in the media and everywhere, that this guy is going to be cleaning up. You see, he had failed businesses in this country. As my research assistants helped me with this. And you think he was making money on his channel now. But everywhere I turn on here, lovely Gilda, did I say lovely Gilda?
Yeah, what's that?
Every time you turn around, somebody's talking about him. This is good publicity, man. This is what you need. So what people are saying is a bad thing that happened to Slim or SIM card, and how many names you call this guy? Slimy, SIM card, SIM, whatever. This guy's going to be rolling in money. And you are making that happen, so is everybody else. Oh, yeah. That's kind of how it works. It's kind of funny, isn't it? You're a notorious guy, and people trying to get you in jail or something, but then you come out to be the fucking winner at the end. Isn't it weird how that shit happens? Everybody likes a winner, right? But everybody kind of enjoys a loser too because they want the train wrecks. I haven't been that successful with making money on my show, no matter how, oh, shall I say, infamous I am on here? Well, partially I'm not monetized, of course, and that was never the goal of my show, but nevertheless, somebody's gonna profit. Somebody has to profit, and old slimy boy is gonna profit like he never would have imagined. Imagine that. The Imagination Station. Wow. And of course, old Vladimir, or Vitaly, is also going to be cleaning up even more. Do you know the guy's worth about $12 million? Now, I don't know what he put out to various officials, if that indeed happened. Disclaimer, I don't know that, but you just have to use your own imagination for that. Thank you very much. But he will succeed and become even more wealthy than he is now. And you and everybody else, and even myself, and anybody who talks about him, is making these people wealthy. Okay, girls, you say goodnight to your daddy here, babies. Okay. Say goodnight, gingerbread. Good night, baby. Okay. I say goodnight to my dogs all the time. They're my family, for God's sakes. Don't have to retract your messages, sir. You don't have to do that. Don't do that for me. So my constituents and I have come up with that information, and that's what I got so far. Now, I'm not purposely trying to promote him in any formal way. Put a disclaimer on that, okay? Yeah. That's not what I'm trying to do here. We're just trying to state the facts and things that nobody else knows. I've heard all the stories, but I have not seen anybody really go into. All he's ever told the media was that the business he was in was e-commerce. Well, he wasn't lying. He was in e-commerce, but shady stuff. If you don't mind, I have to mute this for a second. Mute it. With you in a minute. There we go. Now, if you guys haven't been able to figure this out yet, the reason people get into so much drama on YouTube is, of course, for, well, obvious things if you haven't figured it out yet, for views and clicks and all that stuff. So that's why it pays for a lot of people to get into the intense drama on this social media platform that we call YouTube and other platforms. And the more they do so, the more attention they get. But there's like a negative side of this too. They get too popular, then people either get jealous of their income, or they'll find fault with the person because maybe they are running a good show. Some of them run good shows on here. I'm not saying everybody on here runs bad shows. There's plenty of fantastic YouTube shows on here. It's not maybe in the genre of the Philippines, or maybe in the Philippines genre, but they just happen to have good shows. And there's lots of shows that are actually really, really good, where they're not doing all this bullshit. But when you're desperate and you're trying to make money and you're trying to get views and subs, you will buy them, for one, to get you kind of a jump start, and you'll appear on other people's shows, and that's how they do it. It's a very time-honored thing to do, is that go and get interviewed on somebody who has an enormous amount of subscribers, and then if they like what you say, they're going to follow you back to your channel and subscribe to you. That's how it works, if you haven't been able to figure that out yet. Then you got to keep up with the Joneses all the time. That's the problem. You feel that you got to do numerous shows. You wind up getting into drama because you got to keep the rhythm going. You got to keep the momentum going. You got to keep the money going, because a lot of people, unfortunately, who were not very well planned, are dependent on the money they make on social media, on various platforms. That's the strategy. If you haven't figured it out yourself, that's the strategy. And it works well for some people, many people actually. You look at Paul Old Dog and all these people on there, they're making good money. You know, Philly in the Philippines is a creep. He's a king of clickbait, but, you know, there's people that like to follow you. They want to know everything that's going on in your life. Now, with me, they want to know everything that's going on with me, but my show, you know, I don't put in the metadata. I don't do any of that shit. You know, and if you're not familiar with that situation, I was able to actually really do it on my laptop. There's a place on there I could actually do that, but anyway, I just haven't found it on my phone here. In order to drive your audience to you, you got to get yourself out there in La La Land, in YouTube land, out in the outer space of the internet. So if somebody's looking up a certain subject and you got that as your metadata, keywords and so forth, its chances are that your show will show up, and that's how they find you. See, I don't do any of that shit. I probably would have 100,000 subscribers. If you say, well, why don't you do that? Well, it's laziness. It's not really caring. And as I said, I just don't think I have a future in here. I just don't. I was just waiting for certain things to happen and then make a big decision whether it's worth staying or not. It's just been too much trouble for me to even continue. But for now, I'm doing shows until the time comes that I don't. That's all I can really say. Without making a promise that I've made before, without, you know, making a definite decision on where I plan to go with this channel. You know, it's a 50-50 thing with me all the time. That's why it's been hard to stay off here, because I've always have something to say. And if I wasn't getting some enjoyment out of this, I wouldn't be doing it all. And if I was guilty of something, I wouldn't even be vlogging. Does that make sense to you? If I was running away from something, I wouldn't be doing shows. I'd just disappear like I was never there. That's how that works. And it's not like I have a lot of dialogue on my show. I don't. I get some stragglers in here, but I get a lot of trolls coming in. They just want to listen to what I have to say. But the point being is that they are coming here to listen to me. And they do devote a lot of their time to listening to my shows. No, I ain't got the big numbers on here, none of that shit. I probably could if I used a little strategy, but I don't know, it's just not worth it. I don't ever see my show taking off and actually I'm going to make some, you know, pocket money I could rub together. You know, I just don't see that happening. If that was my total intent, which it's never been my total intent at all. Anyway, I've been, you know, pushing out a lot of videos. I've been pushing out live streams. I've been pushing out a lot of shorts. And they vary according to, some of them are the politics of Trump, what's happening with him. I get joy out of posting him falling asleep at a press conference and all that good stuff, you know, Sleepy Donald. And I get enjoyment out of that. I don't really get enjoyment out of hearing what he's doing to the world and doing to the United States and all that. In fact, that pretty much pisses me off. But we know the direction he's going. And we know a train wreck when we see it. If you've been on YouTube long enough, you know what a train wreck is. You followed a lot of train wrecks on here, and you continue to follow train wrecks. Why? Because it's free entertainment other than the price you pay for internet service. Hopefully, well, would hope that you do other things on the internet besides hang out on YouTube and listen to all the drama. I would hope that you can use your cell phone or whatever as a search engine for different things, different topics, and I do all the time. As I said, most people think, well, gee, the amount of time you come on YouTube, you seem to be spending all your time on, no, well, yeah, YouTube is part of it, not necessarily the Philippines genre. I look up things on YouTube all the time. It's an important tool. I go on ChatGPT. I go on the internet. I look at different feeds on Facebook that comes in that's very informative. And unfortunately, though, the AI shit is kind of turning me off. That's the problem. You know, I like to listen to a real story and not a clickbait story that has nothing to do with the topic matter. And we're not talking about the Philippines genre. You know, we're talking about things you find people's feeds from different sources of their feeds. And it's all clickbait to get you to listen to a make-up story about pets that are hurt or people are abusing them when they themselves might actually be abusing the animals, using them as a tool to get more sympathy, donations for a phony cause, and get views and clicks. I know, it sounds horrible on here, doesn't it? What people are actually doing, but that's what they're doing. That's what a lot of you are doing. Lies, clickbait. That's why I can't stomach Philly in the Philippines, because he's the king of fucking clickbait. He's the king of clickbait. And everybody's wondering, let's talk about this guy. We don't feel he should be here. And he should be, like, labeled as an undesirable. Well, I agree with you, certain people. But you see, the problem, folks, is that, you know, all talk, no action. Nobody's willing to do anything about these characters. They're just too afraid. I don't know why. They're not going to beat you up. They're not going to do shit. But if you feel strongly about something on here, and what you have seen and witnessed on here, then you absolutely should be proactive. I can't push that enough or emphasize it enough. You should be proactive. Nobody on YouTube has to know you made a report, and they will never know. Just go with your gut feeling and stop waiting for other people to do your dirty work. And I don't really mean dirty work. It's not really dirty work. You know, you're doing something that will benefit the very platform that you like to listen to all these shows on. And I know that unfortunately you've been trained and brainwashed into the drama. It's hard to get out of that, right? I know. Believe me, I know. But if things change on here a little bit, get things a little bit cleaned up, I know that's a hard task. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but with a little bit of effort, you can get rid of the exact ones that should be ousted off YouTube and ousted out of the country. You have the power to do it. You just have to want to do it. Anyway, I want to enjoy the rest of my evening. Thank you for listening. That's the news as it comes. And that's hopefully the last time I have to talk about Slim. My informants have dug up this information for me, and besides my own research. So do expect some to show up. Do expect that Slim is going to be making buku bucks if he wasn't already. And all the media attention is still talking about him. He's already gone. He's back in Estonia. And I can't remember the name of his town because I can't pronounce it. But there's a lot of industry in Estonia. Lots of industry. And lots of e-commerce to deal with. Now, that's what he was trying to do. Unsuccessfully. But he made a little money here and there, but then his lifestyle is what ruined him, and that's why he came to the Philippines. It's kind of a start over. He knew that to be controversial was a way of getting him views. He's a smart guy. And that's exactly what he did, the same as Vitaly. I personally think he was trying to take after Vitaly and use some of his tactics to get more views. And people used to mistake him for Vitaly because he kind of looks like Vitaly, has the accent like Vitaly. And if he did some antics with the Filipinas on here and calling people monkeys and everything else, he figured he would get the attention that he needed. And he did. As it turns out, he got deported and he got away with a whole lot of shit. He got away with jail time. Because the girl, who actually was the one that made the report, an important report, now this particular gal was not underage, but she was still young. And she was gung-ho. She was originally starting off this report, but she got pressured. And I would not be surprised if she got threatened. By who? I will not say. I will not get into that legalities. But with that fear planted in her, and that happens a lot on YouTube and in the legal atmosphere of the world, they'll basically tell somebody, look, I don't need all this trouble. I'm sorry for what I did, but I'm going to offer you some money. And if you sign on here, this amount of money is going to be in your hands to do whatever you want to do with it. Go buy your knockoff Gucci bags and all the stuff that Filipinos like to show off, and your jewelry. Help your family out, which they feel very obligated. So you could imagine that she got a little greedy and figured it's not worth it, because I am afraid that if he comes into this country, she totally reneged her report is what she did. She had a bona fide report, but with her lawyer and witnesses and signatures, she signed off on it, saying that she will no longer bring up a case against him. It won't happen now or in the future. And she was offered a handsome amount of money. And as I understand, it's between 250 to 500,000 pesos and possibly more. It might even be more, 750,000 pesos. That much. And that's a lot of money to a Filipina. Of course she was going to drop the case, but there was also pressure too. She was scared, like most of these women were that had him around. She was scared. And that's why she gave in. She figures, well, as long as he's going to leave me alone, he's going to be deported, I can make some cash on this deal. Now, this is the way I've seen it structured, okay? You can think what you want. This is my opinion and some facts that I received, okay, to make it valid. She took the money and ran, and he got away with murder. Not exactly murder, but he got away with a lot of legal violations in this country. A lot. Now that he got arrested, I mean not arrested, but rested in his own country, because he's home now, any family he has, he's sitting there with a big old smirk on his face, and he's saying, I got away with a whole lot of shit. He's saying, I don't know how he says this word in Estonian. He's saying, phew, damn, that was a tough ride. I fucked up. But I'm going to make the best of this now. You wait and see. I'll get back that money I had to give that girl. No time at all. People will continue to follow him because they want to know updates on him. And that's how business works on YouTube. The more notorious you are, if you're monetized, you're going to make some buku money. Guaranteed, as they say in Louisiana. Guaranteed. And that's my night show.